Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So I'm here with Chase from Sons of Thunder, right?
Yep.
Sons of Thunder Apologia. Do you want to introduce yourself at all?
I can. Pretty uninteresting. My name is Chase. I do the Sons of Thunder podcast on YouTube. For those of you who are watching from my live, welcome. This is Chris, but he's streaming it, so technically it's his thing. But yeah, my name is Chase. I co-host the Sons of Thunder podcast with a fellow named Andrew. He's super cool, way cooler than me, and he and I run with apologetics. So we've done everything from some critiquing stuff within interdenominational things to Islam. Like we will be kind of looking at today. Haven't done much on Judaism or anything like that, so that'll be a little new. We did talk about some of the Talmud stuff yesterday on Adam's Live, and that was a lot of fun. But yeah, that's essentially me. I like to fish. I got a dog. You will see her on my bed at some point, I hope. So, yes.
Very cute dog. Yes.
Thank you.
My dog might come back at some point as well, so we could have a little dog session.
Dog war.
Dog wars. I think my dog's a little bit cuter, but labs are, they're about as cute as you can get, man. I don't know.
So what kind of dog you got, Brody?
Mini Aussie and a pit bull mix.
It started here, and then you said the last part. No, just kidding.
Hold on. See if she comes.
What's her name?
Stella.
Oh, Stella.
Yeah, so in this stream, we're not talking about dogs mostly.
No.
We're going to go over the demonology stuff of the Talmud. We're going to make some comparisons to the Quranic sources, so that'll be in it. But the majority of this is just going to be kind of laughing at some of the stuff that's in the Talmud for like the superstition beliefs and all that, because it gets weird and it gets wild very quickly. So Chase is on as my straight man to react and provide any commentary he can during that process.
Yep.
But we're just gonna be reading a lot of it.
Yep. I have not heard or read or seen. I'm assuming any of this stuff. You might hear my puppy dog in the background. I could not run any cancellation stuff through here because OBS was acting weird. So you may hear Goose hanging out with us, but that'll be about it.
Nice. Okay, go ahead and jump into it. So this is one that I had whenever me and Ash were streaming together. Whenever I first went on with David Wood, he did a super chat of "Don't talk about this. This is mine." So I haven't talked about it until the stream I did with him. But we have this interesting passage in Bava Kama 16a about animals that are inherently dangerous. There is this interesting thing of a bardelas, which is a female hyena. And it's like, okay, well, what is a bardelas? Then another one is like, oh, it's an afareza. Like, okay, well, what's that? And it's like, oh, it's an appa. Like, cool, thanks. That explained it very well. And then it continues going, and it's like, what's happening? And he explains that what that is a hyena, and it's an animal called an appa. So all of this is a hyena. Then it's like, okay, well, what's the difference between the three names that it used for this animal? And it's like, oh, well, that's not difficult. Here in the Burita, Rabbi Meir is referring to a male hyena, and there in the Mishnah, it's referring to a female hyena. And then it goes through this really stupid thing that I love so much. It's slightly related to demons. And it is apparent that a male hyena is a distinct form of a female one, as it is taught in a Burita. A male hyena, after 7 years, metamorphoses into an insectivorous bat. So a bat that eats meat. And then an insectivorous bat, after 7 years, morphs into, this actually means a vampire bat. So you go from a bat that eats like insects or fruit to a bat that eats or drinks blood. Then you go from a vampire bat after 7 years into a soul. Yeah. The arpad is the modern use for vampire bat.
So insect metamorphoses into, okay, I got it. Yeah.
Yeah. Then you have the vampire bat turning into a thorn, and then a thorn after 7 years morphs into a briar, and then briar after 7 years morphs into a demon.
Right.
So you
Right.
go from female demon into or a female hyena into a male hyena into a bat into a different type of bat into a thistle into a briar into a demon.
But it all starts with the hyena.
It all starts with the hyena. And you can test this. You can just lock one in a cage for 7 years and see
Right.
what happens.
I was
Right.
thinking that. Yeah.
Yeah. Similarly, a person's spine after 7 years after his death metamorphoses into a snake. The Gemara qualifies the last statement, and this matter only applies to a case where a person did not bow during the blessing of Thanksgiving, the 18th blessing of the Amada prayer. So
It's
this
a
is
good that it's specified.
so weird. But really, this is like an apologetic against, hey, you need to bow during prayer.
Or else your spine is gonna turn into a snake.
Snake, yeah, because the snake comes up a lot, and anytime this rabbi is speaking, he just brings up snakes all the time. So,
But it's
he
like
likes
it's
snakes.
after you're dead, you know. So it's like, well, so what? I don't bow. My spine gonna come snake. What does it matter to you?
There is a debate on whether or not you're alive or dead during this process, because
Oh,
if you notice, the after his death is interpreted. It's not in the
yeah.
original
It's
Hebrew
not
Aramaic.
highlighted, or it's not bolded. Yeah. Okay.
Right. So the bolded is the actual text of the Hebrew here, and then the not bolded is how the interpreter is relating it based on midrash and other sections of the Talmud. So it's trying to incorporate other ideas or other views into what's happening to try to explain the context. Because a lot of the time, if you notice here, uh, it's very, very few and far between for the words that are actually being used in the Talmud. Kind of similar to the Quran. The Quran is written purposefully with very few words, and you have to kind of interpret it, and it's seen as like this cool thing in Arabic that you can do if you can say a sentence with few words. It's seen as like, oh, you're a master of the craft. I've heard that at least. Hebrew does the same thing all the time in the Talmud. They have like sometimes it's really funny where there's like an entire paragraph and it's like 2 words, and it's literally just snake.
Teach a snake.
Yeah.
What? That's the whole thing. They interpret that from teach a snake.
Right. Because it's building off of what comes before it, after it, and from other sections of the Talmud.
I bet.
Yeah. So strange stuff. But again, the snake just comes up over and over and over again. There's just he likes snakes.
So does the Gemara? Is that the only way that like thistles and briars appear is from hyena bats, or is that like just kind of a thing that happens that he's just describing?
It's just a thing that happens.
It's just a thing that happens.
Yeah. Because other places it talks about how God caused the thorns and thistles to emerge in the
Yeah,
planet.
I was gonna say.
Unless you want to say that all of them are from hyenas, that's pretty out there.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
What? All right. Well, that's not what I expected.
Big spook.
It is big spook.
We're doing a spooky stream. Yeah. So it's there's a lot of interesting things we're going to read today. So as you can see from the sheer number of tabs I have.
See, okay. So you're saying like it is a legitimate thing that like back in the day it was considered very auspicious to just say few words and then have it like mean a whole lot. Like that was a legit thing.
Yes, to an
Okay.
extent. Not when you're like speaking, but in like poetry.
Right, of course. Well, that's kind of like a thing for most people, but like it just seems like that's kind of a rhetorical device so that way Muslims can get out of doing legitimate exegetical work in their own text.
Right. So here is how demons are described. Interesting little thing. So the Gemara returns to discussing the heavenly beings. The sages taught 6 statements were said with regard to the demons. In 3 ways, they're like ministering angels. In 3 ways, they're like humans. And there's another section in the Talmud that talks about how there's 3 ways that they're like animals. The burrito specifies in 3 ways. They are like ministering angels. They have wings like ministering angels. They fly from one end of the world to the other like ministering angels, and they know what will be in the future like ministering angels. So jinn have this capability because the demons and jinn are very similar between the rabbinic and the Islamic views. So the Gemara is puzzled by this last statement. Should it enter your mind that they know this? Not even the angels are privy to the future. Rather, they hear from behind the curtain when God reveals something of the future, like ministering angels. So this is in the Quran, a bunch of places where the demons are trying to go up and listen in on the divine council from behind the curtain, and they're shot down by stars. And in 3 ways, they're similar to humans. They eat and drink like humans, they multiply like humans, and they die like humans. So they have intercourse. And in another section, it talks about 3 ways they're like animals. They eat, they drink like animals, they multiply like animals, and they emit excrement like animals. So demons poop.
That's awesome. I just
drink.
realized that my audio was not coming through my mic. It was coming through my camera. Hopefully everything sounds much better now.
Yeah, it sounds significantly better now.
Good. I'm glad. I need
To disable that.
can you hear? Well, she's not doing anything. If you notice earlier, she kind of threw all the blankets and stuff off the bed.
Oh yeah, I see
They're all
that.
just kind of on the floor now. She here's the foam pad. She's a demon, actually, if you didn't know. Now she's looking at me like I did something wrong. What do you mean? Whatever. Anyways.
Yeah. It sounds a lot better.
Thanks, Drew. That's Andrew, by the way. That's the guy who I do the podcast with.
Yeah, I noticed him saying that your audio is coming through your mic.
Yeah, he was very smart.
Yes. Big brain.
Yep.
Okay. So we have demons doing all these things. There's a lot of stories about jinn like having intercourse with humans, pretending to be humans. Everybody poops is insanely vindicated.
Yeah, okay, bro. That's a classic book though. Like
yeah. No, the demons be pooping though.
For real.
They do be doing that. So they also can speak in the heavenly tongue.
So hang on. So it goes hyena, bat, thorn,
no,
little
another
bush,
bat, thorn.
Right. Yeah. Hyena, bat, bush, or thorn, little bush with thorns, demon.
Yes. And then in other traditions, it comes from eggs,
and
where Culture B gets it from.
And then, but these demons ascend and like can now access the heavenly fun.
Yes.
The quickest way.
So this is Culture B. I can make it a little bit bigger.
Yes,
so
thank you.
Muja said, indeed, Iblis, the devil, inserts his genitals into his own genitals, lays 5 eggs, and this is the origin of his offspring. For it is said that Allah Most High created him with a penis on his right thigh and a vagina on his left thigh, and he has relations in one with the other, and 10 eggs come out every day. From each egg spawns 70 devils and she-devils. So in the Tafsir, you have 700 demons coming out of Iblis every single day. From eggs.
So
this goes back.
He does the Bing Bang and then lays 5 eggs, but he does the Bing Bang twice a day because it says later that he has 10 eggs. So it's like he has to like rest himself between.
Yeah, refractory period.
Every time, and then he pumps them out, and the eggs.
You get this idea, this Mesopotamian belief system in general, like it predates, like he's probably getting it from Babylon. And then the Jews also, the Jews talk about that type of idea of like the impure eggs and demons. So you have demons coming from a variety of sources. But this is Culture B. So
Mujahid said that. I still, people believe that. That's on them.
Please can do, but Allah cannot have children without a partner.
True.
And the Jewish sources,
oddly enough.
True. Why is it that Mary can do it and Iblis can do it, but Allah can't?
Allah can't.
you do have in what was I gonna say? I lost my train of thought. Dang. Okay. You have eggs coming out. Oh, Samuel. So Samael, Samael, for those curious and want to Google it. If you want to go to the Jewish Encyclopedia and read the section on Samael or go to the wiki, he will sound very much like Iblis because he's basically Iblis. He's the spawn of Iblis. He's like where Muhammad got the idea from. You have Samael, Satan, and the evil inclination all being one figure inside of the Talmud. So anywhere you see Satan proper or Samuel or the evil inclination, you can get that they're the same thing in some way. Although the evil inclinations like our propensity to sin, but the rabbis believe that it comes from being tempted by Satan.
Right.
There's different views on it from the rabbis, but that is one of the bigger views on how temptation and sin works. And the evil inclination comes up a lot in the Talmud. So you
Yeah.
do have Samael having intercourse with Lilith and them being the progenitors of the demons, but that's coming out of like these 800s, 900s AD. And it's also same time that Qurtubi and others are writing their tafsirs. So it may have been that they were influencing each other. They were doing syncretism, where they had this shared source belief of Babylon, and then out of that comes all these different ideas and theories and different things. So I don't actually use that inside the Talmudic dilemma because it postdates the Quran,
Mm-hmm.
but it's interesting how similar the two things are.
Right. Yeah, tafsir is kind of a another being in and of itself. They say a lot of random stuff in tafsir. One of the things I remember talking to Usama about tafsir, and I was like, you know, one of the things that a Muslim could bring up is like, yeah, you know, Ibn Kathir says that, but Ibn Kathir says that that's a Jewish legend. Usama's like, Chase, if you thought something was a Jewish legend, would you put it in your commentary on the Bible? No.
I might reference it as a Jewish legend, but I would not actually just use it as source material.
Yeah, you wouldn't just say, because Ibn Kathir says some scholars believed this.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like Ibn Kathir says, this is a story that I found one time. No, straight up. They'll even name them sometimes. They're like, you know, this scholar thought this, or hey, this scholar was a believer in this. It's like, so it was like a thing that they believe. All right. Hey, that's all I needed to know. The fact that he recorded it is significant enough. Because if that's what they're recording, I need to know what other wild crap Muslims believed back in the day. I need to know.
It is pretty crazy. I mean, there's the whole story about the Sirah literature where Ibn Hashem deliberately altered Ibn Ishaq in order to remove some of the more outlandish and legendary things that are said in it. Like, it was just too unbelievable. So, and if you've read the Sirah, like the life of Muhammad, it's wild enough by itself. So I can't imagine what Ibn Hashem was like, okay, this is too much. I can't record this, how bad it was or how crazy it was.
Yeah, that's got to be some pretty bad stuff.
Yeah, someone tell bro about the Yeltsin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know about that. I'm deeply familiar with the
Hey, I sent you a private chat.
Where?
In StreamYard.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yes, he can.
Okay, cool.
You can DM him.
Yeah, I will. Got it.
Yeah, so whenever we go through Better Call 6A and 62A and Peschaim 109B, it's exciting. So we're gonna go through a little bit more of the Satan stuff, and then we're gonna go through just demons and demonology and how stupid and weird it is, and how it's like, oh, this is obviously where all the random jinn ideas are coming from. It's like just common folklore, common superstitions. There's a lot of them that have one-to-one, and then there's some of them that are just only the Jews seem to believe it. But then there's also ones that only the Muslims seem to believe. So yeah, we'll go through that. We do have in Shabbat 89a that when Moses descended from standing before the Holy One, blessed be he, with the Torah, Satan came and said before him, Master of the universe, where is the Torah? He said to him, I have given it to the earth. He went to the earth and said to it, where is the Torah? It said to him, so the earth is speaking. I do not know, only God understands its way and he knows its place. He went to the sea and asked, where's the Torah? And the sea said, it is not with me. He went to the depths and asked, where's the Torah? And the depths said to him, it is not with me. And from where is it derived that the sea and depths answered him this way? It is as it is stated. The depths said, is not written with me, but is not within me. And the sea said, it is not with me. So it's a random thing from Job that they're just applying directly to this random stuff. Brother.
Hello.
Satan returned and said before the Holy One, blessed be he, Master of the universe. I searched for the Torah throughout all the earth and did not find it. He said to him, go to Moses, son of Amram. So he went to Moses and said to him, the Torah that the Holy One, blessed be he, gave you, where is it? Moses invaded the question and said to him, what am I that the Holy One, blessed be he, would give me the Torah? I am unworthy. The Holy One, blessed be he, said to Moses, are you a fabricator? So he's lying. He's like, hey, are you making up a story? Are you lying? Moses said before him, Master of the universe, you have hidden a treasure in which you delight every day. Hello, Andrew.
Hello.
The other son of thunder.
Dude, I was going to put Demon Slayer, but I was like, I don't know if they're going to get the reference.
I couldn't think of anything else. I was like, oh, I got to think of something clever. No, there was nothing else I could think of.
Yeah.
Based.
It is pretty based.
Yes. So, continuing on, since you belittled yourself, the Torah will be called by your name, as I say, remember the Torah of Moses, my servant, to which I commanded. So then Moses ascended on high. He found the Holy One, blessed be he, tying crowns to letters. I doubt either of you know what this means, but do either of you know what this means?
Is it capitalization?
No.
Dang it.
It's a very Jewish thing.
No, I have no idea.
Okay. These seconds. So in the Torah manuscripts, we have, you can write the script without it. Just open this image and everyone. So you can write without the crowns, but around 880 onward, most of the Torah manuscripts came with these crowns, these tags, on the letters, and they seem to be somewhat random, or they seem to be somewhat like every important word has one. Like the name of God has 3, which gets back to like maybe the Trinity, but that comes way later, so it's not as good as some of the other stuff you can do with the Hebrew to get the Trinity. But you have these little random dots, and it's between 0 and 7. So a lot of the letters have none, and few of the letters have 7. Most have like 1 or 3. So this is in the Talmud talking about Rabbi Akiva, who is the one who wrote, because Rabbi Yeshua is, I believe, the student Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva wrote a very long series of things on the idea of the Tag, and how all that works and the importance behind them. And none of it goes back to Moses at all. And that's the important bit. So for, when the Talmud lies about things in history, this is an example of the Torah lying to things, because it's talking about how Moses saw the letters. Well, by the writing of the Talmud, that was a practice that was being done. Before Jesus, it was not a practice that was being done. If you look at the Dead Sea manuscripts, they don't have these. If you look at the Masoretic manuscripts, they do have them. So somewhere between the Dead Sea and the Masoretics, they invented them. But they don't go back to Moses. So this is one of the apologetics against like the authenticity of the Mishnah and the Gemara and like its authority and how accurate it is with history. Now you can make this into allegory, as many Jews do for many passages, especially the difficult passages. You could just allegorize and just like, oh, these are important. But whenever you're tying your authority back to an oral tradition from Moses, and you make up stuff, and we can prove you made up stuff, that's not a good look. Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you can prove they made up a whole lot of stuff, man.
Right.
Like, it's funny, I mean, I completely understand, right? They really hold to this as their tradition, but dude, you can't just write a bunch of crap up in 200 AD and expect me to believe that it goes back to like 2400, man. Like I don't believe I can't jive with that. You can't just do that.
Yeah.
Crap, guys.
So
I saw one of the comments just said we need to all pray the Shahada. Our scriptures are corrupted. We got to pray the Shahada. Crap.
Andrew, you don't pray the Shahada. It is something that you do. It is a pillar. It is something you do. Prayer comes after. The Shahada is its own wonder of itself. It is altogether different.
I'm so ignorant.
You are. I've never seen a more ignorant Westerner. Get off my.
You're right. I don't. Gosh, I gotta keep growing, keep learning.
So we had studies in religion bring up the toilet djinn. I do have a passage on the toilet djinn. I don't have either of those passages, so we'll go through the Gittin passage as well. But I have it from Berkot. So we'll get to the toilet djinn. They're quite interesting. So we have this ahistoric event happening, and then Moses says, "Is there no greeting in your city? Not people not greet each other." And it continues on. And I want to get down to Satan. Here it is. Do not read the word in the verse Boshesh, rather read it as Boroshesh. 6 hours have arrived. When Moses ascended on high, he told the Jewish people, in 40 days, at the beginning of 6 hours, I will come. After 40 days, Satan came and brought confusion to the world by means of a storm. So Satan can control the weather in the rabbinic writings here, and it was impossible to ascertain the time. So he made like clouds, because you tell the time based on the sun and the moon. Satan said to the Jews, "Where is your teacher Moses?" They said to him, "He ascended on high." He said to them, 6 hours have arrived and he has not yet come. So he's like, hey, he's past his deadline whenever he would come back. Surely he won't. So now he's lying to them like, hey, he's not coming back. And the Jews don't pay him attention. Satan said to them, Moses died, and they paid him no attention. Ultimately, he showed them an image of his deathbed and an image of Moses' corpse in a cloud. And that is what the Jewish people said to Aaron, "For this Moses, the man who brought us up out of the land of Egypt, we know not what became of him." So somehow Satan made a cloud that showed like a picture of his dead body. And that's the reason why they rebelled and did all the stuff with the cow and everything else.
That's
okay. Yeah.
How do where is the nearest synagogue? Where's it at?
Made it rain, stupid.
So, Satan was the first one who did cloud seeding. That was that was Satan.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
Yes. It depends on the sect. So like a lot of people don't take the Talmud seriously. Like a lot of the more casual Jews, they just treat the halakha as like, oh, this is how we can understand our practices, but they just ignore a lot of the Yiddish material in general. So unless it's specifically law-based, they're just going to ignore it. Then some of them take everything as literal, and that's like very few, far between. Judaism is not a monolithic faith. It's very diverse. Every single town is going to have different types of Jews in it. You would not find it's more diverse than Christianity is, I would say. So some of them probably would. I would imagine most of them would not. You just have to talk to the Jew themselves.
I think per capita, it's probably more diverse.
Yeah.
I don't, because there's definitely less of them. I don't know that they're like in terms of, well, I guess it depends on what you define as a denomination, but like in terms of minor differences, I think that the Jews got us beat. But like, I think some of the more major stuff, but whenever you say like, do Orthodox Jews believe this? Like, you got to understand that these aren't just opinions that are like stated and then left. Like a lot of this stuff is debated. and especially the legal rulings are all debated. So like whenever you see like anti-Semites like freaking Nick Fuentes or something, and he's like, oh look, the Talmud says, you know, it's nothing if you have sex with like a 3-year-old or whatever, and you're just kind of like, okay, well that's number one, that's not actually what it says, but number two, that's not the only opinion about what they're talking about. Right. So like as far as the Aggitic material goes, I think most of that is just undebated. Rabbi so and so just said this, and then they're just kind of like, all right, cool. But I think some of it, there's people who are like some rabbis try to walk some of it back. They're like, well, this actually wasn't literal.
Yeah, you do get that. So that's what I talked about. If you missed the stream I did with Ashmaze, part of his deconversion process was reading that first burrito we read about the hyena transforming into a demon. So that is the thing that like he asked his rabbi, like, hey, is this metaphorical or is this literal? And his rabbi said it's literal. So hyenas becoming demons and bats and thorns and thistles and like, or thorn and thistles, same thing, thorns and briars. That happening is literal. So who knows? Again, everyone is they're a unique creature. Believes weird, wacky things.
Literally.
Yeah. So here's a fun one. Did you know that there's demons everywhere?
You know, I could have guessed from the state of this country.
Yeah, I mean, I would actually agree that there are demons everywhere, but interestingly, the Jews have it a little bit more than I think I would state it. Like, there's probably demons around me right now, but in another burrito, it was taught that Abba Bineim, this is Benjamin, says if I was given permission to see, no creature would be able to withstand the abundance and a ubiquity of the demons and continue to live unaffected by them. So there's so many demons everywhere, it's impossible to live normally. Similarly, Abaya said, they are more numerous than we are, and they stand over us like mounds of earth surrounding a pit. So there's demons everywhere.
Wait, can you scroll back up to that really quickly?
Mm-hmm.
They are more numerous, and they stand over us like mounds of earth surrounding a pit. Okay, never mind. Continue. It sounded at first like a mound of earth on a pit, and I was like, that's not a pit. But now I understand that it's like he means like a valley or something like that, like a mound.
Right.
So, yeah.
So we have Rav Huna said each and every one of us has 1,000 demons to his left and 10,000 to his right. So whenever I'm thinking of like, I am obviously a Christian. I obviously believe in the spiritual realm. I obviously believe that there are demons that exist. I obviously believe there's probably demons around me right now. I do not believe that there's 11,000 demons in this room.
Shame. For shame. This is the authentic interpretation of the first 5 books of the Bible.
Yeah. Rabbis lacked something.
Oh, don't get me wrong. Demonology in the Christian world was in some ways just as bad. I like if you've not yeah. No, but like reading the Testament of Solomon just kind of really like showed me that wow, okay, Christians believe some of that crap too.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot of superstition.
Yeah, especially like when in early church fathers, when there was contention about stuff like the Gospel of Peter, which had some pretty wacky things going on in it, and some people like genuinely wanted it to be real. It's like, hey, the cross comes to life and talks to people in the Gospel of Peter, and so I mean there are definitely some interesting things in Christian history as well, but I don't know if that ever gets that wacky.
Nah, dude, you haven't. Have you read Augustine?
Oh.
Like some of his works on some of that stuff is crazy.
Have you read the Gospel of Peter?
Not fully, no.
Have you read the section where the angels and Jesus stretch into the heavens?
I think I may have read that part.
Okay.
So
like during the resurrection event, there's two angels that come before I think Peter and John, and they are looking down at him. Then all of a sudden they grow and stretch into the clouds.
Okay,
And there's two that are shorter and one that's bigger, and his head stretches past the clouds, and he looks down and he yells in a booming voice, "This is Jesus Christ who you killed." And it's like very obviously made up nonsense. Very entertaining to read though, if you haven't read it. Highly recommend.
Yeah.
I need to get
Is
that
that
big.
is that a Gnostic? Is that a Gnostic writing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just making sure it wasn't like Christian fanfic.
No,
because there was some of that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. See, Mick K, whoever that is. Yeah, he's onto it, bro. He did have some crazy stuff he wrote. Yeah, I have no idea, but like, oof.
McCain. Yeah, it's there's especially towards the end of his life, whenever he went a little too Jew hated.
Yeah.
So God protects you from demons that are all around you all the time. Summarizing the effects of the demons, Rabbah said, the crowding at the Kala, the gatherings for Torah study during the Yule and Adar, is from the demons. Those knees that are fatigued, even though one did not exert himself, is from the demons. Those clothes of the sages that wear out, despite the fact that they do not engage in physical labor, is from friction with the demons. Those feet that are in pain is from the demons. So if your feet hurt, it's because of demons. If your clothes wear out, even though you're not a laborer, it's from the demons. You just be like sitting and moving slightly, and that does it. But it's from the demons. If your knees are fatigued, it's from the demons. So if you get old, it's demons. There's a lot of this in better cults. A lot of strangeness.
Okay, to be fair, I'll be fair. There are plenty of Christians who think that way right now.
Yes. Yeah,
when they're they've been working a 12-hour shift and they get to hour 10 and their knees are wearing out and they're like, "Oh, those demons are getting at me." No, man, you just been working all day.
Yeah. Okay, what's with the crowding at the Kala, and why is it from the demons? Like, for what reason did they have to say it? Wasn't even like, if I showed up to a church and there was a crowding at the church, I wouldn't be like, dang it, freaking demons are back out listening to the gospel again. But like, apparently they were just like, that's too many people. There gotta be demons.
If I remember correctly, and you should probably Google this, but if I remember correctly, it's like the demons are making it harder to hear.
Oh,
so they have to get in closer to hear the Torah come out. But again, I would Google that as well. I guess I could Google it right now. Crowding of the Kala.
It also kind of sounds like the second point flows from the first one. So it's like, if you're standing outside the Kala, listening to this stuff, and your knees are getting weak, demons. Automatic demons, right? Automatic
demons. Automatic. So we also have it continuing on. While I Google this on another tab.
When someone cuts me off in the grocery aisle, demons.
Automatic demons.
It's automatically demons.
I get a splinter, automatic demons, man.
Yeah, dude, a thorn, believe it or not, turns into
actual demon. Actual demon. Yeah.
I'm gonna start wearing like a crucifix and keeping a spray bottle of holy water just when I walk around in public, so that way I could just like I could think it's demonic, I just start spraying around.
It's you gotta have multiple ones. So like one of them you gotta write knee water for when your knees wear out. The other one you gotta write ear water because you can't hear the Torah.
So there are actually prescriptions on how to interact with the demons inside the Talmud. There's like potion making that you can do to interact with them.
That's found in a lot of that. There's a lot of like demonic just like obsession from the 1st to like the 8th centuries, and there was a lot of writing on that.
Right. Also, I just realized
was not uncommon.
This is the section on the potion water that I was just mentioning. So, one who seeks to know. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say the demons reminded us of
Yeah, the demons told me. Yeah.
Yeah.
One who seeks to, it was my jinn in my ear.
Mm-hmm.
One who seeks to know that the demons exist should place fine ashes around his bed. And in the morning, the demon's footprints appear like chicken's footprints because demons have chicken feet.
Mm.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you get in Targum sheets. Don't show your foot, my guy. Okay.
Oh, my. Okay.
Oh, chicken feet on your sock. What in the world?
Yeah, I'm gonna need that spray bottle for you.
Dude, that can't be scripted. That's amazing.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't scripted. My sister got me these for like my birthday one time. They go all the way up to like my knees. They're super long socks because it's supposed to be like I have chicken legs because I'm very skinny.
Funny. Well, if you remember from Gittin that you read on stream, the reason that they were asking Solomon to show his feet was to see if he had demon feet.
Hairy.
Because they have chicken feet. Well, hairy feet or chicken feet. Those are like your two options. You can have goat feet or chicken feet. If you keep your socks on, you apparently can't tell. But so demons can wear socks? Question mark? Anyway, there's also it's ironic, like the whole idea of Ashmedai looking like Solomon and going and having sex with all of his wives and his mom, possibly, or at least like having actual sex with his wives and
definitely
soliciting Bathsheba for it. He looked entirely like Solomon except his feet. So he had like knee-high socks on, and then the rest of him was naked.
See, that just goes to prove that I'm not a demon, because why would a demon wear chicken feet socks if that's what his feet really look like?
Kind of. The harpies in the Talmud, kind of. So Lilith is described in that way, which I have something we'll look at for Lilith. The succubi are in it, and the succubi sometimes have chicken feet. You do kind of get harpies, and they have wings. So every element you need for a harpy is in the Talmud.
So is that where Lilith comes from? Is the Babylonian Talmud?
Jews? Yeah. Well, I think it might predate it, but she is mentioned multiple times in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there are so many times I have to like go to bat with people on that, where I'm like, Lilith was not in the biblical narrative. And then they're like, no, she was. I was like, I promise you, I don't know where that comes from, but that's not from the Bible. So
I've never heard that.
Sense.
I've never heard someone make that argument, Horis or harpies. So in the Quran, the Horis are sometimes described as protected jewels like an ostrich feather or like an ostrich egg. So they have the color of an ostrich egg, and they are guarded by feathers. Now you can make the case that the feather guarding is to like, hey, they're shielded from dust, they're like spotless and clean. Or you can make a case that they're literally feathered humans, or like they're bird women that you have intercourse with in paradise.
I'm good. Yeah, no, I'm good. We can avoid that.
So yes, there is a way to prevent demons from coming. Don't do things in pairs. Do everything in odds. So you wipe your butt in odd numbers, walk and enter rooms different ways, do your shoes differently. Like there's lots of ways you can avoid demons, and the Quran or Talmud talks about a lot.
Is that the whole reason why Muhammad was so obsessed with that crap?
Yes.
That's insane. Thank you for clearing that up. Funny. Because that's one of the things that the Quran is, well, I mean, not necessarily specifically the Quran, but like Islamic literature is extremely obsessed with like, I see, Andrew, my camera does the same thing even when I'm up here at my own computer. So I don't know why.
It's the jinn.
Yeah, you're right. It's Jibreel.
You have camera jinn.
Yeah. So I got to do things in odd, quick. 3.
Wait. So to avoid them, you do them in odd numbers, you said.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you pray 5 times a day.
Or well, the Jews pray 3 times a day.
The Muslims also only pray 3 times a day if they're Quran only.
Correct, because the Quran only has 3 daily prayers because they copied it from the Jews.
Yes.
The Zoroastrians are to the 5 daily prayers. That's where that comes from.
Oh, okay. I did not know that.
Yeah. I as I've been reading the Hadith, this is terrible, but at work, when I've been in a non-strenuous position at work, I've just been like on like Sunnah, the app, and I'm just like reading through different hadiths as I'm just sitting there waiting for something to do. And I love how I saw like every time Muhammad mentions that there's like 4 things you have to do, and then he'll say in a different hadith to a different person, okay, but there's 5 things you have to do. Okay, there's 3 things you have to do to be a Muslim. He's never consistent to each person about what they actually have to do. Because like one person, he said, okay, you also have to give a portion of what you earn to this person. But he never laid that out in any of the other hadiths up to that point. That was specific to that person. He said, for you to be a Muslim, you have to give extra.
It's extortion, Andrew.
Yeah.
So you probably have not gone here in Bukhara yet, but this is my favorite hadith. And it's original to Muhammad. This is not from the rabbis. I have not been able to find this. I have looked for it. So the 2 things I wanted to find was leather straps or the eyes or the leather straps of the anus.
Mm-hmm.
And this story, I wanted to find it so bad, but I cannot find it. I think Muhammad came up with it. So Allah's messenger said, the prophet Moses was a shy person and used to cover his body completely because of his extensive shyness. One of the children of Israel hurt him by saying he covers his body in this way only because of some defect in his skin, either leprosy or a scrotal hernia. Like his testicles are messed up. Or he has some other defect. Allah wished to clear Moses of what they said about him. So one day while Moses was in seclusion, he took off his clothes and put them on a stone and started taking a bath. When he had finished the bath and moved towards his clothes so as to take them, but the stone took his clothes and fled, Moses picked up his stick and ran after the stone, saying, "O stone, give me my garment," till he reached a group of Bani Israel, so the children of Israel, who saw him naked and found him to be the best of what Allah had created. And Allah cleared him of what they accused him of. The stone stopped there, and Moses took and put his garment on and started hitting the stone with his stick. By Allah, the stone was still has some traces of the hitting, 3, 4, or 5 marks. This is what Allah refers to in his saying, "O you who believed, be you not like those who annoy Moses," but Allah proved his innocence of that which they alleged, and he was honorable in Allah's sight. Surah 33.
That's even better.
I think I want to be a hadith onlyist. I think the hadith every time they're so fun. Reading the Quran has not been nearly as fun as reading the hadith.
Have you read the hadith about the miswak?
No.
Oh man.
I just read one that implies that Muhammad was white.
Yeah. Oh, there's plenty of those.
This white man, Muhammad.
It says he has a white belly, he has a white face, white forearm. Mm-hmm. But anyways, so you see in the Bible, we have Naaman dipping in the river, bathing himself 7 times to be cleaned of leprosy. Not so in Islam. Naked Moses running around from the bath, hitting the freaking rock. Allah, subhanahu wa ta'ala. What am I supposed to say? This is the religion of peace and love and truth.
Okay, so this is the Miswak hadith. So, Ibn Khalkan related regarding what had been conveyed about what Sheikh Qutb al-Din al-Umlani had written down. He said, it came to our awareness that there was a man called Abu Salama from the region of Busra, who was a reckless joker. The teeth cleaning stick, a miswak, and its merits were mentioned to him, and he said, I swear by Allah, I don't use a miswak except in the exit. He meant his rear end, and he took a miswak and put it in his exit, and then it took it out. After this, he remained for 9 months, and then delivered a child that looked like a rat having 4 limbs. The head like the head of a fish, the rear end like the rear end of a rabbit, and when he delivered it, the animal shrieked 3 times. The man's daughter got up and smashed its head, and it died. And the man lived 2 days after his delivery and died on the 3rd day, saying, this animal killed me and ripped up my intestines. Interestingly, guess whose miswak this is in other hadiths?
Whose?
Muhammad. So to insult Muhammad, he takes his toothbrush, shoves it in his butt. He gets pregnant from it. So one of Muhammad's only identified children is from this man. So he got a man pregnant, and then the man delivered, and it was a fish rat rabbit hybrid that ripped him up, and he died. And then his daughter, so she killed her sibling. His daughter killed her sibling, this deformed creature thing, and he dies on the third day. This is to show that Muhammad was holy, that his stick, his toothbrush, is so holy that even if you were to insert it in your rear, it would make you pregnant. This is Ibn Kathir, by the way.
Mashallah. What on God's green earth?
Hold on. So how okay. And they don't like this is not like this isn't did they say this is a valid hadith?
This is a hadith.
I know it's Kathir. I see that it's Kathir. I see that.
Kathir, it's not. He's not as authoritative of a hadith transmitter than like Bukhari or Muslim.
No, he's not. But it would still at least.
But this
be
is still a.
Like, it's tradition.
That's one of the things I need you to understand. Let's say that this is completely inauthentic. Whatever. Most of the hadith are completely inauthentic. 99.9% of them are inauthentic. Let's say that this is part of the 99%. Somebody made this crap up, dude. Who in their right mind? Like, I've seen some pretty wild comic books, bro. I ain't never seen nobody put no toothbrush up booty hole. Like, that's mashallah.
They
Abdullah
thought
Malik?
That made Muhammad look better. Something about that was like, look how holy
the
Muhammad is.
The problem is, Muhammad gonna use that toothbrush after it goes up there too.
Oh yeah, let me. So it's all sunnah2.com. Do not go on this website unless you don't have children around. It is very explicit, and they don't really hide things. If you search certain words, you're gonna find stuff you wish you had never read.
Wait, so is this like a parody? Is it like a parody website?
No, it is a website run by Christians. It is an Islamic repository of beliefs and books. And I probably shouldn't be doing this, but short and sweet. Wherever the prophet urinated, he would spread his legs wide open until people felt sorry for him.
What?
So you can do like drinking games with this. I don't drink, but if you do drink, you can do like drinking games with trying. Again, like, I probably shouldn't be doing this. Wars to see, just run through some. If anyone wants another religion besides Islam, he will not be allowed to have it. This Quran, so it has random things from Quran, it has from Sharia, it has it from Hadith and Sunnah, like the Sirah. Anyone who lets out a grunt while they're having sex should say for takbir. So Allahu Akbar. This is again Abdullah Malik. So, yeah, have fun. Do it responsibly. Don't do it around children. But we get in Adin Abdullah Malik from Ali ibn Abi Talib, who said 3 things have been given to the prophets: perfuming themselves, the teeth cleaning stick, the miswak, and an abundance of sex. Now, mind you, this is Nabiyum. It's prophets, not prophet.
So would this be claiming all prior prophets were given these things?
Apparently, which would also indicate that Jesus did.
So we got myrrh and spikenard, the toothbrush, Colgate, if you want to be specific, and Trojan. I love it.
So miswaks are actually pretty neat looking. They're like little roots that you cut into. The people still use them today. Like my editor, he's a Syrian.
These, actually,
people still use them. So this is the stick that he shoved up his butt and became pregnant with.
So what is it? Yeah. What?
Yeah. Anyway, those are 2 of my favorite hadiths. Don't they also say pee sitting down? I guess. So this comes from the rabbis, but yes.
Oh, that's not the only reason they agree with the letter, folks. Have you heard of one Al-Zut?
You have to sit down.
Extra protein in that desert dog.
No, nah, you're wild for that. Don't come around here again. Get out of here. No.
Oh man.
It's
No, stop.
so going back into the rabbis, now
Yes,
that we've done a
please.
little diatribe into Islam. So like making fun of the Talmudic material, the Midrashic material today, we got to remember that none of it is as dumb as the Islamic material that you can pull from. There's some stuff that is, but a lot of it is not. So we have demons have chicken feet. And it's like the whole idea of like if you're a werewolf, do ash around your bed to see if you have like wolf prints come out of it. Same thing with chickens for demons. One who seeks to see them should take the afterbirth of a firstborn female black cat, born to a firstborn female black cat, burn it in the fire, grind it, and place it in his eyes, and he will see them. So this is the magic potion I was talking about earlier to be able to see demons. If you want to see a demon, you just take the afterbirth of a firstborn black cat, burn it, grind it, and place it in your eyes. And then you will be able to see the demons. So the whole idea of like black cats and witchcraft and sorcery and all that stuff, it goes back really, really, really far time. Really, 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 really long time ago. But you get the superstition of the Jews with black cats, with chicken feet, with demons being around you all the time.
This implies that the Jews were like sitting around waiting for like black cats to have children, you know. They were just like all right, oh yes, did you breed your black cat? I want to see some demons, you know, like what?
Yeah, there is some like legitimate witchcraft in the Jewish sources. You get the same thing with some of the apocryphal books too, in my opinion, with like Tobit.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Bucky, hush.
Bucky, for those of you who don't know, is also a black lab. So we got two black labs against
nice.
You know, Chris's. So.
Yeah, she's currently yelling outside.
So, okay, quick question. Was any of like the medieval Christian I would say where you get some of the wackiest stuff. Hold on.
She had to go and
free her.
She was eating the freaking bed.
Free her. Oh, that poor baby.
She's just fine.
She just so she kind of peed on my bed earlier, and I had to take all the sheets and stuff off. So now it's just kind of in limbo, and she started eating the. Oh my goodness! Look at precious dog.
Oh, my camera's mounted. I don't want to.
Mine is too.
Bucky, come here.
No.
That's
down? So precious.
No, you're gonna stay? Oh no, you can get down.
Come here. Oh, good boy.
Oh, do you want back up?
Oh, look at him. Okay. He's so precious.
dog moment.
Yeah. So
Very haram is correct.
Yes.
So I have a question. How much
you both have black dogs anyway?
It's to protect us from Jabril.
To protect you from the angels, yeah.
So how much of like the medieval period of Christianity, where I would say that's probably where you get some of the wackiest Christian ideas and you start to see like, you know, they also had a hatred for black cats. Was any of that inspired by these Jewish writings? Well, or does that surface separately?
A lot of these motifs date before the Jews. The Jews are not just inventing this stuff. They're writing from the beliefs of the Babylonians and from the Greeks. So a lot of the medieval Christianity is going to be both influenced by the Babylonians and the Persians and the Greeks and Romans and the Jews. But it's hard to get, you would have to find a belief in who was saying it and then trace it back through that person, because a lot of these beliefs are going to be widespread. You might be able to make a case that it's coming from the Talmud itself, but that would be harder to prove. It's way easier to find the impressions between the Quran and the Talmud because it's almost word for a lot of it, and because he's quoting the Jews explicitly. He's like, "Hey, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews." He mentions them over 1,000 times. So the context of the Quran is the Jewish writings. The context of the Christian writings could be anything.
Okay,
so
fair.
Yeah,
fair.
You have to go through it specifically. But back to the the black cat burning to see demons. Now, to be fair, the Jews are not burning the cat itself, just the placenta, just the afterbirth. He must place the ashes in an iron tube sealed with an iron seal, lest the demons steal it from him, and the seal be opening so it will not be harmed. Rav Bavai Barabai performed this procedure, saw the demons, and was harmed. The sages prayed for mercy on his behalf, and he was healed. So was he harmed because he rubbed ash in his eyes? Or was he harmed because this is a made-up story?
I'd like
or
to
was he
believe,
harmed because he was actually like engaging with demons and the demons were interacting with him?
I'd like to believe that he was harmed because of the sheer amount of effort it takes to find a literal firstborn black cat and another literal, like, I don't know. How are you supposed to keep track of that? I don't know.
And you have to check if they're female too.
Yeah,
Do you know how hard it is to check
third,
cat genitalia in general, let alone infant cat genitalia?
you have to get like a third generation black cat because you got to find a black cat, but you don't know if that's a firstborn. So then you got to have that cat bred, and then you find that cat's firstborn, and you have to have that cat bred to find that cat's firstborn. So yeah, yes, yeah. I definitely think the ash in the eyes didn't help.
Yeah. These folks make me feel smarter. It's pretty funny. The
Well,
crazy
Chase,
thing, they. God.
I was gonna say, Chase, have you tried? Do you know?
Well, I haven't tried.
You don't know till you try it.
Yeah,
I mean,
you have no idea.
I've seen.
You don't know if
plenty of
bleach is going to
demons.
kill you.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of demons in my day. I mean, albeit not like physically. I've seen people with them, but like, what?
Yeah, so you can see demons. Then you can pray for it and you can be healed. So there is a lot of really weird stuff. I think it diatribes from here off of the demon stuff into a different topic. I'm just gonna check real quick. But you have demons all around you. They have chicken feet. You can interact with them. You can see them if you burn cat placenta. Rub it in your eyes if it's sealed in a glass tube so that the demons don't steal it. Yeah, it looks like it ends there. So there's that.
There's a good question in the chat from Moo Cow. Yeah.
So they don't believe in a Satan. Interestingly, the word is shaitan for the demons in general. If he's saying that Jews in general don't, and that they never have, that's ahistorical. That is not the case. If he's saying that he doesn't, or that they don't, because you said friends, not friend, then that is also not the case. Like Satan, I brought up earlier on the stream that Satan explicitly is the one that does things. I think I have one or two other passages on Satan. Yeah. So one should not say, if ruin falls me, so as not to open his mouth to Satan and provoke him, as Rabbi Ben Lakish said in his Tana Brita in the name of Rabbi Yossi. One should never open his mouth to Satan by raising at his own initiative the possibility of mishap or death. You do have Satan explicitly, like that name and him being both Satan and Samael explicitly in the Jewish writings very early on. Also, the Jews wrote the Old Testament, and they do view like the Prince of Tyre being Satan. So
I was gonna say, when it comes to like the Old Testament understanding of Satan, if you've got some pretty nominal Jewish friends who have a pretty like light understanding of the Old Testament, they'll probably use an argument that the name Satan does not appear in the way it appears in the New Testament, as there's not the same understanding of hell in the Old Testament as there is in the New Testament. But just like what Chris said, there's so many times, just like the Prince of Salem, or not Salem, sorry, they're opposing. No, what was oh my gosh, it gets burned later. Whatever. There are two places. It's Sodom.
Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure when it's talking about Melchizedek and the king of Salem, and then there's the king of Sodom, and the king of Sodom offers Abraham all of these things, and a lot of people make imagery to that being Satan as well. And so I think there's a ton of imagery of Satan as like a ruler of these these kingdoms, and so it's there. It's just not as explicit.
Well,
then you do have, I guess the question is, because I think some people would argue if you take the terms that are used Satan in the Old Testament, that's what I was about to say.
Right.
So like in Job, is the Satan who is in the heavenly court, is that actually like the literal figure Satan, or
like Lucifer?
Is that a Satan? Is that an accuser of Job?
Right.
Or is that actually Lucifer?
Right.
And so, I mean, some things I guess are up for debate, but I mean, I would say that was probably actually Satan. But
I just think that people like the idea of Occam's razor is very helpful in the situation to me, because it's like, okay, you could say that you change your interpretation of this essentially name / title everywhere you go, and you'd be like, well, it's more than one, it's one, it's different. Or you could just say, well, it seems like it's referring to the same person with a very similar set of characteristics, who is an accuser who like, you know, does bad things. So you're like, I think the least amount of assumptions kind of goes to Lucifer, Satan, the devil, personally. But
I'll be right back. I have to do something real quick.
Okay.
Jabril.
We have some comments that made me laugh really hard. This reminds me of the Chris Rock bullet control stand-up. I might get an extra job and a second mortgage, and then you're dead. Like all this stuff. Also, I'll gather a crew to hunt for black cats in their afterbirth.
Yes.
Don't knock it if you try it. No, don't knock it until you try it, my friend.
So wait, do you think that that's like, do we have to use an odd number of toilet paper squares now?
Well, you're supposed to wipe an odd number of times. They didn't have toilet paper.
No, but they did have rocks, and you're supposed to use an odd number of rocks.
Odd number of rocks.
Yeah.
So you'd have to use an odd number of toilet paper squares.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that wasn't even invented till like the 1800s. So like people before then were just using like toilet paper, and they didn't even know. They were all demon possessed.
Yeah.
Right.
It's pretty weird. Just going through if there's any other comments. Do Jews believe the Messiah and perform an exorcism? Like, do they believe Jesus about demons, or are they going to perform an exorcism based on that? They do have a lot of talk of how to deal with demons, and it's mostly just say certain blessings, and God Himself will help you. So it's not you taking authority to cast out demons, because they don't think we necessarily have that authority. It's more so you have to do set prayers and specific. Like I'll show up at a different place where, like, if you go into a bathhouse, you have to say a specific prayer when you go into the bathhouse, and whenever you leave the bathhouse, you have to say a different specific prayer about a bathhouse to God. If you don't do that, then you're going to be killed by demons or drowned or strangled or any of that type of stuff. So they do have these like superstitious beliefs about how you are to interact with the demons, and it does involve what you could call an exorcism, but it's mostly just prayers and trusting God that it's going to be taken care of. Like they're overly superstitious about it.
I think if you're talking about like a prophecy of the Messiah performing an exorcism, I don't think that there ever was one in the Old Testament. But what I can say is that in terms of exorcism, that was in the way that it was done by the Lord Jesus was essentially like original. There's not a whole lot of from my understanding, there's not a whole lot of laying on of hands or even not laying on of hands, just casting an actual demon out before that. I mean, maybe in the Jewish sources there might be something, but obviously, I mean, if you're not like if you weren't a believer in Yahweh or anything like that, you couldn't have cast out demons. And so I don't think I think that was pretty original to the Lord Jesus, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. No, the casting out of demons was part of the messianic prophecy or the messianic miracles that he would be doing.
Where's that at?
Specifically? I think it's in Isaiah 11.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I vaguely recall it being in Isaiah, but that's part of his proof. That's part of his authority is that he can cast out demons. That's what makes him unique. He can heal the leper. He can heal the blind. He can cast out demons. Yeah. So for Mukau, Satan is served as so this is actually part of the Islamic connection because in some of the surahs, Satan is like a legitimate servant of God who is doing these things to tempt people. And in other sections, he is this like deviant, rebellious person. The same thing happens in the Jewish sources. So you get Satan or Samael or the evil inclination being what causes people to sin, but it is to allow people to overcome their challenges in character. But you also have other Jews. So like it depends on the rabbi that you're talking to. At least for the sources, as modern day Jews, they view it very differently because they have more like there's a lot of secular Jews who are like religiously Jewish but don't believe angels or demons exist. So you have a wide range of beliefs. It's pretty hard. You have to ask that specific Jew, hey, what are your beliefs about this? Why? How do they line up with other Jews? Yeah.
So there are definitely prophecies that support the idea. Hang on. What was casting out demons? So I think what you're looking for in Isaiah is Isaiah 42:7. Let me go there real quick. Isaiah. I love Blue Letter Bible, but its UI is maybe a little less than helpful. Isaiah 42:7. It says to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prison, and them that sit in darkness out of the prison house. But in terms of like specifically saying casting out demons, there's one in Zechariah 13. And it definitely has that idea, but Zechariah 13 verses 1-7 says, and it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Lord of hosts, that I will cut off the names of the idols from the land, and they shall no more be remembered. And also I will cause the prophets and the unclean spirit to pass out of the land. So it definitely has the idea of casting out demons, but it looks more like cleansing the land of a different kind of, I mean, a demonic, but a different kind of spirit, like the spirit of, here, let me, what it says here. Yeah, the unclean spirit to pass out of the land. So, I mean you can definitely argue that.
It's exegeted by early Christians that was part of his sign as a Messiah. So you do have the understanding that was part of the prophecy that he would be doing it.
But I am interested to see what the Jews say about that, all those passages, because I mean, if I were a Jew, I would definitely be interpreting it differently, just because I mean, you have to get away from Jesus. You really do. Like, I'm legitimately serious. They like Jewish reading plans literally skip over Isaiah 53.
Right.
So it's like,
I mean, yeah, they don't really like doing through all that stuff, but
no.
okay. So ruins. So there's this belief in the Talmud that demons hide in dark places and creepy places. So the sages taught for 3 reasons one may not enter a ruin: because of suspicion of prostitution, because the ruin is liable to collapse, and because of demons. 3 separate reasons seem extraneous. So the Gemara asks, why was that the reason because of suspicion necessary? The salaka be derived because of collapse, whatnot. So we have the random and let the salaka be derived from because of demons. Demons are only a threat to individuals, so because of demons would not apply to a case where 2 people enter a ruin together. But if there are 2 people entering a ruin together, then there's no suspicion either. There's no prohibition against 2 men to be alone with a woman, as in that case, there's no suspicion of untoward behavior. Consequently, if 2 men enter a ruin together, there is no room for suspicion because you wouldn't expect them to be homosexuals. The Gemara answers, if 2 individuals known to be immoral enter together, there's suspicion even if there are 2 of them. So, hey, if they are homosexuals, then it's suspicious. So, you can't enter into demon territory unless you have multiple people, because demons are scared of multiple people. They only attack you if you're alone. So the whole being alone at night in a secluded place is scary because of demons, specifically.
Definitely not because of separation anxiety or like any of those things.
Right. Yeah. So demons like trap
It's
houses,
demons.
yeah.
But I'm in the trap though. Pot so big, call it Super Bowl. Anyways, what?
Yeah.
What do you mean they like trap houses? I don't know. Usually they have lots of people.
Yeah, so you can't go into caves, you can't go into ruins, you can't go into cemeteries. So the whole idea of entering a cemetery at night is very prohibited, and you get the same thing in Islam, because of like the grave torture.
The grave torture, yeah. Is that in Judaism at all?
I have not gone that deep into that topic. I think you could possibly make a vague connection to it, because it does talk about demons in the cemeteries at night. Maybe. I have not done a deep dive to say confidently one way or the other on that topic yet. That's on my to-do list. I have like 50 things on my to-do list that I have not gotten time to go through yet. So hopefully that'd be fun.
Yeah.
There are times when this reason is necessary, i.e. when 2 abstaining individuals enter a ruin together, although there's neither concern of suspicion nor of demons, there remains concern lest the ruin collapse. The Gemara considers the 3rd reason because of demons. Why is it necessary to include because of demons? Let the prohibition be derived from suspicion and collapse. The Gemara responds, there are cases where this is only concerned, for example, where it is a new ruin in which 2 abstaining, a new ruin.
What? I love how the new one is actually in the text.
Yeah, it's literally just new.
It is supposed to be
new too. Yeah, it's literally supposed to be new. Where a new ruin into which the 2 abstaining individuals enter, so there is neither concern lest it collapse nor of suspicion. The Gemara points out, however, if there are 2 people, there is also no concern of demons. As such, the question remains, in what case can demons be the sole cause not to enter a ruin? The Gemara responds, generally speaking, 2 individuals need not be concerned about demons, but if they are in their place, i.e. a place known to be haunted by demons, we are concerned about demons even when with 2 people. If you wish, say instead, actually this refers to the case of an individual entering a new ruin located in a field. There is no suspicion, as finding a woman in the field is uncommon. So you can't be like accused of rape or adultery or fornication. And since it is a new ruin, there is no danger of collapse. However, there is still concern of demons. The sages taught in a Tofsta, the night is comprised of 4 watches. This is the statement of Rabbi Yehuda Nahanasi. So this is Judah the Prince. So this is like the guy. If you see anything from this dude, this is the dude. This is the dude who put together the Mishnah. Rabbi Natan said the night is comprised of 3 watches. And then it continues on and it goes through back and forth.
So Isnad chain is also very Jewish. Good to know.
It originates from the Jews. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Isnad is, so they actually have an Isnad that's the longest Isnad there is. Let me bring up that exact passage. It's in my full slide deck. It's really, really funny. as my computer dies. There it goes. Should probably close logos.
Dang it. Our buddy studies in religion could not find rocks stealing Moses's garments.
I can't find it either. It's really, really sad. That would make me so happy if we could find it.
What if it's an ancient Christian source? Even better.
I searched in all of the religions and I didn't find it. So if you can find it, that would be awesome. All right. So we have this transmission here. In Machat, I'll bring this up, but there's a longer one past this too. So for the Isnad chain, consider this. Most Isnad chains in the Hadith is like 2 to 4 people, right? And like a 4-person Isnad is like really good or like really strong for how like detailed it is. Here we have the Gemara answers. Rabbi Hanan holds in accordance with that which was cited in his name, as Rav Idi Bar Avan says that Rav Amran says that Rab Yechas says that Rab Yohanan says that Rab Yehuda says in the name of Rabbi Hosi Hagiliel.
So from this guy, who told this guy, who told this guy, who told this guy, who told this guy's
all
cousin?
rabbis.
7 names. Yeah, 7 names. Yeah. And it goes into the flogging for the violations of the Torah. That is not even the longest. Guess how long the longest Isnad chain is in the Talmud?
40.
41.
I'm on point.
It's the Isnad from Moses to Judah the Prince.
That's only 40?
That's only 40 generations, yeah.
Okay, I love how it is. They made an effort to make it the longest one, but they kind of, apparently some of them had children when they were like 120.
Yeah. I can't call it an Isnad chain, but chain of narration from Moses to Judah the Prince. I think I'll bring this up. Yeah. So here is the list of people. So you have Moses all the way down to Judah. Although no, that's actually past that point.
That's yeah.
Yeah. So here's Judah the Prince. So from all of these, that's 40. Whenever you count them out.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, between. Yep.
Yeah. So you have a long, long chain of the Isnad from the different people. It's pretty funny. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. I've written it out before, and I'll have it in the book. But we have an insanely long Isnad chain. We have a bunch of these all throughout the Talmud. So yeah, the Jews just entirely, or the Muhammad and the Muslims stole the idea of an Isnad from the Jews. Pretty amazing. Maybe newly discovered ruin. No, it means literally a new ruin.
I mean, ruin, if it means ruin in a general sense, like the ruin of a person, then it could be graveyard. I can understand that. But like, I don't know what you mean by ruin.
This is in response to him not being able to find the Moses stone clothes story. The AI have been corrupted. Don't you see? Yeah. The Isnad. Yeah. It is crazy. How can they ever question our sources?
I can see now why the Lord would be so upset with how far things had gone in a direction of idolatry within the Jewish sources.
Yeah, you also get that their view on abrogation is that they have the authority to change the Torah.
Mm-hmm.
In the rabbinic writing. So abrogation itself, the idea of abrogation comes from the Jews too. So Muhammad didn't come up with that. That's not a way to fix his theology that's broken. The Jews do it. So he's copying their broken theology into his own. So I'd say Jews. I always mean rabbis in this context. I don't mean Jewish people. I don't mean the Jewish faith. I mean the rabbis of the, 100 to 700 AD time period.
Right.
So when you say that, is there any evidence they actually did change the Torah?
No. The Dead Sea Scrolls are the same.
Yeah. So
okay. So you're just saying that they believed that they had the authority to do so.
Right. So if we just pull that up real quick.
But just think, so like when it comes to the writing of the Torah, yeah, they might have believed that they could have changed some of the things in it. But as soon as a rabbi even suggests to change the writing of the Torah, I have no doubt that that dude would have been killed.
So, yes, the actual text itself, they will never change. They don't change.
Right. Yeah.
But they do change the meaning and what is actually being applied.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, I bet. No, I bet that. But I'm saying, like, the text is one of the most important things to them. So much like they wash their hands 4 times after writing the word Yahweh.
They don't actually touch it. They have a little stick hand that reads for them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not saying that they alter the text with their hands the way that Muhammad says that they do. I'm saying that the way that they viewed their own authority, as we'll read here in a second, is very bad. So the Talmud contains the following. This is the Jewish Encyclopedia on Abrogation of Laws. The Talmud contains the following maxims by which the religious authorities of various periods were guided in abrogating certain laws. The abrogation of a law is sometimes equivalent to the maintenance of the law. That is to say, or that is, to set a law aside is sometimes as materious as to establish it. This is from Menacholtz 1999b. It is better that a single law be uprooted than the whole Torah be forgotten. There are times where the duty of working for the glory of God requires the abolition of a law. The court may, under circumstances, decree to uproot a positive law of the Bible. In citing some examples of suspension and of abrogation of Mosaic laws in different periods, one may be recorded from the Bible, according to 1 Kings. The prophet Elijah offered a sacrifice upon the altar erected at Mount Carmel. This was in contravention of the law in Deuteronomy, which forbade the offering of sacrifices outside the central sanctuary. The rabbis defend the act of the prophet on the ground that it was a temporary measure necessitated by the circumstances. So you do have another phrase that also exists, is the abrogation of the Torah is the foundation of it. So they had this view of you need to continually update and change how you're interacting with the law and how you're following it in order to maintain Torah. But the way that they're talking about Torah is it's not just the book, it's the whole lifestyle. Which there's this thing I was going to pull up with it's in their cult. It's in this section. Yeah, we'll get to that. Of what is Torah and what's not Torah. They kind of identify it for us a little bit.
I'm gonna have to hop off. I have hit my time limit set by my wife. But I wanted to say I do think stuff like this is so interesting because I don't know. Do either of you know the YouTube channel Religion for Breakfast?
I've seen one of their videos.
Okay, so he doesn't just do Christianity, but he's pretty unbiased, and he just does a lot of like historical information on different views and different religions. One time he was giving information. I think the video was literally called like, "Did Yahweh have a wife?" And I find that so interesting because like the whole video was talking about how there were manuscripts found from that people believed that Yahweh was married to
Asherah.
To Asherah. Thank you. And it was sad seeing in the comments people using that against Christianity. And I obviously had no platform at the time, so I couldn't like try and say anything to defend it. But I was immediately taken to Jeremiah, where it is confirmed there that they did think Yahweh had a wife because they were establishing the Asherah poles in the temple. They were unifying the two, and they were calling her the Queen of Heaven, and that she was Yahweh's wife. And God was not happy. God was very not happy. So I think stuff like this when you like, it gives you that deeper insight to make those connections to what the Bible, like what God was actually upset about. When you see the actions that people were taking in the Talmud, when you see that there is decent evidence that these things were happening, but they were not people try to use it as evidence against Christianity, but in actuality, you can find passages in the Bible that are confirming some of these things, and it's God being very upset that this is happening. God did not like that the people were doing these things. So,
yep.
I don't know where Chris just went.
Jabril got him.
Oh, dang it. Well, I don't want to leave you alone, Chase, so I'll hang out until he gets back.
Yeah, well, I'm not alone. I always got my dog. If she would just not chew on the freaking pad, she could be right up here. And the reason why I even... What?
Sorry, do you have authority to like call up a comment?
No, I can't do that. No.
Okay. Gabriel asked, why do Muslims say Paul corrupted Christianity?
He's back.
Oh, sorry. I had to pee real bad, so
no,
I decided I would take that time rather than leave Chase by himself.
Yeah. Real quick before I go, I think this is a good question to answer. Do you see Gabriel asked, why do Muslims say Paul corrupted Christianity?
Oh, yes. Do you want to take a shot at that?
Yeah, I mean, I think the easiest answer is because Paul contradicts Islam entirely. Yeah. So like the only answer they have is that he corrupted Christianity, because if you don't use that, then you have no foot to stand on. Then besides that, it's mostly because of biblical illiteracy that they don't think Paul teaches the same message. And so because they don't think Paul teaches the same message, they try and fight that he changed everything. But it's really just a misunderstanding. It's a lack of understanding of what the Bible was leading to.
Yeah. Paul Ash Mays just did a great video on that, on did Paul change Christianity, or like the early rabbis agree with Paul. A lot of the teachings that Paul had of the covenant's going to end, the new covenant will come, the Sabbath laws will end, like keeping Torah will end. A lot of that is in the rabbinic writings of what's going to happen when the Messiah comes. So you get a lot of Paul's Christianity in the rabbis' writings. It's a good thing to remember.
The problem is that most Jews will say, well, they didn't agree that the Messiah would have two comings like you Christians do. Like they were under the impression that it was going to be either two different Messiahs or the same Messiah doing them both in some like succinct, like legitimate, what's the word? Sequential fashion. Like it would happen and then he would take over. But that's not what happened. Rabbis got mad, and then they started writing essentially anti-Christian polemics as their interpretations.
Yeah. My biggest thing too, especially right now with a lot of like progressive Christianity trying to alienate Paul. And if you deny Paul, we and Chase have gone over this before. You have to then cut out Peter and his letters, and then that would also, by extension, get rid of the Gospel of Mark, because because Peter says that Paul is a valid apostle or a valid teacher, and that we should be listening to him. I'm pretty sure John also affirms Paul. So you now have to, so you'd have to get rid of Luke, you have to get rid of Acts, because Acts is written by Luke, get rid of 1st and 2nd Peter, get rid of Mark, get rid of 1st, 2nd, 3rd John, Revelation, and John, get rid of all of Paul's epistles. And so just off the top of my head, you're basically left with the New Testament being Matthew, and then Jude, James,
Hebrews,
and that's it. Hebrews.
That was Paul.
I don't. I mean, that's a debate. Yeah.
My favorite thing I've read from Eusebius so far was talking about how one of John's sermons, when he was asked about Hebrews and in its authorship, and he apparently John claimed it, in essence, it reads like Paul, but it's a lot nicer than Paul. And so He thought that Paul probably recited these things, but one of his students wrote it. And so they wrote it nicer than he said it.
Yeah. Well, Hebrews is really interesting because the quality of the Greek is so much higher than the rest of the New Testament.
Indeed.
Like it's like advanced level Greek writing.
Yeah.
And it's more advanced than what Paul's writings typically are. So if he was the author of Hebrews, that's like his magnum opus in terms of writing quality. So either he wrote it and he like really tried hard, or someone else wrote it and they were just better at writing than Paul was.
Well, we know that that dictation and stuff was not uncommon in the early church, right? Peter's dictation to Mark.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
I think obviously that's very apparent. Like Mark is not a Greek scholar. That Buddy was just like, and then this happened, and immediately this happened, and then this happened again. You know, it was just kind of like, but like Luke's caliber of Greek much higher. He, so the Lord. There's different schools of thought when it comes to inspiration, but like divine dictation is not one outside of the Old Testament that I like. There are definitely passages in the Old Testament. It's like, okay, yeah, that's obviously divine dictation, but like, it's not exactly New Testament. I don't think that that's what happened.
Yeah.
You know what? That would actually make way more sense if what John was explaining because he used the word crude, and I just interpreted crude in like the way his descriptions and the way he talks to people, and that like crude in nature. But if he's actually using crude in the sense of his style and writing, because the Greek was more refined, that would actually make a lot more sense. So,
but
yeah. Anyways,
I mean, I guess Paul wouldn't exactly have learned Greek from Gamaliel.
He might have. I mean, he was a Roman citizen, so he probably would have known Greek.
No, but
Latin.
Like at a scholarly level, like
right.
That was not his study.
No, it would have been Hebrew and Aramaic. Yeah.
Well, all right, guys.
So,
have fun with the rest of your conversation. This has been great.
Yeah.
And I'll see y'all. I actually was able to be off on Friday night, so I will see y'all for the recording on Friday.
Awesome.
All right.
Yes.
See you guys.
For those who don't know, I'll be on their channel soon. We're recording Friday on the Talmudic Dilemma.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be sick. All right. See ya.
Peace out.
Right, see ya. So for Gabriel, Gabriel, not Gabriel. Yes, he is mentioned as a Rasul even. So Paul is called Bulus in the Islamic writings. There is a surah that talks about how there are 2 messengers sent to Antioch, and then they were supplemented with a third. The hadith or the tafsir very early on is that third was Paul. The first 2 are John and Peter, and then Paul. So John, Peter, and Paul, their writings are writings of Rasul according to early Islam. Now they immediately go against that, because if you read the writings, like if you read John, like the Gospel of John, even though Ibn Ishaq quotes the Gospel of John, you have John declaring Christ as God. You have Paul declaring Christ as God. You have Peter declaring Christ as God. You have every author of the New Testament calling Jesus Yahweh. And with Kyrios, they use Kyrios by quoting a Old Testament passage where Kyrios is Yahweh in the original, but it's and they're quoting from the Septuagint. So you have all 3 of those guys calling Jesus God, being Rasul according to the Quran and according to the Tafsir. And it wasn't until way later that they like started reading the Christian sources, like, hey, we can't actually affirm this because it contradicts our belief system. So you either run into the texts were corrupted and they actually are Rasul, or they're not actually Rasul, and that's a weak hadith.
I would just like for you to know that I'm just now realizing that I put Adam Seeker's links in the description for our live stream and not yours. Let me go ahead and fix that.
That's
real
funny.
Quickly.
That's fine. Now go sub to Adam for those who don't know him. He's cool.
I love Adam. Please sub to Adam.
If you somehow got here from Adam's stream, sub to me.
Yeah.
The Quran sure does shoot Islam in the foot. Yeah, you can't really be a Muslim and understand the Quran. Or if you are, you're not really a Muslim. You're just like holding a position of power and authority, and you're getting a bunch of wives. And yeah, like I would say the Mohammed hijabs and the Ali Dawahs are not actual Muslims, but they have so many benefits from Islam. Why leave?
Right.
That's my take on it. Yeah. Anyway, back to the demon stuff. We're not even halfway through by all the demon stuff, by the way. I don't know if we're gonna get through all the girl today.
I got all night. Well, I am going fishing early in the morning, but
no.
I got no. I have no trouble waking up in the morning for fishing, believe you me.
Yeah. It's gonna be fun. My kids are gonna run at me in this morning or tomorrow. That's how I'm gonna wake up, so we'll see.
Right.
But I already don't sleep, it's okay.
Right.
Based on
dang it, I can't change it in the middle. I will go ahead and just pin the link to your channel in the
For those who don't know, watching from the Sons of Thunder channel, I am defending a lion, as you can see at the top of your screen.
Yes, pin message. And also the top of the chat. Go ahead and give him a sub, all 3 of you.
Okay. So, continuing on, I don't remember if this is possibly where the section of Allah coming down during the last hour of the night and listening to the prayers and all that type of stuff. You might be able to get a combination of this and God listening to prayers together from it, but it's not super related to the demonology stuff, so we might skip it and just go straight into Better Call It 62A, which is a lot of fun.
Get a snack real quick. I didn't have a whole big dinner.
That's fine. So we have a dispute going on, and actually I kind of want to wait for this, so I'll go through one of the other ones until he gets back. So, however, animals do not attack people who are human in their spiritual character. Wait, let me go back. This is gonna be like a jump scare type of content. Yeah, okay. So Rav Rav, I like how this is translated as Papa, which is hilarious to me because his name is Rav Father. It's Abba. So Rami Bar Abba, so the son of this guy, is Rami Bar Abba, but instead of having Rav Abba, they have Rav Papa, which is so funny to me. It's like Rav Daddy. It's his actual name.
The Rav Daddy.
But he's usually just called Rav or Rava. So Rava had, we hold that a lion does not pounce upon 2 people. The Gemara challenges this, but how can that be? We see that it does pounce upon 2 people. The Gemara answers that statement of Rab Papa must be in accordance with that which Rabbi Bar Papa said, an animal does not overpower a person until he appears to it as an animal. As it is stated, but man does not abide in honor. He is like the beast that perish. However, animals do not attack people who are human in their spiritual character. In a similar vein, Rabbi Hannah said, it is prohibited to sleep alone in a house, and anyone who sleeps alone in a house will be seized by the evil spirit Lilith. So I think Andrew asked the question earlier, is Lilith actually in here? Yes. So what is Lilith going to do to you, mind you? Hey, yo, thank you. I think that's my first ever super chat.
What? That's because I'm here. You're welcome.
Yes.
I scared away the grill with my black dog.
I just got access to it a couple days ago, so I'm now monetized on YouTube. So
cool.
Based Mikan, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm gonna screenshot you actually. You're gonna be my first winky face, smiley face. Save that. So yes, we have Lilith here. What does Lilith do? She is a succubus. So the reason why you can't sleep alone in a house is because she's going to have sex with you. And she's going to drain you.
I know plenty of men who will sleep alone now. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how many Jewish men like read that part and they were like, "I'm gonna go to a hotel real quick, Mom."
Is that a threat or a promise?
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's interesting. So we have Lilith. There's a couple other places with Lilith that comes out. So here's another one. It was taught in Berita, so this is an official teaching. That the 3 additional curses are: she grows her hair long like Lilith, a demon; she sits and urinates and like an animal, and serves as a pillow for her husband during relations.
What does that last one even mean?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure.
I'm assuming during relations means during,
Sex.
the
Yes.
bing bang bong
Yeah,
bop.
the
But
bang
like
bang, the bagaboom. Chitty chitty bang bang. Yeah.
serves as a pillow? Does that mean she's fat?
Honestly, I was thinking maybe he like rests on her bosom. Tapped my mic and it fell. Okay. I honestly am not entirely sure though. I saw that for the first time today, and I haven't Googled it. It was just so funny to me. I had to include it. But we have another thing with she grows her hair long like Lilith, and the idea of long hair is it's more the longer your hair, the more sexual you are. So that's why men are not supposed to have long hair because they become like unruly beasts. And they'll like burn with lust for each other eventually. So women who have longer and longer hair are becoming more and more like harlots. So women are supposed to have moderately length hair. Where here we have Lilith, the queen succubus, having extremely long hair because she's going to suck the soul out of you.
Is that like a
Take that as you
corruption
will.
of the story of Samson? Like the long
I don't think
hair
so. No, I think that's just coming from the general belief systems of the day.
consensus of the day?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. So you have random random statements. This is the female Mu who crouches and urinates, and from we learn modesty. There's a lot of really strange stuff in the Talmud.
Does that say that a mule crouches?
Yeah, whenever it urinates. So Rabbi said, "What is the meaning of that which is written? Who teaches us by the beasts of the earth, and what makes us wiser by the birds of the sky?" He explains, "Who teaches us by the beasts of the earth? This is the female mule, which crouches and urinates, and from which we learn modesty." So you have to crouch when you pee. Oh, thank you. So you have to crouch when you pee. This actually comes up a decent bit in the Talmud. So the idea of squatting to pee that Muhammad has. So, and makes us wise. Makes us wiser by the birds of the sky. This is the rooster, which first cajoles the hen and then mates with it. So you gotta.
Is the word rooster just generic bird in that, or does that mean like a male chicken?
That's specifically male chicken.
That's insane. First of all, a rooster is not a bird of the sky, and second of all, how is this supposed to make us wiser? Does this mean that I just gotta go at it with my wife? I just gotta beat her up, and then what is that? It
So
makes us
that this is not the word for it. So the word for chicken is ulf.
Okay.
Like just a general bird is an ulf. This is specifically not an ulf. This is a tergol. That is specifically a male chicken.
Awesome.
So the male chicken. This is za male chicken. This is so actually like this is not actually in the Hebrew even though it's highlighted because it's interpreted from the za. So this is the rooster, which first you gotta sweet talk your wife. You gotta get her in the mood, and then he mates with it. So
you're right. I cajole is not beat up. It is Yeah, never mind. Brain fart. I thought it meant cajole like freaking cajole. I don't know, but I don't know why I thought that that's what that meant for a second. Hang on.
We would nevertheless learned modesty from the cat, which covers its excrement, and that stealing is objectionable from the ant, which does not take grain from another hand, and forbidden relations from the dove, which is faithful to its partner, and proper relations from the rooster, which first appeases the hen and then mates with it. So if you didn't have the Torah, you could do natural theology. What does that sound like? Where in the Quran, the Quran all the time does natural theology.
True.
You can learn morality from the environment around you, from the clouds, from the boats sailing on water, from camels. Camels are a proof of Allah. You have all of these things, these natural theologies, like plants withering is a natural theology for the resurrection. Plants withering and then coming back to life. So whenever they go into like hibernation and come back, that is natural theology in the Quran to prove the resurrection is possible. We get natural theology in the Talmud. That's one of the things I need to focus more on, is finding all the natural theologies of both systems and comparing them. But you do have this. So you have cat covering poop, ant not stealing, and dove not being unfaithful. And you got to really appease your wife. That's part of proper modesty. Yeah. What does the rooster do to appease the hen? Rav said, prior to mating, it spreads its wings as if to say this, I will buy you a coat that will reach down to your feet. After mating, the rooster bends its head as if to say this, may the crest of this rooster fall off if it has to withdraw and does not buy you one. I simply have no money to do so.
Dude.
Ants totally steal though. They do. Yes.
What kind of interpretation is this? Like, when I see a rooster, I don't immediately think, dude, he's gonna buy her a coat.
Or there's some track aids I would love to just read start to finish on stream.
But it's also funny how, like, the hen's reply is actually very indicative of what a woman would say in this situation. If this rooster doesn't do this, I hope he becomes impotent and he loses all his money.
It's so stupid. I love it. So going back to the one that I think you're going to love so much.
Yes.
So Better Colts 62a. And jump into it. The Gemara notes that this is parallel to the Tanaitic dispute. So the Tanaites these are the guys. There's like I think 12 or so of them. They are all the big boys. Everything they write is gold. So this is the Sahih of rabbinic Judaism.
The Tanaiim, right?
Yeah. So you have these guys.
Me, there's the Amoraim and the Tanaiim, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the Amoraim come later. They're the ones that are writing the Gemara.
Okay. Right.
The Mishnah is written by the Tanaim.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So Sahih kosher.
Yes.
So there's a dispute that's happening. One is forbidden to wipe himself with his right hand because he eats with it. Rabbi Yeshua says because he writes with it. Rabbi Akiva says because he points to the notes of the Torah with it. So why are you not allowed to write with your right hand? In Islam, we obviously also get that you can't wipe with your right hand, and it's very serious in the rabbinic sources as well. You cannot wipe with your right hand because you eat with it. Is one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons in Islam. Rabbi Tahun Bar Hanalai said, anyone who is modest in the bathroom will be saved from three things: from snakes, there's again that snakes thing, from scorpions, and from demons. And some say that even his dreams will be settled for him. So you can't have Lilith come out against you.
This is straight up from Islam. Or it's stolen.
Yes. Toilet gin, or entirely stolen.
So does even his dreams will be settling for him? That means like calm and cool? Yeah. Okay, I didn't know if that meant something else.
You have dreams being prophecy as otherwise. Like you have that in the Quran or in the Talmud.
Yes, that's in
Yeah, a bunch of times, a bunch of times. But you have a lot of talk about toilet jinn.
My
So you also
favorite.
have it in Gittin 78a. One who comes back from traveling on the road engaged in sexual intercourse immediately has weak children conceived from those acts of intercourse. You have weak children. This also gets into the Islamic belief of you can't have, well, it's not an Islamic belief. This was the debate that's happening in the Hadith on whenever it's like you can plow your field however you want. Surah 2:223. You can, your wife is a tilth for you, tilth it however you want. So if you want to hit it from the back, you hit it from the back, you can, do whatever you want. The Jews were debating, hey, if you have sex in a certain ways, your children will come out in certain ways. So they'll be epileptic, they will be slant-eyed, they will have weak bones, they will die young, they'll die during childbirth, they'll die in the womb. They will have seizures. Like you have all these different things that can happen from different sex practices. If you don't have sex the exact right way, you're going to have this stuff happening to you. That's recorded in the Hadith about the Jews debating it. And then Muhammad's like, no, just do it. And then the only prohibition was menstruation and anal, which is also from the Jews. So you have this. It happens a lot. The sages also taught that with regard to one who comes in from the bathroom, he should not engage in sexual intercourse until he waits the measure of time it takes to walk half a mil, because the demon of the bathroom accompanies him. And if he engaged in sexual intercourse without waiting this time, he has children who are epileptic. So as I mentioned earlier, this also gets into the belief system that if you don't do a bismillah before intercourse, there will be a jinn that wraps himself around you and enters into your life with you. So,
Chris, I have epilepsy.
Yes.
What does this imply about my dad?
Your parents or your dad didn't wait long enough to have intercourse, and he had some of the germs, the the demon germs, still on him.
Wow.
Yeah, your
Dad.
part blood jinn, I guess.
Wow.
Yeah.
That would, yeah, good. Awesome, even.
Yeah, awesome. So, don't have intercourse after using the bathroom because of the toilet jinn.
This is so weird. I can't even begin to describe.
It's gonna get weirder. We're not there yet. So, one who engages in sexual intercourse will, while staining, will be afflicted by spasms. So, if you have intercourse while standing, you're going to be afflicted with spasm. One who engages in sexual intercourse while sitting will be afflicted with doloria. I think this is diarrhea.
That's what I was about to say.
I don't quite remember. Diarrhea is one of the punishments of improper sex. I think that might be it there. If she, the woman, is above and he, the husband, is below during sexual relations, then he will be afflicted with doloria. The Gemara asked, what is doloria? Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi said, the remedy for doloria is dardana, or dardra. The Gemara asked, what is darda? Abaye said, saffron of thorns. Rav Papa, so Rav Rabba, would chew and swallow this remedy. Rav Papi would chew and spit it out. So the remedy for this affliction is chewing saffron.
Of thorns.
And then either swallowing it and spitting it out.
Just swallowed at that point. You already got sex demons.
Yeah, so here's a Viagra. As for a remedy for one who is not an expert, i.e. does not have strength in the way of the world, i.e. in sexual intercourse, let him bring 3 vessels, each containing 3/4 of a log of safflower thorns, and let him grind them and boil them in wine and drink the mixture. These are the remedies that return me to my youth with regard to sexual intercourse.
This sounds less like a prescription. This sounds like something. God. Oh my gosh.
Like a yogi.
This just sounds like
you have Viagra. You have Xiagra.
This just sounds like something that this rabbi was like, dude, my uncle told me to try this. Works wonders. Okay, let's put it in the Gemara. Do they? I wonder how many. I wonder how many impotent Jewish men were helped by the rabbis. Did they ever get a thank you?
Can you imagine doing all that and then does literally nothing?
I know.
I'm curious if there's like any scientific study for safflower thorns. I have no idea what this is. Specifically these thorns.
The thorns of the saffron flower.
If you grind these up, and then boil them in wine, specifically, and then drink the mixture, you're gonna get that Viagra effect going on. The wisdom, the hikmah. Okay, 3 things distinguish a person's strength, and they are fear, traveling on the road, and sin. The Gemara explains, fear as is written, my heart flutters, my strength fails me. Traveling on the road, as is written, he has weakened my strength on the road. Sin, as is written, my strength fails me because of my sin. 3 things break a person's body, and they are, if he ate while standing, if he drank while standing, and if he engaged in sexual intercourse while standing. So you can't eat while walking or standing, you can't drink while standing, and you can't have intercourse while standing. There are 5 actions that bring one closer to death than to life. And they are, if he ate and stood up immediately, if he drank and stood up immediately, if he let blood and stood up immediately, so like if you're bloodletting, if he slept and stood up immediately, and if he engaged in sexual intercourse and stood up immediately. That brings you closer to death than to life.
I feel like that was just a personal experience, you know?
Yeah. Like this is an actual medical condition.
No,
so I wonder if someone had it.
Well, like it just feels like Buddy was just like, yeah, dude, I got out of bed with my wife, immediately stood up, felt really lightheaded, or like, man, I could hardly walk. It's just like, okay, well, I mean, hey.
The alcohol would not help with their problem. It would not, no. It makes it worse, actually. So, boiling it, you might be able to boil off the alcohol and then just have the juice left over. But interesting anyway. With regard to one who performs the following acts, if he performs the 6 of them consecutively, he dies immediately. So here's another proof you could do.
With regard to one he performs, wow.
So if you do these things, you're gonna die. If one come back from a journey on the road and was exhausted, he let out blood, entered the bathhouse, and drank and became intoxicated, and slept on the ground and engaged in sexual intercourse, then he will die. So if you do these things consecutively, you're going to die. Rabbi Hanan says, yeah, but he will die for certain only in the case where he performs them in this order.
I feel like I know plenty of people in the military who have done that in that order. But also, it's funny how it really is funny how, like, in order to weasel out of some things, like Jewish interpreters will be like, yeah, but it's only in this case, or well, actually, traveling on the road. What? How much did you travel? Like 3 miles or something? Like, well, if it's 3 miles, and you're just kind of like, okay, well, you're bringing in all these qualifications. I thought this was supposed to be like the word of God. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Sounds
low
like
iron.
Extreme dehydration.
Yeah.
There is a thing that is like chronological, well, not chronological, a condition in the heart. So I do cardiology research for those who don't know. There is a condition where your blood, like, you don't actually increase your blood pressure whenever you're supposed to. So whenever you prompt yourself, hey, I'm going to stand, your heart automatically increases your blood pressure. If you have a certain condition, I don't remember the name of it off the top of my head right now. Whenever you go through that, it's like a tachycardia. It's a form of tachycardia, but you lose blood pressure. You instantly pass out if you try to stand up. So one of the rabbis just might have had that and had this experience, and like just it was that way. POTS, thank you.
Yes,
so that's the tachycardic syndrome.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yes.
Yeah. But POTS is not exactly super monolithic. Like some people, it's not all the time that happens, and some people don't actually have that at all. One time, actually, my sister, while she was just driving on the road, just like couldn't see anything. Like she was just in the middle of driving on the highway, and then
just lost pressure,
just lost sight. Like she couldn't see, and it was crazy. So yeah.
So I imagine he probably just had it, and then this is all just came out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. The horns gave my grandfather the strength of 29 men
Yeah.
in order not to outdo Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Better than the men of Alza anyway.
Dude, did you see that one guy's video on Alza? The animated one?
No, I haven't seen it yet, but I
Oh
heard it
my
was
goodness.
quite explicit.
Well, I mean, explicit in the sense of like the images, but they're not like, I'm surprised YouTube hasn't taken it down yet. I watched the whole thing and I was like, wow, good night. Yeah, that's insane. All right.
Nabi silly, yeah. 8 actions are difficult for the body and soul to handle in large amounts and are beneficial in small amounts. They are traveling on the road, engaging in the way of the world, i.e. engaging in sexual intercourse, having wealth, work, drinking wine, sleep, hot water, and bloodletting. So again, the stuff with the bloodletting. If you do it a little bit, it's great. And it's like, we know scientifically this is not true.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Also,
Well,
you're supposed to get a lot of sleep.
What exactly does it mean having wealth in small amounts? I don't think that. What? Nowhere in Judaism, like nowhere in the Bible, especially in the Old Testament, does it ever say that having a little wealth is bad. Like one of the things that was so like praised about Solomon was the fact that he had a lot of money. And so the fact it wasn't that he had so much money, is that's not where his heart lied.
Right.
You completely missed a point.
Yeah. Well, there's also the idea of you become prideful, or you become detached from God. If you have too much wealth, you're not actually focusing on Torah. So the rabbis, their only focus is Torah. The vast majority of the writings that they do is just like, oh, I do Torah. I wake up, I sleep like 2 hours, and the rest of my day is just Torah.
They say, what? Oh, you have a lot of money. You can give it here. I'll take it for you, so that way you focus on God. No, it's okay. I'll have it. It's like Scientology.
Yeah. I haven't actually read this section of the Talmud yet, so I'm just kind of scrolling to see what it says. 8 actions or illnesses decrease the semen, and they are salt, hunger, a skin disease called netek, crying, sleeping on the ground, the millet plant, the daughter eaten not in its time, i.e. before it's ripe, and bloodletting performed below on the lower portion of the body causes twice as much harm as the other actions mentioned.
Does it mean the
crying
action
decreases your semen counts?
Oh, I love that. Yeah, I love. I'm crying right now from reading this. Does it mean the action of salting something or eating salt?
Eating salts.
Okay.
I think eating salt. Yeah.
Hunger.
So if you're hungry, or you eat too salty of food, or you cry, or you sleep on the ground, which is not like, so much of this is not true. That decreases your semen count. Yeah. Yeah. So. Nice. Okay, I'm just gonna jump back over this one.
Yeah. The snakes, scorpions, and demons thing is not Islamic, is it? Or is that also found in Islam?
The toilet genre, yeah.
No, but like saving them from the snakes and the scorpions, is that?
I don't know. I would have to search it. I mean, I haven't not read all of the Islamic material because there's so much of it. I'm sure some tafsir probably mentioned it somewhere, but
yeah, because they all pulled from the Talmud.
Right. Hard to say. Is there no concern at all about treating holy books like idols in the Islamic or Jewish world? Idols in the way of like they elevate the human-made material to the point of scripture? No. For the Jews. I don't know about the Muslims.
Yeah, they don't worship the physical book.
Right.
I mean, there definitely was that one time when Hezekiah was like, "What, y'all worshiping the freaking bronze serpent? Let me just break that,
kill it." Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though
So
it's a type of Christ. Yeah.
he did that.
Yeah.
I mean, that was completely justified, though. I feel like if I was Hezekiah, I'd be like, all right, well, I think it'd probably be better to just get rid of it.
Yeah. It's true. So, continuing on for the bathroom djinn stuff. There was a particular bathroom in the city of Tiberias where when two would enter it, even during the day, they would be harmed by demons. When Rabbi Elmi and Rabbi Asi would each enter alone, they were not harmed. The sages said to them, "Aren't you afraid?" Rabbi Elmi and Rabbi Asi said to them, "We have learned through tradition, the tradition to avoid danger in the bathroom is to conduct yourself with modesty and silence. The tradition to end suffering is with silence and prayer." So in order to avoid toilet jinn, you have to be modest and you have to be quiet in the bathroom.
Does that imply that whenever they would go into the bathroom together, they would not be quiet and modest?
All right, they'd probably be like talking to each other and like exposing themselves to each other. Which is, I mean, it's kind of hard to do. Like, there's not stalls back then; it's just a hole.
Right? Yeah. No, I completely understand that, but at the
If
same
you're
time,
both
it's
pooping, you're
like
gonna see each other.
you could. It reminds me of the meme where it's got the bathroom with the one toilet that faces the other one.
Yeah. Then for the Romans, especially because it's supposed to be in Tiberias, you have a sponge on a stick soaked in vinegar, and you would wipe your butt with that. It was a communal stick sponge.
Yes. Fun
sucking
fact, that's what they gave the
stuff.
Lord Jesus on the cross. If you
Yes.
guys didn't know. I was unaware of that until fairly recently.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it seems like they give veneration to these books as if they're part of God or God himself. Yeah, I mean, the eternal speech of Allah, you do have divine dictation in the Talmud. So like the Torah being explicitly divinely dictated, like he said it, Moses wrote it, that type of view is Talmudic. So the way that Muhammad got it from Jibril, like the idea of divine dictation directly from God, is what happened on Sinai with Moses. So the same sort of revelation happens in the same way. It's viewed with the same level of uplift. They venerate the book so much that it basically becomes part of their worship is to do it. It talks about how those who don't read it, don't study it, are going to hell. So you have that in both. That's part of the parallels. They don't worry about it, I guess. But yeah, if you don't want to be touched by demons while pooping, you got to stay quiet, according to these rabbis. But because of fear of demons in bathhouses was pervasive, the Gemara relates Abaya's mother raised a lamb to accompany him to the bathroom. The Gemara objects. She should have raised a goat for him. The Gemara responds, a goat could be interchanged with a goat demon, since both the demon and the goat are called Sair. Which is where Seder comes from. They were afraid to bring a goat to a place frequented by demons. Before Rava became the head of the yeshiva, his wife, the daughter of Rav Haseda, would rattle a nut in a copper vessel for him. This was in order to fend off demons when he was in the bathroom. After he was chosen to preside as head of the yeshiva, he required an additional decree of protection. So she constructed a window for him opposite where he would defecate and placed her hand upon his head.
So this guy was so scared of the booty djinn that he made his wife make a window next to the toilet, and she would put her hand on his head
while
he was going to the bathroom.
Yes. And before that, she would rattle a nut around to scare the jinn away.
Mashallah. These people had some problems.
And you also have his mom, a lamb,
raised a lamb,
accompany him to the bathroom.
So this was this was a continuing problem. Like he was always scared of the bathroom demons.
This became a very big problem. Demonology became such a primary focus. Now notice, all of this is in the Babylonian Talmud. In the Jerusalem Talmud, you don't get any of this nonsense.
Yeah.
They're not scared over there.
I'm sure.
So it was Babylon that was afraid of all the demon stuff. You might get the case because Babylon was cursed. So they're like afraid of demonology because they were actually having like curses and demons and stuff happening in the area. or they were just hyper fixated on it because of the Ashmedai and all the stories and
Zoroastrianism and stuff. Yeah.
all of that. Yeah.
I mean, hey,
But
sorry, continue.
go ahead. No, just go ahead.
Well, I was going to say the last comment that we got. Booty gin is definitely justified. Okay. You got the Taco John. There's different kinds of booty. So like the Taco
Oh,
John's
Taco
one,
John's. Ugh.
the Taco John's one. Taco Bell, that never really affected me a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? But like sometimes you got the barbecue gin, like I think it runs through you, man.
So Taco John is a thing that only exists in the Midwest too.
Yes.
It's not anywhere else. It is one of the worst foods I've ever eaten.
I can't believe those words just came out of your mouth.
It is so bad.
The potato olays are some of my favorite things to just eat. Like,
I have never been so dissatisfied with spending money on food before.
There was one time when I had an absolutely disgusting experience at a Taco John's, and that was in Iowa. So maybe it's a northern Taco John's thing, but it was like, wow, this is just terrible. It wasn't even the same menu.
Yeah, the Sayer. So you have the hoofs and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So yeah, Pan is very much similar to the rabbinic demons.
You also see, like, I'm not gonna lie, I thought the Percy Jackson movies were pretty cool, but you see like the more evil spirits even in that movie, and some of them have the goat legs.
Okay. So you have a lot of strange random stuff, man. Her rubbing the head of her husband while he's pooping.
Yeah, like what?
Yeah. So, with regard to where one may or may not go in to defecate, Ula said, behind a fence, one need not distance himself from people, may defecate immediately. In a valley or an open field, one must distance himself sufficiently so that he does not pass wind, so that if he passes wind, no one will hear him. Zibar Natan taught as follows: behind a fence, one must distance himself sufficiently so that if he passes wind, another does not hear him, and in a valley, one must distance himself sufficiently so that no one can see him. The Gemara raises an objection based on what we learned in a Mishnah in Tarot. Physical laborers who usually fall into the category of Amharas, so that like the people of the land, are not generally cautious with regard to the laws of ritual purity, exit from the entrance of the olive press, defecate behind the fence, and are ritually pure. There's no reason to be concerned that they might become impure in the interim. This indicates that a greater distance is unnecessary. So like, hey, you can just poop wherever. Because these laborers poop wherever they need to, because they're busy working. With regard to the laws of ritual purity, they were lenient to ensure maintenance of purity. They were lenient and did not require greater distance. So it's interesting that sometimes they are very, very, very strict. Other times they're very, very, very much not strict. Gin in the crack is a wild statement.
Nah, you wild for that.
Toilet gin.
Instead of, oh my gosh.
Yeah. I'll never go to the bathroom again. I'm glad that a lamb is an option, by the way. I didn't know if I could ever convince a girlfriend.
Dude, don't stop. No, what? Okay, first of all, if anything, you need to go alone, but you need to be quiet. So, like, no Instagram reels or anything anymore. You just have to go be quiet. And yeah, but without no.
Yeah.
What?
So you can't even. So for the McCain's question, for the one that I'm not showing on screen, you can't even have intercourse within 4 cubits of poop, let alone do things on the toilet. Anyway.
I didn't even know that that's what that meant. All right.
Oh yeah, that's getting oral while pooping.
Right.
That's the internet culture before you were old enough to be on the internet. Hopefully you were not on the internet during that time period.
No.
Wild West days. Anyway.
I had good parents. Yeah.
Yeah.
The internet is less well, I guess it's technically more wild with AI, but it's less wild in a way that's like, I guess we're just used to it now. You got Kanye and stuff, but like
Yeah, I mean, you would get random people like sending you 2 girls, 1 cup in emails, and like you'd get ads for it just pop up whenever you're on a website.
Oh, but dude, I get freaking the pocket thingy ads sometimes on YouTube. I don't know if you like, yeah,
Yeah.
dude. There's like a month where I just see them, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, I have YouTube Premium, so I
I
fortunately
don't
don't
get
see
it
any
either.
ads anymore in my life.
It was
But
just it was on it was before I got YouTube Premium because it was at that point that I noticed that I was like, yeah, this is kind of unacceptable. I can't be having that on my screen.
oh, did I miss the passage's name? Uh,
What would be interesting, Chris, for us to do with the Talmudic dilemma thing would be to figure out which books of the Talmud Muhammad had access to whenever he was compiling his Quran. That would be an interesting study.
right. I've tried to like mentally make a list of there it goes. What books he's copying from the most, and it's like mostly Sanhedrin and Berachot. Um,
Because I mean, to be very fair, like it would have been a lot. Sorry, it cuts out every once in a while. I understand, like uh, it would have been pretty difficult to like compile even a portion of the freaking Talmud and bring it
right,
anywhere. Like it was massive, and
right.
so
It was on scrolls, wasn't in a
right,
book. Yeah,
and so it would have been difficult. So they didn't codify the Talmud.
not until like 900 AD.
Interesting. Okay.
So they didn't
Um,
have any codified, like they didn't have any codexes for any of their stuff. So Christians were doing
that
it.
was
They didn't like
mostly
Christians.
Christian.
Yeah, they didn't like Christians, so they deliberately didn't do Christian
Didn't
practices. So
codify it.
they still had Torah scrolls, like they still have Torah scrolls today,
Right.
but they still had everything in scroll form until like the medieval time, like 1000+ AD.
Right.
Yeah,
No, yeah. I did not realize that. That's good
so
to know.
like
But
700 years, 600 years, or 800 years after codexes were a thing, they still were not using them.
so some of the problem that I now have with understanding Muhammad is there's Usama that I've had on the channel before. He is of the opinion that Muhammad did know how to read and write. At the very least,
Right.
knew how to read because
I'm
of
of the
some of the
opinion too.
things because of some of the
Yeah.
things that he talks about. It's like you can't exactly get that if somebody is just even like if you had somebody reading, I don't know, because it just seems odd for some of the things that he would say in the Quran to
Mm,
not have been able to have read it.
right.
Um, but I because the problem is like he can't exactly just I don't know, get a Jew to be like, all right, every 3 o'clock on Thursdays, we're gonna meet together and you're gonna read to me a part of this, and we're gonna pretend it's all a big charade and it's part of this new religion. Because like that would be weird. I don't think you
That
could
is
do
the
that.
accusation in the Quran, though.
Yes, it is.
The
Yeah, you're just
accusation was that
hearing.
he had a human teacher that he
Right.
was working with to create the material. And there's
And
the story that's very early about the 10 scribes that helped him create the Quran. They were all Jews.
I'm not saying that right, but it's just kind of like I think he possibly just knew how to read, and whenever he would raid the Jews,
Yeah.
he would just get that from them.
Well, even the earliest surahs, before he had any sort of political power, he was already using Talmudic material. So the first surah includes Talmudic understanding of Gehenna. So
Okay.
right away, all of the Quran has a rabbinic context. There's not like you can't look at from the beginning to the end chronologically where he started to use it. It's all rabbinic context. So he at least had some access to what Jews were talking about before he started writing the book. So you can't be like, oh, well, he got it like during the Hijra whenever he went to Medina and like, no, it's mostly in the Meccan stuff. Like the Meccan stuff is deeply Talmudic. Um, you probably get most of it orally. The only issue, the issue I have with a written version is the prohibitive cost to make a full Talmud, or to make enough of the Talmud that he's quoting from, because he's quoting from like hundreds or thousands of different places of the rabbinic sources.
Right.
To get that much material would have been in the millions of dollars in today's money back then. So like a single gospel was like $4,000, $5,000. Like to get the Gospel of John was like $5,000. To get something as big as this would be like hundreds of thousands to millions. So you have a prohibitive cost, and you have the difficulty of scribes, because it was very slow to make copies of these type of things. The best he could have had written would maybe been like a paraphrase, or like a track, like a midrash on the Talmud itself, because a lot of the material he's quoting from is from the 300s, 400s, and that's not that difficult to get copies of later down in time. He's also copying stuff from like the mid 500s. So like just before his birth, he is still copying that type of material. So some of that probably is circulating orally. Maybe all of it was circulating orally. Maybe he had some physical copies of a paraphrase, and he's actually like verbatim saying it. And the reason why it's different is because it's a paraphrase, because it does feel like a paraphrase of the rabbinic sources. But to say that he explicitly had like the book in front of him, I think is a step that we can't take. Even if he was literate, I don't think you can say he had a physical copy in front of him. If he did, he stole it from a Jew. Like he robbed a Jew and got it.
Right. And I don't think that either. It's also like, man, he got a lot of rabbinic material from oral, from just hearing the Jews. And so now it just makes you wonder, like, man, what did he do? Sorry, it keeps cutting out. I'm assuming my sound also cuts out whenever it does that.
It does, yeah.
It's so stupid.
You're packet dropping. It's your internet.
See, but it shouldn't be. Is the problem. I have direct connection. My dad has direct connection downstairs.
I'm a computer scientist. I know what packet drops look like. That was a packet drop.
No, I'm not saying it's not a packet drop. Yeah. I'm just saying it shouldn't be happening, because we have fiber internet and everything.
Maybe there's a dirt in your fiber line. Anyway, thank you for the super chat for explaining what that word was. I don't actually want to say on YouTube, because I think that would get me like on the no-no list, especially after I just got monetized. Let's not say that word out loud. Yeah.
Real.
So he probably could read. Yeah. It's the Irjin. The Irjin are causing your connection issues.
True.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, would I have a hard time? Well, I guess I have a hard time with everything in Islam. It's all kind of really just super dumb. But I don't know. The whole rabbinic thing really is kind of a puzzle to me, because like, where did he get all that stuff? And for one of the things that really strikes me is like, he seems to have literally no knowledge of the actual Torah. Like he seems to like literally know absolutely nothing about what the actual first 5 books of Moses says. So it's like, what? I don't know. It's kind of confusing to me. He gets all this Talmudic material and almost essentially nothing from the actual Torah.
I started a poll about do demons live in toilets and tickle your butt?
I need to vote yes.
Yes. That's the only accurate answer to that. It's man, Islam and Talmud. I got this comment the other day, like the Talmud and the Quran are both fever dreams. Yeah. There's a lot of it that's just wild. Speaking of which, this is a section I meant to read. I was supposed to start at the beginning of this section, this Sugoi, but I didn't. So let's go back to the beginning and read how this starts to see what is Torah to the rabbis. It was taught in a Brita in Tractate Dereka Eretz that Rabbi Akiva said, I once entered the bathroom after my teacher, Rabbi Yehoshua. It's actually my son's name,
which is Jesus.
Yeah, it's Jesus. It's Joshua, technically. But yeah.
Well, yeah.
I learned 3 things from observing his behavior. I learned that one should not defecate while facing east and west, but rather while facing north and south. I learned that one should not uncover himself while standing, but while sitting. you have to poop and pee while sitting in the interest of modesty. And I learned that one should not wipe with his right hand, but with his left hand. Ben Azai, a student of Rabbi Akiva, said to him, "You were impertinent to your teacher to the extent that you observed that much." He replied, "It is Torah, and I must learn." So knowing how to poop is Torah, because everything is religious. Everything is related to how to live your life. So Torah is not just the Pentateuch. It's not just the 5 books. It is the whole rabbinic system is Torah to the rabbis.
And now this makes, if you read the Quran with more of an understanding, because he does say that the Torah was given to Moses, but when he describes the Torah, it does not sound like that, and it sounds like some like Talmudic material. So now it's like he thinks that the Talmud is the Torah. I think that's pretty clear.
Right. He absolutely does. He actually he says this is in the Torah, and he quotes the Talmud in 3 different places in the Quran. So his understanding of what the Torah is definitely just Talmudic.
But he definitely, like, is it just me? Because he definitely sounds like he's saying that this is from what was given to Moses. Like, it doesn't just sound like he's using Torah as a word to just mean law like the Jews do. He sounds like he's actually talking about the specific Pentateuch.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
But he means Talmud.
He means Talmud.
So continuing with the Talmud, similarly, we learn in Brita, Ben Azzi, so the student of Rabbi Akiva, said, "I once saw in a bathroom after Rabbi Akiva." So this is now an isnad chain of how to poop.
Good.
I learned 3 things from observing his behavior. I learned that one should not defecate while facing east and west, but rather facing north and south. I learned that should one not uncover himself while staying, but sit. I learned that one should not wipe with his right hand, but with his left hand. Rabbi Yehuda said to him, "You were impertinent to your teacher to that extent." He replied, "It is Torah, and I must learn." So now we have an isnad chain of 3 rabbis pooping, facing north-south, and sitting, and you take off your pants, and wiping with your left hand, and it being called Torah. This is where it gets a little bit worse. So on a similar note, the Gemara relates that Rav Kana entered and lay beneath Rav's bed. He heard Rav chanting and laughing with his life and seeing to his needs, i.e. having relations with her. Rav Kana said to Rav, "The mouth of Abba, Rav, is like one who has never eaten a cooked dish," i.e. his behavior was lustful. Rav said to him, "Kana, you are here? Leave, as this is an undesirable mode of behavior." Undesirable. Rav Kana said to him, "It is Torah, and I must learn." He's laying under the bed of his teacher to figure out how he's having intercourse with his wife in order to learn the proper way to do it.
First of all,
because
I would like to
wait.
Oh, sorry.
This is important. Because the rabbis are the examples of how to live your life. They are the perfect examples of how to live your life in the same way that Muhammad is the perfect example on how to live your life. And you must copy him in every action he does, including how he poops, how he wipes, how he eats, how he has intercourse. Same way, the rabbis are the perfect example. The sages are the perfect example of how you're to live your life. You are to do how they wipe, how they poop, how they eat, how they defecate. Or not same thing twice. And how they have intercourse. And how they study.
Right. Yes. Yeah. No. Agreed. I would just like to know, in what way does having never eaten a cooked dish mean that you're acting very lustfully? How does that relate?
So it gets into the old idea of those who are wild men are more lustful in their behavior.
Okay,
so they're more like ravenous.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. So the idea of never eating a cooked dish is you don't use fire. Like you're a bestial man. Uncivilized. The Neanderthalic type behavior. Well, the Neanderthals was civilized. They had instruments and buried people and had religious practices. Like they're basically just humans. But what's the group that's always demonized as beasts? Barbarians. So if you have this barbaric behavior, you don't eat cooked meats. You are overly lustful. You have too large of genitalia. depending on the culture, your background. From like the Greeks thought big penises were bad, so that's
Mhm.
why all of their philosophers had tiny little members. Some so small that you can't even see it because the bush is covering it.
Mm.
And then all the barbarians have like 2-foot long members. So, but you have the rabbis being the perfect example of how you are to live your life. In the same way that Muhammad is the perfect example of how to live your life. Also,
Mm.
I cut you off before you started reacting to this thing. Do you remember what you were gonna say?
I was going to ask how eating a cooked dish
Oh, okay.
relates. Because I was like, does that just mean he's raw? Like he's what?
No. Yeah, no. Uh,
Leave
toilets,
as
but
this is an
ticklers.
undesirable mode of behavior. So it's interesting because Muhammad, well, I guess he never, I don't know if he ever says that explicitly, but I feel like I remember him saying something like to one of his companions where he's like, don't replicate me when I do this. I don't remember. I'm probably misremembering things, but
I don't recall hearing that before, but maybe.
I
There's a
might
lot
I
of the
might just
Islamic
be
sources
thinking
I've not
about
read yet.
whenever he's like, only I get to have 11 wives.
Okay.
But yeah,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah. Studies in religion. I talk to David on a somewhat frequent basis now. He actually asked me a question the other day about Muhammad Hijab's response and if it was Talmudic. It is, which is hilarious that Muhammad Hijab is using something in the Quran that is stolen from the rabbis as his proof of it being correct. Hilarious.
Mm.
But yeah, all of this will eventually go through back on David's stream. But yeah, Muhammad, typology of Muhammad here. Yes, and then this gets back into the white left hand versus right hand wiping. So I was supposed to read this at the beginning of 62A, but I forgot. So now the longest
Equally
section
enjoyable.
on this is the longest section on demonology in the entire Talmud.
Okay.
It's also one of the dumbest things I've ever read. So I kind of want to end with it since we only have a couple more to go through. Rav Yehuda says, Shmuel says, in the case of a woman who discharges a fetus that has the form of a Lilith, a female demon with wings and a human face, its mother is impure with the impurity of a woman after childbirth. So if you somehow, it is a viable offspring, only it has wings. A woman is able to have kids that have demon wings. As is taught in Burita, Rabbi Yossi said an incident occurred in Samoni involving a certain woman who discharged a fetus that had the form of a Lilith, and the incident was brought before the sages, and they said it was a viable offspring, only it has wings.
Yeah. Well, first of all, that didn't happen. And second of all, what?
Yeah, there was a case
Having
of
the
a woman
form of
who,
a Lilith. All right. That's
yeah,
weird.
having the form of a demon.
Yeah.
Um,
Only female demons, though. Do we ever get a
right.
case of a male
Male demons, yeah.
child?
Yeah. So in the Solomon and Gittin that you read, it was a male demon and a female demon that were tortured together
No,
in order
but
to
like
reveal the location of the Shamar.
of a woman birthing a male demon kid, like it says
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
well, to be fair, it's just saying that it has the form of a Lilith, not that it's literally a
Oh.
Lilith. But
Oh,
whether or
right.
not it's literally or not, who knows? But
Right. So
tieflings confirmed.
tieflings, yeah.
Yeah.
A viable option in a D&D campaign, but maybe not in the Talmud.
Never mind, he lost me. Who was cooking what? I'm curious what you're talking about, McCain. Unless it's about this passage, then yeah. Yeah. So there is a case of a woman who discharged an item that had the form of a snake. Okay, Hannah, the son of Rabbi Yeshua's brother, ruled that its mother is impure with the impurity of a woman after childbirth. Rabbi Yosef went and told this matter to Rabban Gamaliel, Rabban Gimiel sent to Rabbi Yehoshua, take hold of your nephew and come to me so that I may admonish him for his ruling. Yeah. What is the halakha in regard to a woman who discharges an item that looks like a snake? Rabbi Yeshua said to her, its mother is pure, she said to him, but my mother-in-law said to me in your name that its mother is impure in such a case, and that you said to her, for what reason is she impure? It is because the pupil of a snake is round like that of a human. Due to her statement, Rabbi Yeshua remembered that he had issued such a ruling. He subsequently sent a message to Rabban Gimiel. I did not issue the ruling based on my own statement. Here's a fun little case of like a law. Abai said, conclude from this incident that a Torah scholar who says a halakhic matter should say the reason for his statement, so that when his colleagues remind him of his reasoning, he will remember that ruling as happened to Rabbi Yeshua.
That sounds like a Muhammad moment. You know,
it does sound like a Muhammad moment. Yeah, like, oh,
like
Allah reminded me.
No, it's because you have to remind him of what he said before. Because Buddy was just like straight up. He was like, "Nah, it's not okay." And then he was like, "Hang on, but you said I was pure that other time." He was like, "Shoot, I did say that." Rabbi, you take over. I'm gonna go.
One who gives birth to a sandal fetus, i.e., one that has the form of a sandal fish, and one who discharges an afterbirth observes the structure of a woman who gives birth to a male and a female.
Right.
Just
a sandal fetus. That's a new one.
Yeah. So there's some interesting stuff inside the Talmud. Going through this one. This one is the asparagus section. So here's one of the sections where like Satan is coming before Jacob, and it's like the angel of Esau. And it's also later seen as, so Esau is in the Talmud the Christians or the Romans. So anywhere you see Esau in the rabbinic context, it's talking about Christians or it's talking about Rome. So the fact that Isa comes from Muhammad may have been Esau to the Jews, because that was a very common polemic against Christians. Christians were called the sons of Esau.
That makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
Dude, this
Ash says, don't forget that if your hyena is about to turn 7, get rid of it before it turns into a demon. Actually, I went over, that was the beginning of the stream, was me going through the demon hyena stuff.
The Esau thing brings new wisdom.
I thought Rabbit was about to drop some knowledge about winged demon babies.
Rabbi.
He cooked and it was burnt.
Yeah.
So you have Esau. So the Edomites are sometimes alluded to for Christians, and you have the sons of Esau being the title for Christians. So I think that's actually where he's getting Esau from. That's my own crackpot theory.
Yep.
Yeah. But you have the guardian angel of Esau coming and wrestling with him, and he like touches the ground, and the ground becomes fire. It's pretty baller.
Cool.
Yeah, I was gonna.
And just curious, on this Esau note, is there much in the Talmud about like the Christians being like Nazarenes or from Nazareth or anything like that?
Oh, you're asking because of that passage about the Ha-Nazarite?
Not just that, but like whenever the Quran talks about Christians, a lot of times it uses Nasara, so with the people from Nazareth. So I just didn't know.
Ash could probably answer that question better than I could, because I haven't read most of the Talmud yet. So far, I don't recall any place that says that. I know it comes up in some of the apocryphal literature outside of that. Like what is the name of it? It's a Christian Jewish writing that goes through, and it's the section that identifies Gabriel as the Holy Spirit. Very strange book.
Yes, we did, Ash. We did. We actually attempted it. And I couldn't see any demons though. Unfortunately, there were no demons that I saw. So. Yes, Ash. So the question was, in the Talmud, is there much association between Christians and Nazareth? Because the Quran often calls Christians Nasara, people from Nazareth, essentially.
Yeah. While Ash is answering that, the Ascension of Isaiah is the book I was thinking of, where the angel of the Holy Spirit is called Gabriel. So Gabriel is identified as the angel of the Holy Spirit in the Jewish Christian writing there. So you do have some type of writing like those that were in the early post Second Temple Judaism that is using that term. I don't remember if it's in the Talmud much, but Ash will be responding. Yeshu Hazreli is Jesus in the Talmud and other literature. Yeah.
So he is,
Well,
Jesus
specifically
of
the Christians
Nazareth.
as well. So is the Christians called the Nazarites?
Yeah.
I know they're called the Edomites.
That's so weird. Nasara.
Yeah, that's great. Nazari is Christian in modern Hebrew, right? I just don't remember it being in the Talmud.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of where he would have got that from, because that's not like, even correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that was the word for Christian in Arabic at the time. I'm pretty sure because there weren't very many Christians in Arabia necessarily, but I thought that they were called something about the Messiah. Anyways, there's definitely another word that means Christian, at least now. That I don't know.
I do think Nazari is related to Christianity very early on in Arabic. Yeah, it's always the word for Christian Talmud in today, but Talmud also refers to Christians in other terms like minium. Yeah, so the heretics is that last word. So Christians are called heretics.
Awesome. So now we know where he got Isa and Nasara.
Yeah.
That's good to know. I mean, again, text you, Sama, about that.
It's all rabbinic. It's great.
I'm going to text him.
Christians did not call themselves Nazarenes in 7th century Arabia.
Well, no, I knew that. That's not what I was saying, but I was just
the Quran, the Hadith literature use that term. So
yeah.
Where is he getting that term? If the Christians are calling themselves that, where is it coming from? Is the idea, and the Jews maybe. So this is the second to last passage I want to go through today. The sages taught 6 things were said with regard to asparagus. This is going to be related to demons. Mind this. Okay. The asparagus train leads to demons ultimately. One who only drinks it undiluted and from a full cup, he receives it from the attendant in his right hand and drinks it with his left hand. One should not converse after drinking it, and one does not stop while drinking it, but should drink it all at once. One only returns it to the one who gave it to him, and he spits after drinking it, and one may only supplement it with his own kind, meaning that after drinking asparagus, one should only eat something that is used to make similar beverages, i.e. dates after date beer, etc. The Gemara challenges, wasn't it taught in Burita that one may only supplement asparagus with bread? The Gemara responds, this is not difficult. This Burita in which it was taught that one supplements it with bread refers to asparagus made of wine, and while that Burita in which it was taught that one supplements it with his own kind refers to asparagus made of beer. It was taught in one Burita and asparagus is beneficial for LET, heart, eyes, and spleen, harmful for RMT, head, intestines, and hemorrhoids. And it was taught in another Burita that asparagus is beneficial for RMT, head, intestines, and hemorrhoids, and harmful for LET, heart, eyes, and spleen. The Gemara responds, that is not difficult. This is your Aleph Rems. This is not difficult. Actually, this is a slightly different form than most of the mnemonic devices used for the Aleph Lem Mems.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're typically used to remember halakhic rulings. So this might be used for the same purpose of the halakhic reading. That is not difficult. This Burita in which it was taught the asparagus is beneficial for lets refers to asparagus made of wine, while that Burita in which it was taught that asparagus is harmful for LET refers to asparagus made of beer. It was also taught in a Breda that if he spit after drinking asparagus, he suffers an illness. And it was taught in another Breda that if he did not spit after drinking asparagus, he suffers an illness. So either way, you're going to suffer an illness. You're out of luck.
Stay away from asparagus, is what I'm hearing.
The Gemara responds that is not difficult. The Breda in which it was taught that he spits after drinking it suffers an illness refers to asparagus made of wine, while that Breda in which it was taught that if he did not spit, he suffers an illness refers to asparagus made of beer. Rav Ashi said, now you said that if I did not spit it after drinking it, he suffers an illness. It's water. The saliva in its mouth after drinking asparagus may be expelled even when standing before the king, as failure to do so will endanger him. Rabbi Ishmaeli ben Elisha said, Suriel, the heavenly ministering angel of the divine presence, told me 3 things from on high. Do not take your cloak in the morning from the hand of your servant and wear it. Do not ritually wash your hands from one who has not ritually washed his own hands, and only return a cup of asparagus to the one who gave it to you. Why is this? Because a band of demons, and some say a band of angels of destruction, lie in wait for a person and say, when will a person encounter one of these circumstances and be captured?
First, wait. Scroll up just a little bit on that one, please. So you are not supposed to take a cloak. Yeah, that's what it sounded like to me too. He's telling this dude not to take a cloak
this happens a lot.
From your servant who didn't wash. And
no, that's a different statement. So these are 3 different statements. So this is one statement.
From your servant and wear it. Ritually wash your hands from one who has not ritually washed his own hands.
And then this is the 3rd statement.
So is the implication
for the unrelated?
Is the implication for the second statement that one person who is not trying to be ritually pure gives the water to someone and then they wash their hands and then, like, how are you? Is it an infinite regress of ritual washing?
No, ablution is done with a bowl on the table typically, and they have the water and they wash their hands before they eat. So if someone if someone sets the bowl and their hands are dirty, then you shouldn't use that bowl.
So it's an infinite regress. How are you supposed to get because you can't?
Well, you can wash your hand under running water before you make.
Okay, so you get the running water and then you get the bowl, because that would make that. Is it ritually cleansing to wash your hands in running water?
Yeah, so that's actually part of the scientific miracles of the Bible.
That is actually part of that. Yeah, you're right, because baptism.
Because they have the soap recipe and they tell you to use running water. Like, the Bible's amazing.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, what a lot of Christians nowadays don't realize is actually pretty important to the early church that you be baptized in living water or running water, which is it's kind of neat. But it goes to show, like, baptism is not something that John the Baptist just made up.
Right.
It was a very Jewish, specifically Levitical practice that he was drawing from, and I think that's very cool. How cool Christianity is. I don't know.
The Essenes also did ritualized baptism long before Christianity. So if you're like, oh, you can't do this practice because it's pagan, then you can't get baptized.
Right.
Because it was a pagan practice to do baptism for the ritual purpose of cleansing from sin. So if you're like, oh, this is pagan, you can't do it, you can't do baptism then. Just because some pagan society, some pagan group did it at some point in time, doesn't mean that it's always wrong, always evil. It's just a misguided thing. Ash made me almost spit out my water from the this comment. Yeah. Can you please explain where he's getting Isa? So Isa likely is coming from Esau, because that was one of the terms that they would use to refer to the Romans, and the Romans were a substitute for the Christian church, especially during this time period, because this is whenever the Roman church gained power. So whenever you're talking about the Christians, you could also talk about the Romans. If the Jews in his vicinity, because he doesn't call him Isa much in the Meccan surahs. Almost all of the Isa statements, there's 12. Almost all of the Isa statements are in the New Testament, or not the New Testament, in the Medinan surahs. So if he encountered the Jews at Yathrib, and they called him Isa as a polemic for Esau, that might have been where he got Isa. That's my crackpot theory on the matter.
It is definitely crackpot.
Right. But I love the rabbi trying to get someone to spit in front of a king. It's just the rabbis messing with each other. There's these long tangents that are really stupid and make no sense whatsoever. And it's like, oh, well, why would this happen? And it's just like, oh, like even if you're in front of a king, you should spit.
Do it. You won't.
Yeah, just do it. Do it. Spit on the ground while in front of a king. It's like, oh, well, why not? The band of demons is gonna kill you if you don't.
I love it. Double dog dare ya.
Yeah, all right. See ya, Ash. Don't forget, if you leave your animals in the inn of a pagan, you're guilty of putting a stumbling block before the blind. Yeah.
Yeah. True. It was good to have you, Ash.
They did some funny, funky stuff with people and animals, man. Anyway.
Yeah, that's weird.
And he also like doubles down on this section. They knew about Mo. It's the reverse Muslim explanation of everything.
Yeah, the
Talmud is
the Jews prophesied about
Muslims.
Muhammad. The Jews prophesied Muhammad in the Talmud. One false religion to another.
I'm about to go through Peschium, Ash. It's gonna be fun, but yeah. So we have this rabbi doubling down again. It's like, oh, now the angel of death is telling me these things, and it's the same stuff. And then do not stand before the women when they return from the burial of the deceased, because I dance and come before them, and my sword is in hand, and I have license to destroy.
You too, Ash.
So it's random stuff. Good night, happy Thanksgiving. Yes, you too. Laila Tov. Good night. All right. Shalom. We have that. Let's jump into.
Oh wait, so that's literally something that a rabbi used against another one. He was like, "Yeah, I heard that from a demon."
It could be, or it could just be some random nonsense that they were just coming up with. Like,
that's crazy.
It's very difficult to tell sometimes, especially because we don't have the context of like this is written work. You can't tell inflection of voice. You can't tell rhetorical versus like you can tell a little bit, but they don't have italics, they don't have bolding, they don't have like the modern ways you can tell rhetorical devices in text.
Right.
They didn't have it. So all you have is block script. And you're trying to deduce if he's joking, if he's being serious, if he's being rhetorical, all that stuff. You can do your best to like piece it together and get like midrash and commentaries of, okay, this is what they're talking about in this section. Even with all of that, there's some things that are unclear about why they said it in the first place.
Interesting. So they only put like the crowns on the Torah, like that wasn't something they just did normally.
I think that's just the Torah scrolls that have the Tagan. If Ash is correct me, I've never seen it beyond the Tagan.
I thought that
Torah
was the crown thing supposed to imply like importance to words and stuff.
It has a mystical meaning, so it's more of the sword interpretation. So that's like pre-Kabbalah, and Kabbalah focuses a lot on it. So all of the Jewish mysticism heavily focuses on gematria, which is the numerology stuff, and some of the Tagan and other like the roots, how they're related, and all that type of stuff. Yeah. Definitely doesn't go back to Moses. So we have no idea why they developed, like who developed it. Like Rabbi Akiva talks about it a lot, but before him, who knows?
Right.
It definitely wasn't the Dead Sea Scrolls, so we know it's not original, but no idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can Muhammad fancy himself as a rabbi? The rabbis were talking to angels, entered Jibril. They were talking to angels, yes. They also were talking to jinn. They were talking to demons, and the demons would teach them things. So there's some rabbi statements of, hey, this demon, it gives a name, taught me this, and it relates it. So they're talking to angels. They're talking, well, it's called ministering angels specifically. So like the ones up in the divine council or those who interact with God in that way. and you have also demons that can do similar things, and you can interact with them because it's very jinn-like. They operate like jinn. So you have it's so strange, man. I need to flesh out my Jibril argument. I do have like proof text for the Jibril stuff, but it's a lot more than what I currently have.
With regard to what specifically?
Gabriel as the Holy Spirit, Gabriel doing divine dictation from Allah.
Oh, so
Gabriel choking him.
Right. So
Teaching him
you
things.
think that Muhammad thought that Jibril was a name for the Holy Spirit, and so whenever he said he received revelation from Jibril, he thought that it meant it was from God, or?
Well, the Jews explicitly identified Gabriel as the Holy Spirit, like
But
the Holy
not
Spirit messenger, the angel of the Holy Spirit.
Okay, so
And the
but
one
they didn't mean it
and the
in a
one who
divine
teaches
sense.
humanity. No, not in a divine sense, but in the
Right.
sense of he is the one who's responsible for giving Torah to humanity, for teaching people how to do things, and he taught Solomon how to make the instruments for the temple.
Right.
So
Yes.
he made the bowl.
Yeah.
Like like there's this passage about Gabriel putting on a blacksmith outfit and like smithing the first version of it, and then the king learns how to do it from him, and then he also smiths. So maybe the story of Solomon and David learning blacksmithing for chainmail
Oh,
might
yeah.
come from that story.
Yeah, they turned the
But you
metal
have
into flowing,
yeah. You have Gabriel teaching people Torah, teaching people. Also in Joseph's story, Gabriel's the one who taught him 70 languages. And Gabriel's the one who changed a letter in his name to allow him to learn those 70 languages. I can bring that passage up. That's a pretty interesting one. So Gabriel is operating exactly the same as Jibril. Yeah, let me bring up that passage. It's Soda 36b. Just for people to know I'm not making it up.
Soda? Bro, they had Coke
Soda.
back in the day.
Load. There we go. So they said to him, if that is so, and he is a child of royalty, he should know the 70 languages that all the king's children learn. The angel Gabriel then came and taught him the 70 languages, but he could not learn all of them. Gabriel then added one letter, the He, to Joseph's name from the name of the Holy One, blessed be he. And then he was able to learn the languages. As it is stated, he appointed in Joseph for a testimony when he went forth against the land of Egypt. Also, the poll result was 17 votes, and just by one vote, we do in fact have demons who live in toilets and tickle our butts. So that's a good thing to know. So the Yehoseph as a theophoric name, it has the divine name in it, and this claim is basically his name was Yehoseph, or like Yosef, and it added the Hel into it to make it theophoric. So he added the Hey to have Yah at the beginning of his name. So now his name bears the name of God. And because of that, he can learn the 70 languages. And then he was able to like go into the land of Egypt and take command of it, all that stuff.
Right.
So,
There was a very prevalent idea in early Jewish thought that the Chah was in and of itself divine in a way. So like when Abraham's name was changed to Abraham, the from what I understand, it was the idea of like the breath of God. So like it was his breath and being breathed into Abraham's life. And so it's very interesting.
So that gets back into the Proto-Sinaitic in the forms of it.
Right.
So if you've ever studied Proto-Sinaitic or Paleo-Hebrew, I have a series of videos on it. It's pretty interesting. I can share an image of it real quick. I'm a very weird nerd, and I have a lot of stuff. Let me bring that up. Where's my temp? I taught a whole thing on the. That's not quite good enough.
Jawbone of Samson, bro. Come on up, dude. Yeah, we understand. We're making fun of freaking Muhammad for taking it literally.
So we have this layout, although that layout's not very good on sharing it that way. Let's see if I can share it this way. The Proto-Sinaitic is really interesting. I spelled it wrong, it's fine. So these images are what the original alphabet system was.
Okay.
And you get your hes here. That's not the head. That's the chet. So you also combined the sounds a little bit earlier. So chet is this letter. So in modern Hebrew, it's different. So you were pronouncing this one down here.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
That this is different from the he.
Oh, the he. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So the he is the one for behold. It's also the word for spirit. So all of these have meanings, and they were taken from Egyptian
Right.
hieroglyphs. So the hieroglyphic nature was brought down into what's the title for it? I had to learn it, then I instantly forgot it. It's basically the first letter of a word assigns the word's meaning. So like the aleph here, the aleph takes from the ox, and then the bets and gimel and all that stuff. There's a technical term for it, but you can actually like get some sense of the meanings. What Kabbalah does. Kabbalah uses these pictographic representations of Hebrew to get understandings of words, to get more like truth or understanding behind it. So you can look at like, okay, what is a vav? A vav is a nail. So what does a nail do? It combines two things together. Well, the word vav is and. So and combines two thoughts together, combines a sentence together. You can do that with a lot of different things. I did a whole series on that. If anyone wants to go and look at that series, I recommend it. I probably get some of the Hebrew stuff too, because my Hebrew is still decently weak. But I went through like a whole Kabbalistic course, went through several rabbis, and brought all that stuff together. So interesting stuff. But yes, the he here is part of the divine name. It's part of the breath breathed out of God onto us.
Right.
And then we have a theophoric name being used for Joseph, being applied to him. And because of that, he now is able to learn all the languages of the Egyptians and every other people group. So you have like word magic, you have letter magic in some of the Jewish sources in the proto-Kabbalistic belief systems. You have the letters themselves have intrinsic meaning that adds to it. Yeah. Many of most of these passages take metaphorically, attempting to read these literally as a category. Yeah, I know. I get that.
But even like, I mean, you kind of do have to agree that some of those people, some of those rabbis who wrote those things were like actually being like serious. Like they actually thought some of those things happened. Now, whether or not Jews nowadays take that literally is, whatever. And I don't even know that the Jews by the time of Muhammad took any of that stuff literally or even really seriously. But the problem is that we're not really talking about Judaism right now. We're talking about the fact that Muhammad took all this stuff and ran with it.
Literally.
Yeah. Literally. Right now,
so
we're
he
talking
took everything at face value.
Yeah.
So even if the rabbis meant it rhetorically, even if they meant it as a joke, even if they were just trying to trick people into doing things and making fun of them, Muhammad didn't know that. He didn't understand that. So if we just do the surface level reading, we can see, okay, how could he have gotten this material? How could he have understood this material? Now some of it is just funny, and even like some of it, like talking about the metaphorical, like the rabbi who had his wife jiggle a nut in a can and like pat his head while he's pooping because he's scared of demons. I don't know how you can take that metaphorically myself. But yeah, obviously there's a lot of metaphorical, rhetorical usage of language in the Talmud. It's not meant to be literal a lot of the time, but Muhammad took it literally.
Yeah. I would also like to say I do pray for your country. Hopefully peace will be brought over there soon. The whole stuff with the terrorist organization is getting out of hand. So it has been out of hand for a while, but
hopefully there will no longer be terrorists. That would be nice.
That would be great.
Okay, so this is the longest section on demons in the Talmud that I'm aware of. It is going to be, it's from 109b to 113. So it's a lot of material. This is more material than all of the rest of it that we've read so far. Find. So, I don't know if I'm going to skim parts of it or if we're just going to read it all through. I might go to the bathroom real quick if you want to entertain the folks while I do
will.
that. Because
I can do that.
been drinking too much water. So.
Yes, folks. I'm so ugly. Look at me. That is my. Here, let me just here. Why don't here? So this is my room. For all you viewers, that's my hunting coat, but I use that just in general. My shoes. That's my Game Boy. Old here. OG Game Boy Advance my sister gave me. Doesn't have any batteries or anything in it. I'm gonna give this to her husband, who can hopefully fix the Pokemon card in it. I think it needs a battery replacement. Because if you didn't know, these older Game Boy cartridges, they did require batteries to do some of the functions within it. What else? I have some cardboard there. That's my airsoft targets. My airsoft gun is in there, but I don't know like YouTube stuff, so I don't want to bring up my airsoft gun because I don't want things to be bad for either channel or anything. I have a bunch of board games up there. You can see part of it here. Yeah, my light switch is kittens. Not kosher indeed. That is a set of 3 Super Mario cups. Oh, he's back.
What are you on about?
Just giving him a tour.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Not kosher is all I see from the chat, so I can't imagine what you're showing.
I don't know. I think, well, my camo jacket, the Game Boy. I think the Game Boy is probably what he was saying. If it is not kosher.
I'll show you mine if you show me yours.
I was talking, yeah. I don't know how YouTube is with this, like guns and stuff, so I didn't show my airsoft gun, but you know.
Yeah, I mean, I got mine. I always have a weapon near me.
Me too.
So this is my pretty little knife I keep on me.
With your deer antler.
Yes.
Very nice.
My antler bone knife, buck knife. Yeah, I mean, I have other weapons by me at all times as well. Just like bored, just like.
Oh yeah, with the butterfly.
Yeah. Anyway, so got weapons, got pictures of my kids, and I got random like old timey artillery bullets and other random knickknacks on me at all time.
That's based.
So, yes,
very based.
Based. No, I also have this.
That was easy.
Nice.
Which I mean to eventually, like at the end of the Talmudic dilemma, I'm gonna be like, okay, well, you know,
that was easy,
and just end it.
Leave it at that.
That's my goal for the end of the Talmudic dilemma series.
Do you like cars at all?
Cars?
Yes.
I know how they work. I had to learn how to engineer them.
Never mind. The coolest thing, well, probably the coolest thing in my room is I have an RC car, but that I painted and like built and everything. But if you don't like cars, I don't really want to bring it out.
Locking in.
All right.
So we learn in the Mishnah that even with regard to the poorest of Jews, the charity distributions should not give him less than 4 cups of wine. The Gemara asks, how could the sages establish a matter through which one will come to expose himself to danger? Oh, I am down to 4, I think.
Measurements.
No, I guess I'm not. Okay. But wasn't it taught in a burrito, a person should not eat in pairs? So they should not eat food in pairs, i.e. eat an even number of food items, and should not drink pairs of cups, and should not wipe himself with pairs, and should not attend to his sexual needs in pairs. So you can't eat food in even number. You can't drink even number. You cannot wipe your butt in even number, and you cannot attend to your sexual needs in even number. So if you're
What does
going to
that
have
even
intercourse,
mean?
if you're going to have intercourse, you can't have intercourse and then do it again. You have to have it either only once, or 3, or 5, or 7 times in a row.
Okay. Yeah, I was curious about that. All right.
The concern was that one who uses pairs exposes himself to sorcery or demons. Why would the sages require one to drink an even number of cups and thereby place himself in a position of danger? Bar Naaman, or Rab Naaman, said that the verse said it was a night of watching to the Lord, talking about Passover, which indicates that Passover night is a night that remains guarded from demons and harmful spirits of all kinds. Therefore, there was no cause for concern about this form of danger on the particular night. Rav said a different answer because you have to drink 4 cups of wine. So God commanded you to drink 4 cups of wine on Passover. So you have the cup of purification, you have the cup of judgment, you have the cup of salvation, and you have the cup of praise. So the cup of salvation is the one that Jesus lifts up and says, "This is my blood poured out for you." Pretty based. So out of the 4 cups he brings, he uses the cup of salvation to establish his covenant. And then he also did it with the apikamen, which is the one that's broken and half given, half taken. The Passover teaching, the Passover typology is amazing. I'm going to do that in a little bit for my Christmas video.
It's one of the best Christologies.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. So,
I'm already looking up what you're looking at.
Sorry.
I'm already looking.
No, I was looking at another thing. So therefore, there is no cause to concern about the form of danger this particular night. Rava said a different answer. The cup of blessing for grace after meals on Passover night is used in the performance of an additional mitzvah, and is not simply an expression of freedom. Therefore, it combines with the other cups for good, i.e., to fulfill the mitzvah to drink 4 cups, and does not combine for the bad. So you have an odd number. With regard to the danger of drinking pairs of cups, as though one drinks only 3 cups. Rabbi said the sages instituted 4 separate cups. Each of them is consumed in a manner that demonstrates freedom. Therefore, each and every one is a distinct mitzvah in its own right. In other words, each cup is treated separately, and one is not considered to be drinking in pairs. So this is their apologetic against the even superstitions that they have, doing things in even number.
It's funny how they're making stuff up and then making up arguments about the stuff that they just made up.
They do that a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Brita taught that one should not attend to his sexual needs in pairs. The Gemara asks, why should one be concerned for this? He has changed his mind. One does not plan in advance to engage in marital relations twice. That's not always true. And therefore, the 2 acts should not combine to form a dangerous pair. Abaya said, this is what the Tana is saying. The Burita should be understood in the following manner. One should not eat in pairs nor drink in pairs, and if he does so, should not attend to his sexual needs right afterward, even once, lest he is weakened by the act and will be harmed for having eaten or drunk in pairs. Maybe going one up. We got Return of the Puppy. Okay, so when one did not leave the house and view the marketplace between cups, however, if he saw the marketplace after the first cup, he has permission to drink another cup without concern. Likewise, Rav Ashi said, I saw Rav Hinobar Bavier follow this policy. Upon drinking each cup, he would leave the house and view the marketplace. We said that there is concern for, so like this is just like nonsense of here's how you can avoid the even and odd stuff. And we said that there's occasion for the safety of one who drinks in pairs only when he intends to set out on the road after drinking, but if he intends to remain in his house, there's no need for concern. Rabbi Zair said, and one who plans to sleep is comparable to one who is setting out on the road. He should be concerned that he might be harmed. Rav Papa said, and going to the bathroom is comparable to setting out on the road. The Gemara asks, and if one intends to remain in his house, is there no cause for concern? Rava would count the beams of the house to keep track of the number of cups he had drunk so as to ensure that he would not consume an even number. So now he's like counting the things in his house in order to know whether or not he's doing even or odd drinking of cups while he's getting drunk.
So this implies that he like goes to a beam and marks it every time he has a drink, so that way when he's like so blasted out of his mind, he can go back and like count and be like, "I'm good."
I think he's just like looking at the ceiling doing it. But yeah, he's counting them as he's going to make sure he's keeping even.
You could just remember.
And likewise, by when he would drink 1 cup, his mother would immediately place 2 cups in his hands so that he would not inadvertently drink only 1 more cup and thereby expose himself to the danger of drinking in pairs. And similarly, Rav Naman Bar Yasak would drink 2 cups, his attendant would immediately place 1 more cup in his hand, and if he would drink 1 cup, the attendant would place 2 cups in his hand. These reports indicate that one should be concerned for his safety after drinking an even number of cups, even when he remains at home. The Gemara answers, an important person is different. The demons focus their attention on him, and he must therefore be more careful than the average person. So now there is the sages are held to a higher standard because the demons are more willing to hurt that specific person. Yeah. So, Rula said, 10 cups contain no element of danger associated with pairs. So now 4 is given freedom because of Passover. Now 10 is given freedom. Why? Uller rules here in accordance with his reasoning stated elsewhere. And Yule said, and some of it was taught in a burrito, the sages instituted that one must drink 10 cups of wine in the house of a mourner during the meal of comfort. And if it could enter into your mind, that 10 cups do contain the element of danger associated with pairs, how should the sages arise and institute something that might bring a person to a state of danger? However, 8 cups do contain the element of danger associated with pairs. So 8 does, 6 does, 12 does, but apparently 4 and 10 do not. But continuing, Rav Hasida and Rav Bar Harav Huna both say that 8 is also safe from the dangers of pairs, as the number 7, represented by the word shalom, combines with the previous cups for the good, but does not combine for the bad. So 8 is fine because 7 is God's number, and it brings peace. The final verse of the priestly benediction reads, the Lord lift his countenance upon you and give you peace. Mm-hmm. The word shalom, or shalom, the 7th Hebrew word, is this verse. It has purely positive connotation. So because it's purely positive, there is no negative because they believe that the first one's positive and the second one is negative. So because it has no negative on the backside, 8 is also safe.
It's so made up. Oh, 8's okay because 7's fine. What?
So Rav Hasida and Rabba Bar Rava Huna therefore maintain that the 7th cup combines with the previous 6 only for good purposes. After the 7th cup, from the 8th cup and on, the cups constitute pairs for the good, but not for the bad. However, 6 cups do contain the element of danger associated with pairs. So, Rava and Rav Yosef both say that even drinking 6 cups is not dangerous. The reason is that the 5th cup, represented by the word veknucha, pronounce that horribly, is the 2nd verse of the priestly benediction. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious unto you. Combines with the previous cups for good, but does not combine for the bad. However, 4 cups do contain the element of danger associated with pairs. So now 4 cups are bad, but only in association when it's not on Passover. Okay. So 6 fine, 8 fine, 4 bad, 10 good, except all the other rabbis who say that those things are bad. Abba and Rava both say that even the number 4 is not dangerous, as pronounce that horribly. Veish Mirka, the 3rd word in the 1st verse, the priestly benediction reads. Somehow reading Hebrew in the actual Hebrew is worse than, or like reading this up here is fine, because that's this word here. But reading it in the English breaks my brain.
The transliteration.
So the 3rd word in the 1st verse, the transliteration hurts me. The 1st verse of the priestly benediction reads, the Lord bless you and keep you. It combines for the good, but does not combine for the bad. Rava follows his standard line of reasoning in this regard, as Rava allowed the sages to leave after having drunk 4 cups, was not concerned for their safety. Although Rava Bar Levi was injured on one such occasion, Rava was not concerned for that matter had been caused by his consumption of even number of cups. And that injury only occurred because he challenged me during the public lecture. It is improper for a student to raise difficulties against his rabbi during a public lecture, lest the rabbi be embarrassed by his inability to answer.
So, okay. So he says, yeah, I drank 4 cups of wine. Okay. But that's not why I got hurt. I got hurt
Right.
because the undergrad asked a hard question and I got embarrassed. That's why I got hurt.
Well, no, the undergrad got hurt because he asked his teacher
undergrad
a hard
got hurt
question.
because he asked
Yeah.
him a hard question.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Oh my gosh.
So here's where a demon tells him
We
things.
found him. It's Ashmedai. The best demon.
There's a lot of content here. So Rav Yosef said, Yosef the demon. So this is a rabbi named Yosef, and he said that the demon named Yosef said to me, Ashmedai, the king of the demons, is appointed over all who perform actions in pairs. So the king of the demons is in charge of the actions of pairs. That's why they're scared to do things in pairs, which comes from Babylon.
Got it.
So, yeah, this is the Persian belief system, and it's introduced into the Talmud. But this is a demon telling him this story. So he's getting his information from demons.
Right. So it's not like this was made up. He's like, this is Sahi. Right. I got it from a demon.
Granted, all of this, again, could be like rhetorical material, but it's a very long diatribe of Rabbi said this, Rabbi said that, Rabbi said that.
Right.
So, Ashmedai, the king of the demons, is appointed over all who perform actions in pairs, and a king is not called a harmful spirit. The king would not cause harm. Wild statement from Jews, considering their
king would not cause
histories.
Harm?
I know.
Saul?
I know. Or like any of the other ones. Like, there's only 3 or 4 kings called good by God in all of the lineage of the kings.
Yeah, that's true. And so you had Hezekiah.
They're all Jewish kings too.
Solomon.
Yeah.
David.
David.
Those are the 4 that I could think of off the top of my head.
That's pretty much it.
But there were
there's like 1 or 2 others.
There were other kings that didn't do bad. In fact, there's like 1 or 2 other ones that cleared out the temple, but the Lord makes a specific note that they didn't clear the high places.
Right.
So,
but then they still did evil.
So
even
Hezekiah actually at the end of his life.
Yeah.
But he was still called.
His life was extended because of mercy, but he was still.
Yeah, he still did a bad thing.
Yeah. So there's only like a handful, like less than 5 or right around 5 kings that are like actually seen as good in the king's history. So for the Jews to make this claim, granted, this isn't in the actual Hebrew for this section. This is in the explanation from the translator, but that would be like the reasoning why it's fine to do things in pairs, because the king is not a harmful spirit. So consequently, there's no reason to fear the harm of demons for having performed an action in pairs. Some say the statement in this matter. On the contrary, he is an angry king who does what he wants, as the halakha is that a king may breach the fence of an individual in order to form a path for himself, and none may protest his actions. Similarly, the king of the demons has full license to harm people who perform actions in pairs.
Yeah, a king does a lot more than just break into your yard. I don't know why they cited that as the main example of king harm. Right. They're like, yeah, no, king's bad guy. One time tore down that white picket fence over there. Can you believe that? It's like
infringing on your privacy and your property and like all that
literally stuff. Like God literally says whenever he talks to the children of Israel, if you appoint a king, he's going to take your land, your animals, your money, and your sons.
And your daughters.
You're talking about your land. And you're going to talk about him walking through your yard. This is crazy.
Yeah, well, the connotation would be that he is going to take whatever he wants in that.
Yes, yeah.
So he can infringe on any of your stuff. So if he wants your daughters or your possessions or whatever, he's just going to take it. So they do have some of that context, but it's a little silly with the what's it called? Not the euphemism, but the expression that he's using. Anyway, Rat Papa said, Yosef the demon said to me, if one drinks 2 cups, we demons kill him. If he drinks 4 cups, we do not kill him. But this person who drank 4, we harm him. There's another difference between 2 and 4. With regard to one who drinks 2, whether he did so unwittingly or intentionally, we harm him. With regard to one who drinks 4, if he does so unintentionally, yes, he is harmed. If he does so unwittingly, no, he will not be harmed. So the demon teaching him these things.
I wonder why. Well, I mean, I guess this is way later. I'm racking my brain and trying to find connections to the Testament of Solomon. Because this is exactly what happens in the Testament of Solomon. I mean, the demons come up and they're just kind of like, "Yep, I like to, shove people down wells, but only if they, and like they just, yeah." But I don't recall 2s and 4s in the Testament of Solomon. This is interesting to me.
Right. It's very strange. So there's. I just don't want to go down the rabbit hole. I don't think Formidable Faith is a earnest person. I didn't actually remove that. My mod did. But I don't really care if there's an echo chamber. I just don't want to go down random tangents in the comment section from people who accuse me of all sorts of things that I'm not actually doing. So I don't have the time for people who are not willing to actually listen to the words I'm saying and will just shout nonsense at me from the comment section.
It's the Muslim duck, dodge, dive, and dodge, man.
Yeah. Anyway. I'm not trying to look weak or look strong. I don't care. I just am not interested in dialoguing with people who will, even if I spend like 15 minutes responding to his comment, he says I don't respond to his comments. I'm diving, I'm ducking, I'm dodging, and I don't have anything when I'm like spending hours of my life showing all the things that he says I don't have. I don't have the desire to interact with people like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway, the Gemara asks, and if one forgets and it happens that he goes outside after having drunk an even number of cups, what is his solution? The Gemara answers, he should take his right thumb in his left hand and his left thumb in his right hand and say as follows, you, my thumbs, and I are 3, which is not a pair. And if he hears a voice that says you and I are 4, which makes a pair, he should say to it, you and I are 5. And if he hears it say, you and I are 6, he should say to it, you and I are 7. The Gemara relates that there was an incident in which someone kept counting after the demon until he reached 101, and the demon burst in anger.
I got my thumbs.
So you and I are 3.
You and I. You and I are 3.
Right.
I don't see any demons anymore.
Oh, did you do the black cat serum to make you be able to see?
Yeah, let me rub a little bit more on there just to make sure. Oh, yeah. The sensation is horrible.
So here's the witch stuff. So there's witch stuff and there's demon stuff in the superstitions of the Jews of this time period in Babylon.
Okay.
So, Imeamar said, the chief of the witches said to me, one who encounters witches should say this incantation, hot feces and torn bait baskets in your mouth, witches, may your hairs fall out because you use them for witchcraft. Your crumbs, which you use for witchcraft, should scatter in the wind. So hot feces and torn date baskets in your mouth, witches, is the phrase you're supposed to say to ward off evils.
What on God's green
I'm not
earth?
Jewish, by the way. I am a Christian. I am a Gentile. I'm not ethnically Jewish. I'm not religiously Jewish.
Unhinged Momo, why you got a Palestinian flag in your... Are you a Muslim? No, there's no way you're a Muslim.
Probably not. Yeah. So we have this incantation of hot feces and torn date baskets in your mouth, witches. which obviously should ward off demons or witches. Everyone knows that. This
Yeah,
is
of
just
course.
common knowledge.
Of course. Am
Yeah.
I right?
Everyone knows.
Hey,
Yeah, right. Who hasn't said that?
Nope.
Yeah. Your spices, which you use for your witchcraft, should scatter. The wind should carry away the fresh saffron that you witches hold to perform your witchcraft. As long as I was shown favor from heaven and you showed me favor, I do not come here. Now that I have come here, your favor toward me has cooled, and you should find favor. So that is their incantation against witches. The Gemara relates. He's a Palestinian Christian
Yeah,
ex-Muslim.
I saw that. Interesting. I'd love to hear your take on the conflict.
Yeah, you can reach out to him if you want to talk.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that.
Those who don't know, Chase here has his own YouTube channel.
I do indeed.
I'm sure you have your own email and contact information.
I do indeed. Yeah, I can. Yeah.
Yes.
You mean the email and contact information that one lady from the Royce Report could not find for the life of her on David's channel? Did you watch that? I don't know if you watched that video.
Yeah, I watched AP stream on it.
Yeah.
It's
like what?
Yeah. It's not hard to find, man.
View email
plug-in
address.
them.
Literally right there. Yeah. If you you more than happy, more than welcome to reach out, and because I don't know, I'd love to get the take of somebody who's actually in there.
That's fine.
No, I don't care. I just, if you are a Christian, you supported the Palestinian government, that would be interesting. That's not what the stream is about. Dang it! I'm sorry. Just that does interest me.
Right. We do have some Palestinian Christians in the Discord server too. I know a couple ex-Muslims from Palestine.
I would love to hear their take.
Yeah. Okay. The Gemara relates that in the West, so in Jerusalem, in the land of Israel, is what this says. They were not particular with regard to pairs. So now the Babylonians are admitting that, hey, our brothers writing the Talmud in Jerusalem don't really care about pairs. They don't care about demons. So they're informing people like, hey, they don't care about demons. We do. Rav Dimi from Nahardis was particular about pairs, even with regard to the signs on a barrel. He would not write pairs of symbols on a barrel. There was an incident in which there were pairs of symbols on a barrel, and the barrel burst. The Gemara concludes, the rule of the matter is that all who are particular about pairs, the demons are particular with him. And if one is not particular, they are not particular with him. However, one is required to be concerned about the harm that might result from purposely performing actions in pairs.
Good. Sorry, his last comment I completely endorse.
Right. Yes. Amen. Hamas are evil. Yes.
Yep.
Anyway, another comment. So he's talking again about Israel. He said, with regard to 2 eggs, 2 nuts, 2 cucumbers, and another matter, there is a halakha transmitted to Moses from Sinai that they are dangerous in pairs. So this is why they're scared about pairs. But the sages are uncertain about what the other matter was, and therefore the sages decreed that all pairs are prohibited due to that other matter. So because eggs, nuts, cucumbers, and something else are dangerous, everything is dangerous in order to avoid the one possible thing.
What does "and another matter" mean? Like anything?
There was something else in the list.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it could have been donkeys, it could have been tying your shoes, it could have been sneezing. Who knows? They don't know. So therefore, in order to avoid doing that thing that is unknown, they just say everything is bad in pairs.
Despite the fact that your body is literally divided into pairs.
2, yes. You have 2 of everything.
Yep.
Yeah. Right. And also that they admit that the Jews in Jerusalem don't care.
Yeah, I thought that was really funny.
Yeah.
It was really funny that they were
hey,
like, what concerns to Israel? Well, they don't care about pairs. What? Get out of here.
Right. The rule of the matter is the demons are particular with them. If they are not particular, then they are not particular with them. So if you don't care about the pairs, demons don't care. They're not going to harm you.
That
it
just
only matters if you're superstitious about it.
That just sounds like yes,
proof. Yeah, sorry.
That just sounds like a solid philosophy of life. If you're scared about something, that thing is going to affect you. So solid advice, I guess.
Yeah. It's just silly, man. I love it.
There's
And then Warren notes
Suleiman.
that, which we said above, that the numbers 10, 8, 6, and 4 do not cause danger associated with pairs. We said only with regard to harmful spirits. However, with regard to witches, we are concerned with regard to one who performed an activity a greater number of times. So witchcraft, demons, they only attack you if you're in pairs or if you're alone at night. Witches, though, they're always dangerous.
Or if you go into an old ruin.
Old ruins. So yeah, caves, old ruins, and bathhouses and bathrooms.
Right.
Which I didn't. I think I actually got rid of the bathhouse thing. Unfortunately, I didn't actually show it on screen. Oh no, I might have done it while you were gone. The bathhouses is like, you have to do a specific blessing before you go into it in a Roman bathhouse, and if you don't do it, then you are likely to be strangled or drowned by the demons. And whenever you leave that bathhouse, you have to do it again, otherwise the floor might fall out below you. And there was a story reported there that one of the rabbis, as leaving, he did his prayer, his blessing as he was leaving the bathhouse. The floor fell, and he grabbed 100 people with his right hand and another large number of people with his left hand, and he held them all up in the air instead of letting them fall into the boiling water below the bathhouse or the fire below the bathhouse. And it's described as a miracle. It says explicitly a miracle happened and he was able to do this.
No, absolutely. Yeah, no problem with that.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, absolutely.
Might as well. Yeah. So this is like that incident involving a certain man who divorced his wife. She went and married a shopkeeper who sold wine in his store. Every day the first husband would go and drink wine in that shop. That would be such an annoying thing, man. If you had a messy divorce, if you had a messy divorce with someone and then every single day they would come in to mess with your business.
This is like the equivalent of like a coffee shop. Your ex-wife works at Starbucks,
And you go every day.
You go every day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So his ex-wife would perform witchcraft upon him, and it would not be effective for her in her attempts to harm him because he was careful with regard to pairs.
It even protects you from divorce witchcraft.
It protects you from divorce witchcraft, which is why you shouldn't wipe with an odd or an even number of stones.
Could you imagine, okay, so I am curious, do Jews find this to be, binding? So, I'm trying to think of a good example, exactly like Starbucks. Did the Jews, whenever they were interpreting things like this in the Gemara, try and transpose this as this is like a teaching from Sinai, or is that only some of them? Because I know now there's some trouble with some of the Catholic some of the councils and stuff where it's is this binding for previous Christians or not? And
right.
Sometimes they say it's apostolic, sometimes they don't. So I didn't know if it was a similar thing in the Gemara.
I mean, again, they admit that the Jerusalem, the Israeli-based Talmud, doesn't hold to this stuff. So this is not part of the Mishnah. It doesn't go back. It's just part. Well, they said that part of it did go back to the Mishnah, with the 2 cucumbers, 2 eggs, 2 nuts, and then another matter, which is why the later rabbis are expounding upon it. Right. But the Jerusalem Mishnah doesn't. They don't have this focus. So the Babylonians seem to have a unique thing with them with their demonology.
Right.
It's very different from the Israeli version of it. Now, the Israeli, the Israel Talmud, the Jerusalem Talmud, is much shorter than the Babylonian Talmud.
Yes, yeah.
Much shorter, where you just lose a lot of this. It's way more focused on halakha. You don't get nearly as much Aggidic material or random nonsense phrases and stuff happening, which we've been looking at most of the night. So most Jews nowadays would just outright dismiss all of this and just be like, oh, that's just folklore stories, nonsense. They would not point it back to being part of the Mishnah. The rabbis of the day are obviously thinking about it, and they're being serious about it because they write so much about it. We're not even we're halfway through the section on pairs and demons. Only halfway.
Who could? Well, who could write enough about demons and pairs? Nobody really. So how does I'm curious. So from my understanding, like an actual page of Talmud, it's got the Mishnah in the middle and then the tractates around it, right?
Yeah.
So all the tractates are related insofar as they're talking about the same part of the Mishnah, correct?
I don't remember how it's laid out. So almost all my experience with Talmud has been in this format. Right. I don't have a physical copy. So I don't know exactly how it's laid out in the physical copy side of it. Especially because it was originally a scroll. So the scroll format's very different from the codex format.
Yeah.
I think the different tractates were written out one at a time, and you would just read them start to finish. Okay. But they all do relate to specific sections of the Mishnah. But they comment, "Hey, this is said in the Mishnah," yada yada yada. To my knowledge, I could be totally wrong about this. To my knowledge, it's not directly related to the Mishnah next to it all the time. Because they bounce around topics sometimes so violently it's like whiplash. I can't imagine the Mishnah is laid out the exact same way. And granted, I've not read the tractates next to the Mishnah to know for sure. But sometimes the Gemara bounces between topics of the Mishnah so violently, it would be shocking to me if it was laid out that way.
Yeah, well, the problem, like, I was just thinking, like, is because the way it's laid out in Sapara is obviously it's just like one. So I didn't know if it was bouncing, like, I didn't know how exactly it was laid out, but it seems as though this is just following a single tractate the whole way through. It's not like it's bouncing between different ones, but
which, I mean, there's so much content on some of the Mishnah that would be hard to have all of it in the footnotes on a single page.
Right.
But again, I could be totally wrong about all of that. That would be something you want to Google, because I don't have a physical copy of the Talmud. I will never read a physical copy of the Talmud because they're expensive. I don't want to spend that much money on them.
It's a freaking
I don't care that much. Yeah, it's massive volume.
And you can't control F the book.
No, you cannot control the book. Like, dude, I love Safari because it's like,
it's so helpful.
Everywhere egg comes off, and it's like, oh yeah, there's a lot of eggs in Biscayim.
Yeah,
I can find it instantly. It's wonderful. It's awesome. Or I can just like flip through the book very quickly.
One of the things that I did notice, well, I guess that's a little bit different. AI has problems with the Talmud, I've noticed. Sometimes it says a bunch of wrong stuff about it, and you're like, where's that at? And it's like, oh, it's here. And it's like, no.
Not there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I've had AI gaslight me several times on stuff in the Talmud, trying to find connections and readings and like finding, okay, can you aggregate everything about like Moses beating a stick naked with a rock or beating a rock naked with a stick? It's like, oh, well, it shows up here. And I look at it, it's like not there. I'm like, oh, that's sad.
Yeah,
I really want to find Sahih Bukhari 3404.
I remember
whenever
it would talk about the Testament of Solomon, it'd be like, yeah, this is a quote from chapter 2, and I'm like, whoa. The Testament of Solomon is not divided into chapters. and it's like, oh, well, I mean this. And I'm like, that doesn't say that. And it's like, well, actually, I made that part up because it's part of the greater material of the, post crucifixion Christian. I was like, what are you talking about? It's so confusing.
Yeah, AI is it's not very lucid. He was lucid here, but AI is not always lucid.
No.
Yeah. So, this gets into the Arab. So one day he drank a lot and he did not know. So this is again the witchcraft guy.
Okay.
So back onto the context of what we're reading. the witchcraft dude with his ex-wife being really angry at him. One day he drank a lot and he did not know how much he had drank until he drank 16 cups. He was lucid and he was careful with regard to himself to keep track of how many cups he had drunk. From here onward, he was not lucid and was not careful to watch himself, and she caused him to leave after consuming an even number of cups. As he walked, a certain Arab met him, and noticing that he was bewitched, said to him, "It is a dead man who walks here." He was a prophet. He went and hugged a palm tree for support. The palm tree dried out due to the witchcraft, and he burst.
Like into flames?
Or like his stomach. Like,
Yeah, that Arab was definitely a prophet. You know what? Last time I saw a drunk person, that's so weird. You know, like yeah, okay, like if you see a person walking around drunk, looking all freaking glaze-eyed, Lucy, you know, you'd be like, yeah, that guy's like, that's a dead man walking right there. You know, it's a prophet.
so I've
Wait, the Gemara confirms a non-Jewish prophet?
I mean, I don't know if they would call him yes, it does. There's 7.
Oh, okay.
So, Job is considered a prophet in the Talmud. So is Balaam. They have the full list of the 7 names. But yes, there are Gentile prophets in the Talmud.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how they would justify Job.
I don't know either, but they do, which is why the Quran calls Job a prophet.
I can understand how, like with Balaam, but the problem is that that wasn't really his purpose. Yeah, I'm sure it was the number and not the large amount of wine.
Drinking like 30 cups of wine. I'm like, man, I don't know what happened. I'm not alcohol poisoned dying because my blood is like
okay, so 40%
alcohol.
So I thought that this part was about the witchcraft, but
it is.
So now it says that after having consumed a pear, but I thought that the witches didn't care about pears. Oh,
no, they do.
Cups. I thought it was just
the witches do consider. No, the witches do like pears as well.
So it's not just. However, with regard to witchcraft, we are concerned with okay. So it's the pairs and greater
if
than
it's a lot,
10.
Right?
Okay.
Because the solution was to count to 101. So because you can't count to 101 with witchcraft, you have to always be concerned about evens. Because it's the whole left hand and like the thumb thing with the you and I are 3 type thing with your hands. Yeah. So the witchcraft can get past the loophole of your hand maneuver into bursting from drinking, probably enough alcohol to get you to like a 0.6. Which, mind you, for those who do not know the blood alcohol content, my wife does forensic science. A blood alcohol content of 0.1 is 10% of your blood is alcohol. 0.4 is 40% of your blood is alcohol. Don't drink that much alcohol. You will die. Because you're replacing all of your blood with alcohol.
Yeah, essentially.
There's no more water.
Buddy drank so much alcohol, he went catatonic on us.
And died, yes.
Yeah.
But no, it was the witchcraft. Anyway. So, plates and loaves do not contain the element of danger associated with pears. The Gemara elaborates upon this point. The rule of the matter is that anything whose production was completed by people, whether a vessel or food, they do not contain the element of danger associated with pears. Conversely, if the object was completed by heaven with regard to types of food, we are concerned. But wine is also made by people? Like, I don't get this apologetic. Furthermore, a store does not contain the element of danger associated with pears. If one eats there's no danger, as this is his regular place. If one changes one's mind after drinking an odd number of cups and added one more, his drinking does not contain the element of danger associated with pears, as he did not initially intend to drink an even number. The behavior of a guest who eats or drinks in someone else's house does not contain the element of danger associated with pears, as his host determines how much he will eat and drink. The behavior of a woman does not contain the element of danger associated with pears, as demons are not particular with regard to how much a woman eats or drinks. But if she's an important woman, we are concerned. So women are so unimportant to demons that they don't really care what women do, generally speaking, unless it's an important woman.
So stupid. Okay.
A wine-based drink with added spice. So this is again the asparagus. A wine-based drink with added spices that people would regularly consume in the morning combines with the even number of cups of wine. I think this is actually what Muhammad was drinking. But that might have to be more study. Anyway, to raise the total, because he did this with like dates. He made date wine and would drink it. Combined with the number of cups.
Bad. I don't
Bad
like
tasting, or
yeah, I don't like
they're fine. Yeah. Figs are good. To raise the total of an odd number and does not combine for the bad, to bring the sum to an even number. So if you consume it in the morning, it's consumed only for the good. So they have all these loopholes. So they make this broad category of, hey, even number is bad, and then have all these loopholes.
Yeah, and then they proceed to debunk their own stupid, like, this gives, like, somebody in the comments earlier said that, and it gives a new appreciation whenever the Lord Jesus is like, you make the word of God of none effect with your stupid arguments.
Yeah. Again, I love Jews. I don't I think you should come to Christ and you should abandon the rabbinic material. But
it's just it's like ridiculous.
It's fun. It's an interesting time. So here you have amount of water. Here you have 2 cups of wine and 1 cup of beer do not combine. So they have to be specifically the same thing, not just alcohol. And this is your mnemonic by which to remember this rule. A mission to concern the lack of ritual purity. This is the rule. With regard to anything attached to an object, if the smaller piece is more stringent than the larger one, the combined object is ritually impure. If the attached substance is more lenient than it, the combined object is ritually pure. In other words, if a small, this is the explanation of the mnemonic. In other words, if a small piece of type of fabric that contains ritual impurity when it is relatively small, which is a stringency, is attached to a larger object comprised of a less valuable fabric that contracts ritual impurity only when it is bigger, the 2 materials combine to form a unified fabric that contracts the ritual impurity. If together they amount to the larger requisite size. However, if there's more of the stringent material, then the 2 substances do not combine halakhically to form the amount of smaller requisite size. Similarly, in the case of pears, the wine is more significant than the beer based on its alcohol content. Therefore, the wine combines with the beer, but not vice versa.
Sure.
So,
got a problem.
That's your mnemonic device. Yeah. It's, fair. If one drinks 2 cups before the table is brought and the meal begins 1 cup over the table, they combine. The person is not considered to have drunk a pair of cups. However, if one drinks 1 cup before the table is brought and 2 cups after the table, they do combine. So you have to only drink it a certain way. You can't drink it with that way. It's and it keeps going. And this section is extremely dry. Okay, so you can drink water in an even number. I think that's one of the arguments was any type of drink that is diluted combines to form an even or an odd number, except for water. If one mixes water with other water, it is not considered diluted and does not count toward the number of cups.
Whoa.
Even water.
The water thing. Is that where
Yeah.
Muhammad got his whole water does not become impure by anything?
No, that's from a different thing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't say that. That is from Judaism, though?
I'm pretty sure. So the whole idea of ablution, the idea of cleaning yourself with clean dirt, and the idea of water. Although Judaism is way more stringent with water. Like, hey, you have to be ritually pure in all things. But they have certain instances of what does and does not corrupt water. But they're not going to get to the extreme of Muhammad that's like, oh yeah, there's a dead body in there. It's fine. They don't do that. Okay. So his exact understanding of what does and doesn't pollute it is more unique to him because he's kind of a dumb person in general. the Jews were not nearly as stupid to say like, hey, if there's a dead animal in there, you can still drink it.
Yeah, and also the well that the women would throw their like menstrual cloths and stuff into. You're like, okay, what?
Tasty. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where Dasani comes from.
Never. No, my gosh. You said that's where Dasani comes from?
Yeah.
Please get out. God, that's so gross.
The worst water bottle flavor.
Oh, it's so bad. I'm more
That's
of a
what Dasani tastes like to me, man.
Like a Crystal Mountain type dude.
Your used menstrual cloth got into my Dasani water. This continues for another 3 sections. However, if everyone agrees that hot water poured into hot water or cold water poured into cold water, no, they're not considered diluted. But if you pour cold water into hot water, it's diluted. It's just strange.
What does
so here's
diluted
one
even mean in that situation? Like diluted?
I have no idea. Like the temperature gradient, I guess.
Well, that's kind of obvious, I guess, but I don't know.
Yeah. So it's continuing on its superstitions in witchcraft. I love how the translator adds that it's literally superstitions. That makes me happy. Resh Lakesh said, there are 4 matters. The one who performs them, his blood is upon his own head. Meaning you are going to, like, you're liable for your own life. You take your life into your own hands type beat. Due to the evil spirit that rests upon him. This also gets back into the Jewish belief that there's 2 angels on you at all time recording your deeds, your good deeds and your bad deeds. So the evil spirit's the one recording the bad deeds.
Right.
So one who relieves himself, and again, that's in the Quran, one who relieves himself in a spot between a palm tree and a wall, one who passes between 2 palm trees, one who drinks borrowed water, and one who passes over spilled water, even if his wife poured it out in front of him. So if you walk over spilled water, if you drink borrowed water, if you walk between 2 palm trees, and if you pee between a palm tree and a wall, you are taking your life into your own hands because the spirit might decide to kill you.
Okay. So let me get this straight. The palm tree and the wall. I get that.
Yeah.
Completely understand. That's common knowledge. You're telling me if I ask my buddy for a water bottle, I can't drink that without the evil spirit throwing a dice. I'm gonna die.
Getting offended. Yeah.
I could get off by the shoulder demon for drinking my buddy's water.
It might not always be the shoulder demon. It might be one of the other demons that you have with you. But yeah. So let's read why those 4 things are bad, though. So the Gemara elaborates with regard to one who relieves himself between a palm tree and a wall. We said that he places himself in danger only when there are not 4 cubits of space between the 2 objects. However, if there are 4 cubits, we have no problem with it. The demons have enough room to pass by, and he will not obstruct them. And furthermore, even when there are not 4 cubits, we said there is a problem only when the demons have no other route besides that one. However, if they have another route, we have no problem with it. So now the demons are going to bump into you because they're tangible somehow. So at the same time, they're intangible and they're tangible. Where if you're peeing because you can't see them unless you have the black cat ash in your eyes, because you can't see them, you don't know where they're coming from. You might actually accidentally have a demon bump into you. So
right.
You have to have enough space in your hallway between you and, because they don't want to step in your pee. You don't want to pee on them.
Right.
So you have to pee in a way that allows people to go by you, or allows demons to go by you, even if you can't see them. And if you don't give them enough space, they'll get angry and they'll kill you. Yeah, specifically a palm tree.
So there's an implication here. Sorry. There's an implication here that only the palm tree constricts the demons. So if you're peeing between a wall and like a spruce tree, it doesn't matter to the demon. Just the palm tree. Some with the coconuts. I don't know, man. I don't really know what that means. I was reading that earlier. It seems more incumbent upon others to tell overly entitled Jews not to shatter the cookie jar, because if that happens, Israel. I don't know what that.
Maybe like some anti-Semitic remark.
I think that's probably. So I shouldn't.
People are there.
So I shouldn't.
Not to shatter the cookie jar. I'm not exactly sure what shatter the cookie jar means, but like, whatever. People do what they do. So, however, if
entitled Jews is kind of confusing me.
Yeah. With regard to one who passes between two palm trees, we said that he's in danger only if a public domain does not cross between them. However, if a public domain crosses between them, we have no problem with it, as demons are not permitted to cause harm in a public place. They're not allowed to cause harm in a public place.
What constitutes a public place?
Like a market or a bazaar or something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Or like a road system, like the town square type idea. And with regard to one who drinks borrowed water, we said it is dangerous only if a minor borrowed it. However, if an adult borrowed the water, we have no problem with it.
What's wrong?
Yeah,
Never heard that.
even if a minor borrowed it, we said this poses a danger only if it occurred in a field where water is not found. However, in a city where water can be found, we have no problem with it. And even in a field, we said there's a cause for concern only in case of borrowed water. However, with regard to wine and beer, we have no problem with it.
So
you can ask to borrow wine and beer.
It sounds like the amount of water or wine or beer or whatever is really not the focus of the issue. It's just the number of the vessels that you drink it out of. Yeah. So like you could have a 2 liter of wine and
just drink that.
And it's fine. Or you could have 2 shot glasses.
Yeah.
That's not okay.
That would be bad. Yeah.
Right.
It's not the amounts, it's the rest of it.
Mashallah.
So it sounds super convoluted. Yes, you are right. Does this pull from good and bad luck in terms of ritual outcomes, the way that they perceive that what caused or didn't cause sickness, death? They do believe this a lot. So they do have demons that if you have intercourse improperly, the demons might cause certain outcomes, like your kids being sick or deformed, or coming out with bad morals. That was also one of the consequences of improper intercourse, is your kids will basically become hooligans and not follow the study of Torah. You also have a lot of superstition in general of just like why bad things occur. A lot of it is attributed to demons and witchcraft. So there's a lot of superstition of, oh, they're like the crops died. Why? Oh, the demons did it. Oh, my kid is born with mental disability. Why? Oh, the demons did it. Oh, my cow pooped on me. Why? The demons caused it. Like every negative occurrence could be attributed to demons, and every positive occurrence could be attributed to angels. Now, that is a legitimate thing. We have enemies, we have advocates in the world. We believe in the spiritual realm, but it's not nearly to the extent of the superstitious in their belief systems. Especially because they don't have the Holy Spirit, but us as believers, we have conquered, like Christ conquered. We are conquerors with him over the powers and the enemies and the high places and all that stuff.
You see this kind of, and not a demonic necessarily thought, but you see this thought that if, like, particularly during intercourse, whenever the Lord is asked the question, this guy was born blind. What happened? Was his parents, like, did they do something wrong? Did he do something wrong? He's like, well, it's not that. It's that the power of God might be made known through him. And so we know that oftentimes bad things happen to good people, that the power of God might be shown through them. And the story of the man born blind is still one of my favorites in all of the Bible, because of how good the Lord Jesus is to him, and how you can't even make this stuff up. The Lord Jesus, he puts the stuff on his eyes. He tells him to leave. So he leaves before the guy receives his sight. He washes. The first thing he sees is not the Lord Jesus. When he comes back with renewed sight, and he sees the Lord Jesus, and it's after a period where he speaks to those around him, and we're going to see the Lord Jesus. Even those who were healed by the Lord Jesus without ever having seen him, they're going to see him again. I'm so excited to see Jesus, man. Like, come on.
Yeah, me too. God, it's cool. The Bible is such a cool and awesome and amazing book. And it reminds me how wonderful it is whenever I study any other religious book.
Oh, it's so bad. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The comparison is just, it's very stark.
Yeah, night and day.
Yeah. So, with regard to one who passes over spilled water, so continuing the list of the four things, we said he places himself in danger only if no one sprinkled dirt over it and no one spat in it. However, if someone sprinkled dirt over it or spat in it, we have no problem with it. And we said this is a concern only if the sun did not pass over it, i.e. it occurred at night. And 60 steps of people walking in the area have not passed over it. However, if the sun passed over it and 60 steps of people have passed over it, we have no problem with it. So exactly 60. That's probably related to Babylonian numerology number system, because 60 was one hand, because they would count with their knuckles. So this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 8, 12, 16. So you would have, then you would also count. So you would like keep your, it's actually a pretty interesting system, but exactly half of that system is 60 and the full count is 120. So 60 and 120 are very important numbers in Babylonian system because they had a base 60 numeral system that you could count with your hands, and their cuneiform was 60 letters. They used, it was basically Roman numerals, but they did it with cuneiform that was then later introduced into the Aramaic as the Aramaic of the Persians and the Jews merged. You get that along the Gematria. Then you also are incorporating more and more of the 60s, the 120s, and the 12s into the Jewish writings over time. So the 60 steps has numeric significance to them. That's likely where this is coming from. And we said this is concerned only if he's not riding a donkey and not wearing shoes. However, if he's riding a donkey and wearing shoes, we have no problem with it. So this is how you can pass over water without demons attacking you. Is these
riding
things.
A donkey.
Or it being during the day, or spitting in it, or throwing dirt on it, or having 60 people walk over it.
Mashallah.
The Gemara comments, and all this applies only when there is no reason for concern of witchcraft, as no one is interested in harming him. However, when there is reason for concern of witchcraft, even if all of these limiting conditions are in place, we are nevertheless concerned. So again, all of your magic, all of your practices against demons don't matter if there's witchcraft. And this was similar to what happened to a certain man who was riding a donkey and wearing shoes. Nevertheless, he passed over water and his shoes shrank and his feet shriveled up.
My God, this is real. Like this people actually wrote this.
That's actually in the Hebrew right here, yeah. So that's what this says here.
They're saying it's witchcraft because Buddy's feet shriveled up whenever he walked in water.
Yes.
Wait, doesn't it say he was on a donkey?
Yeah, he was on the donkey and he was wearing shoes. But because of the witchcraft, his feet shriveled up.
Okay, so his shoes shrinking and his feet shriveling up have nothing to do with the water because he was riding on a donkey. That was just the curse of the witchcraft.
That was the curse of the witchcraft, because the witchcraft is always going to be a concern, even if you're doing the thing. So even if all of the stuff was in place, you still have to be concerned about witchcraft.
Was it because he did it in a pair? He did the good things in a pair, man. He rode a donkey and wore shoes. He should have done one or the other.
He should have had one shoe on.
One shoe.
There you go.
Yes.
There you go. That's the proof. That's how you do
it. You wear out your shoes.
So
you make your shoes last longer if you only wear one at a time.
Oh man, it's amazing. So the Gemara continues to discuss this issue. The sages taught 3 objects should not be allowed to pass between 2 people walking along a road, and people should not walk between 2 of them: a dog, a palm tree, and a woman. And some also say a pig.
Islamic.
And some also say a snake. The dog, the palm tree, and the woman.
Mm-hmm. Well, the dog and the woman specifically.
Yeah. Well, a palm tree is also a pretty common motif in Islamic writings. If you remember, Jesus is born under a palm tree because of the Arab infancy gospel. Yeah. So all of these were associated with witchcraft. So a dog is witchcraft, a palm is witchcraft, women are witchcraft, pigs are witchcraft, and snakes are witchcraft.
What's the problem?
Yeah, so why did he hate dogs? Oh, because they're witches.
Yes.
The black dogs specifically.
Goose, you hear that? You're a
Yeah.
witch. I'm assuming you've seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a witch.
Been a while. So the Gemara asks, and if they pass between them, what is the remedy to prevent one from harm? Rav Papa said, he should begin reciting a verse that starts with the word God, included with a verse that ends with the word God. So in order to deal with the witchcraft and all that stuff happening and passing between two objects, you have to do an incantation of the Bible, where you have to start with God and end with God. In other words, he should recite this passage. God, who brought them out of Egypt, is for them like the lofty horns of the wild ox. There is no enchantments with Jacob, nor is there any divination with Israel, nor is it said of Jacob and Israel what has been performed by God. So that's your passage from Numbers 23. This verse indicates that spells do not affect the Jewish people.
But it's two verses. It's a pair.
Verses didn't exist, then, to be fair.
I'm just kidding.
There were no things as verses or chapters. This indicates that spells do not affect Jewish people. Yet there was this long diatribe about things affecting Jewish people that they have to be worried about.
What? Gosh. So they literally spent that whole time talking about some dude who got drunk and his stomach blew up, and they talk about that one dude whose feet shriveled up, and then, but they weren't Jews?
No, they were probably Jews. Yeah.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Because all of this matter is for the Jews. Like, they're concerned about the witchcraft. So saying that we are concerned. These are the rabbis talking and debating these things.
So spells. Oh my gosh.
Granted, again, that's not actually in the Hebrew. That's in the interpretation.
So, but that's almost even worse in this part, because then they're just like, wow, we translated all of that, and it literally means nothing.
Alternatively, he should open with the verse that begins with the word lo, which is no. And he should conclude with the same verse that ends with no. No man is God that he should lie, neither the Son of Man that he should repent. When he has said what he has said, will he not do it? Or when he has spoken, will he not make it good?
Okay, so wait, hang on. It says a verse that starts with no and then a verse that ends with no. The problem is they translated the first one, they put the no at the beginning to make it
right.
But that's not how the verse should actually be translated in English, because it literally God is not a man. But then they don't put the no at the end. So
well, that's just because that's where it falls in the English order.
Yeah, I know,
it falls
but
in a different order in the Hebrew.
But the no at the beginning of the verse isn't where the no falls in the verse either.
I think it is.
We
can test it real quick. Hebrew.
No, I'm sure in Hebrew it definitely starts with no, but like in a translation into English, it would be God is not a man.
It doesn't actually end in lo. There's another one afterward.
Nice.
The second to last one. Yeah.
So maybe that's why they translated it that way, because I thought that it meant that no had to be at the very end, but I guess it's just towards the end. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's good right there. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Similarly, these two men between whom a menstruating woman passes, if she is at the beginning of her menstruation, she kills one of them.
I'm sorry. This dude is posting in the chat. Like, what is this guy?
I have literally no idea what this guy's on about.
I have no idea. Wesley Curry? Okay.
You get some weird people.
Yep. Especially when you're talking about menstruating women passing.
So similarly, these two men between whom a menstruating woman passes, if she's at the beginning of her menstruation, she kills one of them. I.e., she causes the death of one of the two men. If she's at the end of her menstruation, she does not kill. but she causes a fight between them. What is his remedy? He should open with a verse that begins with the word God, and he should conclude with a verse that ends with the word God, as explained above. How do you know if a woman's on her period?
Well, you recite the verse just to be safe.
Yeah, every time a woman passes you just have to do it.
Every time.
Yeah, every time.
Because you can't fight with the bros. You gotta,
right. And you're worried about her killing you.
Yeah. That would be the worst. I know several people who died because of menstruating women. I mean,
oh, of course, yeah, it's a very common occurrence. Yeah. The Gemara further states these two women who are sitting at a crossroads, one on this side of the road and the other on the other side of the road, and they're facing each other. They are certainly engaging in witchcraft. So if two women are facing each other, they're doing witchcraft. What is the remedy for one who walks by? If there is another route, he should go by it. And if there's no other route, if there's another person with him, they should hold hands and switch places. And if there's no other person with him, he should say as follows: Igrit, Azlat, Ayasam, Belusayam are killed by arrows. These are the names of demons invoked by witches. So now they are specifically bringing up witches and their demons and saying that they are killed by arrows. So it's like a defense mechanism. It's word magic against the demons that the witches might conjure against you.
Right. Okay. So I was under the impression, and I guess correct me if I'm wrong, but so I guess witchcraft was different from demonic influence at that time. Like, did they consider witches to like just be doing that stuff by themselves? Because I thought that like witchcraft was I thought that, I don't know, the common understanding of witchcraft,
communal.
is like demonic invocation and stuff, but
right. But you can do that solo. You can do that by yourself.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But like they're making it to seem like, oh, okay, well, the demons care about you in pairs, but the witches care about you at a different, like in more than 10. So it's like, but wait, isn't that like the same? That's like me saying the military cares about you in pairs, but the Air Force cares about you. Like, isn't that just kind of an extension of the demonic influence? I don't know.
I'm not saying it makes sense.
Oh no, I know
doesn't
you
make
said
sense.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. I got interested in the comments anyway. So
I know
the Gemara cites
a
related. I have no idea what he's on about. I've gotten an achievement. I've had a comment from every single heretical group on my channel. So I've gotten Gnostics, I've gotten Kabbalists, I've gotten Muslims. I've gotten a lot of it. I've gotten also all the weird random offshoot heresies. That's been interesting.
Right.
Got Black Lives Matter, not Black Lives Matters. Black Hebrew Israelites. Been streaming for 4.5 hours.
You said Black Lives Matter.
Did I say Black Lives Matters? Yeah, I confused those two, my brain. Okay, it's 1 a.m. to be fair. For those who will comment on the recording for that one, it's currently 1 a.m. and we've been going for 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
So my brain is starting to go loosey goosey, and we have 2 more chapters of this section.
Okay, but first of all, I would like to address this, dude. What do you mean acting deaf and dumb? Like, we're refuting the heresy, but not even, and it's not a heresy. We're refuting the false religion of Islam, and like, I don't understand what you're saying. And just because I don't think that a bunch of people had a mass vision of Jesus I was like 1 year old and March 2005. Like, I don't even know what you're on about, bro.
I was 10.
There were people. Dude, there are tons of people who see the Lord Jesus in dreams and stuff. Like, that's real, and that happens, and people get saved because of that. I don't deny visions, but like, there was no universal vision of Jesus. Like, what?
It's interesting, man. People are.
Yeah. Okay. Well, for not telling the vision, good one.
No, I'm just gonna let him go on his own way.
Yep, he can do whatever.
So, one who meets a woman when she is ascending from the ritual immersion of a mitzvah after her menstruation, if he has intercourse with any woman first, a spirit of immorality overtakes him. If she has intercourse first, a spirit of immorality overtakes her. What is his remedy? It's like a jinn taking over your body, which is again Islamic. He should say this. He pours contempt upon princes and causes them to wander in the waste where there is no way. So that's your solution to having intercourse with menstruation, or at least like right after she's been purified of menstruation. What is the meaning of that which is written? Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for you are with me. One of the greatest Bible verses in history. Let's see what they do with it. This is a person who sleeps in the shadow of a single palm tree, in the shadow of the moon. Despite his dangerous position, he trusts God and is not afraid. The Gemara qualifies this statement. With regard to one who sleeps in the shadow of a single palm tree, we said he is in danger only if the shadow of another palm tree does not fall upon him. However, if the shadow of another palm tree falls upon him, we have no problem with it.
That's the single worst interpretation of that psalm I've ever heard in my whole life.
So
it's
have
such a
here
good psalm, and it's such an encouraging verse.
It's amazing. It's wonderful. Yeah, the shepherd psalms are my favorite sections of 22, 23, 24. It's amazing. They're all typologies of Jesus in such beautiful ways.
I'm actually preaching through the Messianic Psalms at my church, and it's such an awesome. Yeah, I know that pissed me off too.
Yeah, it's about demons. It's about because palm trees are related to demons. So if you are in the shade of a palm tree, you're in the danger of demons.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Whatever. We don't got any palm trees around here. We do got black dogs though.
Sure. Yeah.
Whatever.
Oh no, that's on your stream, not my stream.
Yeah, that guy.
Oh yeah.
I don't.
I don't know what that guy's on about.
No.
Okay. What are the Oh wait, I have not actually.
Your channels there.
Oh, this is a new one. So, what about that which is taught in a Burita with regard to one who sleeps in the shadow of a single palm tree in the courtyard and one who sleeps in the shadow of the moon? His blood is upon his own head. What are the circumstances? If we say that the shadow of another palm tree does not fall on him, he would also be harmed if he were in a field. Rather, must one not conclude from this Burita that if one is in a courtyard, even if the shadow of another tree fell on him, it remains dangerous? The Gemara concludes, indeed, learn from it that is so. The Gemara adds, and with regard to the shadow of the moon, we said it is dangerous to sleep there only at the end of the month when the moon shines in the east, therefore its shadow is in the west. However, at the start of the month, when the moon shines in the west and the shadow is in the east, we have no problem with it.
I don't think they understand how the shadows of the moon works. Do they think that, okay, hang on. Do they think that if you're somewhere in the earth, you see, okay, hang on. So this implies that at some place on earth at all times, you can see all of the moon. But if you go too far west, then you see less and less and less of the moon. If you go too far east, you see less and less and less of the moon.
I think it's more talking about the phases of the moon, so like new moon, full moon. So it's saying whenever it is a full moon or a new moon.
Oh, when the moon shines in the east of the moon?
Yeah, so the start of the month is the new moon because they have a
right. Yeah.
So at the new moon, the moon shines in the west and its shadow is in the east. We have no problem with it. So, what exactly that means?
Yeah, fried brain can't comprehend that right now.
I have no idea. The Gemara continues to discuss the harmful spirits because, again, this is still going till 12b. So we still got a whole other section. One who relieves himself on the stump of a palm tree will be seized by a spirit of sickness, and one who places his head on the stump of a palm tree will be seized by a spirit of a headache of half his head, i.e. a migraine. One who walks over a palm tree, if the tree is cut down, he too will be killed. If the tree is uprooted, he will also be uprooted and will die. The Gemara comments, the statement applies only if he does not place his legs upon it. However, if he places his legs upon it, we have no problem with it. Remember, the palm tree is one of the symbols of the temple.
Yes.
A really cool symbol of the temple. It means a really cool thing. They do such weird things with all the really cool stuff with the Bible.
I know, and it makes me so mad because you're like, you see, ancient rabbinic brain rot is crazy, but you see like so many cool things throughout Scripture, and like I was telling you, like at the beginning of the stream, you read these rabbinic interpretations, and you're like, this is the most like unholy spirit founded garbage nonsense I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a lot of fun.
So much cool stuff. So much cool stuff in the Bible, and they have to just make it all stupid.
Yeah, well, so it is important to note that they do have a legitimate reason to do it. The Old Testament is an incomplete book. It is not meant to be complete. It's left open-ended. It doesn't have an ending.
Yes.
The New Testament is the ending of the Old Testament.
Right.
But the Jews reject the New Testament, so they have to make up their own ending. The Mishnah is the ending of the Old Testament. Because the Old Testament is incomplete, they needed some way to try to complete it, and they did it through their own work and effort to try to complete it, to try to make a system that allowed them to practice Judaism without the temple. So because they had no temple, because they had no priests, because they had no system of prophets or receiving revelation from God, they needed a way to deal with all of that. So they came up with this. This is the conclusion to their Old Testament problem, because they were waiting for the Messiah, but they rejected him. So instead of accepting the Messiah and accepting the end of the book, they instead make up their own ending. And this is the fruit of it. This is what we're seeing. So they have a legitimate reason to do it. Well, they should have accepted the Messiah, but the ones who didn't accept the Messiah, they had a legitimate reason that, hey, they needed to have an ending.
Right.
So,
but I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, there's still like messianic themes within the Gemara. So like, right? Like there were some rabbis who were like still expecting the Messiah.
You can get exact Christian theology from the early rabbis.
Interesting. Like of the old,
so you can get
of all the okay.
You can get a divine Messiah. You can get a pre-existent Messiah. You can get the Old Testament ending, the New Testament beginning. You can get death for sin, not as much as like explicitly New Testament. You can get like the way Messiah deals with sin is to take it onto himself. They talk about Isaiah. Zohar goes into it a little bit as well, but if you go watch my Isaiah 53 video, I make a case that all of the Jesus understanding comes from what people were talking about and believing in Second Temple Judaism. So Christianity comes out of the context of the day. It didn't change any of it. It just is continuing it. It's like, hey, this is your expectations. I'm meeting it. Which is why we see tens of thousands of Jews convert to Christianity very early on. The Christian church was Jewish for several years before the Gentiles were allowed in. And it was still growing massively because Jesus fulfilled all of the expectations, well, most of the expectations of the Messiah at that time period. And he allowed and did these things. And he like, hey, we're going to do these things. And all those things were like, yeah, this should happen. This should happen. This should happen. Now, some of it didn't happen, and that's why part of it rejected him. But by and large, the people accepted the message. Rabbis are runaway Jews. In a way, that gets into a debate. Ash Mays made a video on how the rabbis changed Judaism. That's really good if you haven't seen it. I was also planning on making a video on it. That was going to be a slight ripoff, but also go through some sources that he didn't. And also put the sources on screen because he never does, because he doesn't have a script. He just starts talking because he knows it all so well. So I was going to pull the passages that he brought up and then bring in some more passages and make a video on it. That's been delayed until after the Talmudic Dilemma series is over. But you can get really, really good Christology and Christian covenant and like all that stuff. The Jewish people being rejected for rejecting the Messiah. Like a lot of that stuff you can get from the rabbis.
Yes, you are correct. You're correct, McIntyre. They were huge on that. In fact, I talked about this last night, but Justin Martyr's whole diatribe against Solomon being the true king of peace and ruling all the world and stuff, like he was straight up proving to the Jew from the Jewish scriptures. Unfortunately, after 150 years, then we got really anti-Semitic there for a while. It was pretty bad. It continued to get worse. Jews got
Did some
persecuted
genocides.
big time. People,
Yeah.
I mean, but even by that time, Christians were killing each other.
Right.
So,
Muslims killing everyone. They're all killing
Yep.
Muslims. There's a lot of war that happened.
That's true. I remember back in school, whenever we would talk about the Protestant Reformation and stuff, they'd call there was a period that followed it called the Wars of Religion. You're like, really? This is what you call the Wars of Religion?
After it, not before it. Yeah.
This is what you call the Wars of Religion? Are you're really? I mean, it was a war of religion. Don't get me wrong, but it was like there are plenty of wars that are religious.
That happened way before that.
Yeah.
1,000 years before that. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. So continuing on the shadow of palm trees, there are 5 types of dangerous shadows.
Oh.
The shadow of a single palm tree, the shadow of a tree called a kunda, the shadow of a caper bush, the shadow of the sorb tree, some say also the shadow of a ship, and the shadow of a willow. The general rule of matter is whatever has many branches, its shadow is dangerous. Yes, the hikmah. Any tree whose wood is hard, its shadow is dangerous, except for the tree called the kiromasa. Although its wood is hard, its shadow is not dangerous, as the demon said to her son, "Leave the karamasa tree alone," as it was that tree. Wow, as it was that tree that killed your father, and that the tree later killed the son too. The karamasa tree is harmful to demons. Ravashi said, "I saw that Rav Kanha avoided all types of shadows." So there's so much superstition happening, but also the idea that demons can be killed is interesting. They're very much like jinn, and that they have a tree that can kill them is also interesting. Yeah.
Name is pronounced McCain. Got it.
Yeah, I figured that out after I read it the second time.
Yep, I didn't.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm slightly dyslexic. I'm really not. I just whenever I saw that, it was just like, yeah. Anyways, he avoided all types of shadows.
Yes.
So it's not
what do you do with your
like it's not like all without exception, it's all without distinction. So like you could be under the shadow of a tree, but not this kind of tree, apparently. What about the shadow of
that
your
was most
own
of
roof?
them. This guy was the one that was hiding from the shadows.
The shadow hider.
Yeah. It's probably just the shadows at night. I hope it was just the shadows at night, but I can imagine like walking around trying to dodge shadows. I did that as a kid for a little bit for fun, but I was like trying to walk into the shadows, only walk in shadow. But he's doing the opposite of like going the most zigzagged, stupid way possible. Like what happens if you just walk and then there's just like a hallway that has a shadow crossing? You just turn around and go home.
Well, chances are the hallway's got a palm tree in the middle of it anyway, so you can't even do it. It's, But yeah, I thought that the game was to stay in the shadows.
Yeah, but no, you have to stay out because there's demons. The demons near the Kapur bush are called Ruh. A demon found near the sorb tree is called Ashira, which is the common name for demons in the Jewish sources. The demons found on roofs are called Mshfai. The Gemara asks, what is the practical difference of these definitions? It makes a difference for writing an amulet on behalf of one who has been harmed. It is necessary to know the name of the demon who caused the damage. This is a very Babylonian type belief where you have to have the names of demons in order to affect it, and that's not at all.
Oh, so that's a Zoroastrian thing?
Yeah.
Cool.
So the name
the Testament of Solomon.
Yeah. So the Babylonian influence is pretty much that.
Yeah.
The demon found near the caper bush is a creature with no eyes. What is the practical halakhic difference for this opposition? It is relevant with regard to fleeing from it. The Gemara relates, once a Torah scholar went to relieve himself near a caper bush. He heard the demon coming and fled. He heard the demon coming and fled from it. When this evil spirit went, it grabbed a palm tree and got stuck there. The palm tree dried out and the demon burst. Okay. It was stated above that demons found near the sorab tree are called Shaddai. Ain't no demons at the Garkat tree.
The Garkat tree, bro. No demons in the Garkat tree. What is with people grabbing onto palm trees and blowing up?
The Gemara comments the sorb tree that is close to the city contains no less than 60 demons. The Gemara asks, what is the practical difference of the statement? The Gemara answers, it is relevant for writing an amulet of this number, for this number. The Gemara relates, a certain ruler of a city walked and stood by a sorb tree that was near a city. 60 Shaddai demons came upon him and he was in danger. One of the sages who did not know that it was a sorb tree of 60 Shaddai came and wrote him an amulet for one Shaddai demon, one Shida. That man heard that there were a celebration inside the tree, and the demons were singing. So now the demons are singing, and there's a celebration. The scarf of a master is like that of a Torah scholar, but we checked the master, and he does not know how to say Baruch, which is like blessings. So like Baruch is blessed be he, for what you say God. So it's like, hey, this guy doesn't know how to give blessings. The blessing when donning a scarf. The demons were mocking him and saying that he did not know how to write an amulet. Another one of the sages who knew that it was a sorb tree of 60 Shaddai came and wrote an amulet against 60 demons. He heard them saying, clear your items away from here. So now they're scared of the items, the amulet.
That's what I was thinking too. Yeah, write one for 60. Because it's important. You got to know how many demons are in there, or else you can't write the amulet properly. But I love how it gives just one example for that one tree. So now it is well known that trees can contain more than one demon, and you just kind of taking a shot in the dark when you're writing an amulet. Better just do 100, be safe.
Well, no, you have to do the specific number, you know? Can't just make it up. You gotta rub the black cat eye stuff,
right.
See the demons, count them out, and then write the amulet. Of course.
Or you put your ear upon it and you hear them celebrating, and you count the different number of voices that you hear.
There you go. Yeah, you can hear like their feet tapping. You have to count real fast.
Right. The footsteps. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Gemara discussed the Ketev Marine, a demon mentioned in the Torah. Now, there are two types of Ketev diamonds, one that comes before noon in the morning and one that comes in the afternoon. The one that comes in the noon is called Ketev Mari, and it appears in a jug of kuta, a Babylonian spice, and continuously revolves around inside it. So it spins the jar. The Ketev in the afternoon is called Ketev Yeshud, Tezarim. My mouth is getting parched. Not Nazarene.
No, I said as Zahar. Yeah, whatever. And I'm sorry. I don't even know why I tried.
Zahar Ayim.
Yep.
Zahar Ayim. Yeah. And it appears inside, this is only like 3 or 4 letters. And it appears inside the horn of a goat and revolves around inside it like a sifter. Okay. Abai was coming and walking along the street, and Rav Papa was walking on his right, and Rav Huna, son of Rav Yeshua, on his left, saw a certain Ketev Meri coming on his left side, and switched Rav Papa to his left, and Rav Huna, son of Rav Yeshua, to his right. Rav Papa said to Abai, and I, what is different that you were not concerned about any possible harm to me? Abai said to him, the time is in your favor. You are wealthy and fortunate, and therefore I believe that you will most likely not be harmed by the demon.
Wow.
He threw him under the bus.
Friendship. Yeah, man.
Right, I know, man. Just literally threw him under the bus. Like, hey, there's a demon coming. Okay, so from the beginning of summer to the 16th of that month, these demons are certainly found. From here onward, it's uncertain whether they are found or whether they are not. And they can be found in the shadow of a sea squill that has not grown a cubit, in the shadow of objects in the morning and evening when their length is less than a cubit. And they are mostly found in the shadow of a privy. No idea what that is. Actually kind of curious what that is.
Private place?
Maybe like a toilet?
Yeah. Well, that's
a toilet.
Yep. Yeah.
The toilet djinn
of a
strike
privy.
again. So
They just mean like
I have Yosef.
Yeah, whatever.
This is the dude talking to demons earlier.
Okay.
These three matters cause blindness to the light of one's eye. One who combs his hair when it's dry. One who drinks wine that is dripping from the barrel, and one who puts on shoes when his feet are wet after being washed.
Okay, the second two makes sense. Why can't I comb my hair when it's dry?
Wait, why does this make sense that it would cause you to go blind?
Yeah, I don't know. Okay,
so
but like,
what do you think you could come up with a guess of why? Because they're about to explain why these things are. Why in the world do you think any of these three would be prohibited or would cause blindness?
Yeah, I really don't know, but I've definitely proven them wrong because I've combed my hair off when it was dry before and I didn't go blind. The hair, it probably speaks of. I can't really come up with a stupid, funny thing
Testing
right
the
now.
demons.
Can't.
Yeah, no, it's. I think I could give you like 10 years, you would not figure it out.
I bet.
So, if food is hanging on one's house, it causes poverty. This is as people say in a popular proverb: "He who hangs the basket hangs his sustenance," i.e., he loses it. And we said this is only about hanging bread. However, if one hangs meat and fish, we have no problem with it. The reason is that the common practice to hang meat and fish, because you have to like salt it and whatnot.
Okay. Okay. It's bad for everything except for this stuff because most people do that, and why not?
Well, it's actually how you have to do it back then in order to keep.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
Preservation. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So they're like, it's bad to do it, but this is fine because most people do it, and it's also necessary.
Right. If you have a specific type of grain in your house, it causes poverty.
Oh.
Breadcrumbs in the house cause poverty if these crumbs are spread throughout the house on the Shabbat nights or on Tuesday nights when demons are present, harmful spirits rest on them. So Tuesday night is the night of the demons. Yeah. The administering angels appointed over food is called the Kid. He is clean and particular about cleanliness. So now there's a ministering angel that is in charge of food. The administering angel appointed over poverty is called Naval. The angel appointed over food will not stay in a dirty place, while the angel appointed over poverty will thrive there. A plate placed on a jug causes poverty. One who drinks water from a plate causes eye pain. One who eats cress without washing his hands will be afraid for 30 days.
It's true. Last time I ate cress,
As
I
one
never did
does.
it again.
Yeah. And then it just keeps going. If food and drink are under one's beds, even if they are covered with iron vessels, an evil spirit rests upon them. A person should not drink water on Tuesday nights or on Shabbat nights, i.e. Friday nights. If he drinks water, his blood is upon his own head due to the danger. The Gemara asks, what is the danger? The Gemara answers, the danger of the evil spirit that rules on these days.
Why does the evil
Gemara
spirit
asks,
rule on the day of rest, on Shabbat?
It's a great question, because you're not supposed to be working or doing anything during the time. What if he's thirsty? What is his remedy? What should he drink? The Gemara answers, he should say the 7 voices that David said over the water, and afterward he may drink. As it is stated, the voice of the Lord is upon the waters, glory of God thunders, even the Lord upon many waters, the voice of the Lord is powerful. The voice of the Lord is full of majesty. The voice of the Lord breaks the cedars. The Lord breaks in pieces the cedars of Lebanon. He makes them also skip like a calf. Lebanon and Syrian like a young wild ox. The voice of the Lord hews out flames of fire. The voice of the Lord shakes the wilderness. The Lord shakes the wilderness of Kadesh. The voice of the Lord makes the hens to clave and strips the forest bare in his temple. And in his temple all say glory. Can you imagine if you had to say that every time you took a sip of water?
On
That would
Tuesday.
make me parched to you just want to drink more. Like, is it per drink?
Yes. The answer is yes.
Yeah, and if you don't remember to, you're supposed to shout out the names of demons. I sit between the stars. I walk between thin and fat people. Take any of them if you wish, but leave me alone.
What? Okay. So essentially, you have to recite the verse. If you don't, you just kind of like,
you have to
demon.
Call
There's
out
other
the demons.
people.
Yeah, take them. Leave me.
Yeah, leave me alone.
That guy's too thin. He's too fat. Take them. It feels like witchcraft. And if this does not recall his incantation, if there is another person with him, he should wake him and say to him, so-and-so, son of so-and-so, I thirst for water, and then he may drink. If there is no other person with him, he should knock the cover on the cup and then drink. But if he is not able to do this, he should throw some object in it and then drink.
Like dunking the fly.
So you have to pollute your water in order to drink it.
No.
Yeah. You should not drink water from rivers or pools or ponds at night. If he drink, his blood is upon his own head due to the danger. What is the danger? The danger of blindness.
Good.
The Gemara asking if he is thirsty, what is his remedy? If there's a person with him, say I thirst for water. If there's no one with him, say so-and-so, my mother said to me to beware of Shivari, demon of blindness. So again, it gets back into like the Babylonian demon word magic with everything having names.
Yeah, and every bad thing being associated with a specific demon that does that thing.
Right. There's also this little fun tongue tire.
I'm not even going
to. I thirst for water in white earthenware cups. This is an incantation against those demons. This feels like magic. It feels like witchcraft. And yet they're encouraged to do so. Now you'd be say, oh, this is all just rhetorical. But this much rhetorical content for this long? This is 30 pages of text, by the way. We haven't gone to all of it.
Again,
there's still another section.
Oh, again, but like, yeah. Why include this crap? Like, what is the rhetorical point of this? Yeah, I know, and that's one of the things that I was thinking earlier. It's like, not only do I have to know all this, but there's stuff that I don't know about, that I have to know.
Yeah. Which is why you need to study Torah. You need to go and watch people poop, and you go watch people have sex. You got to study Torah. Well, there's a very long thing of like, you know, the meme, like, while you were hanging out with your friends, I studied the blade.
Yes, yeah.
There's a very serious type of statement with that of like, while you were busy wasting your time in life, I was studying the blade, but studying the Torah. And then they have this like elitism within their writings between them who spend 18 hours a day studying Talmud because they don't actually sleep much. Like they wake up at midnight to study until sunrise. So they don't sleep, which is why like sleep is good in small amounts but not in large amounts. And they just read this all day, supposedly. That's kind of the idea.
So, you know, whenever they read, how they do the rocking back and forth.
Yeah.
It's the part of the whole body worship. Like, dude, if I was running off 2 hours of sleep that day, I'd probably be rocking back and forth when I was reading anything too. I'd be freaking out of my mind.
That's not why they do it, but yeah. They do it because there's a passage in the Psalms of receive this word with fear and trembling, or like with awe and trembling.
So this is trembling.
Yeah, this is trembling.
Okay, that's exactly what I was talking about too. If you don't know, precisely what I was talking about.
Yeah. So that's the reason why they do it. That's the reason why they shake and go back and forth. It's to receive it in. No job, no maidens, no Messiah, Massiville.
No.
No
maidens. Yeah. That's
no maidens. That's what got me. Yeah. Floating couch possessed. Yes. The maidens. Your maidenless run.
I thought that
Yeah.
I was always under the impression that they rock back and forth because it was like a whole body like worship thing, engaging your whole body in like what you're doing. But
yeah, I mean that's part of it. But the reason why they're doing that is to receive it in that state of trembling.
Fear and trembling. Interesting.
Because you can see their hands shaking too. If like the
more
ultra orthodox,
they'll shake. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I forgot what I was gonna say. So, the maidens. There's this funny passage. So right before my stream with David Wood, I spent like 16 hours a day trying to just read through.
Shuckling. Thank you. That's the word for it.
Right. Yeah.
Yes, that's
it's less boring than it is. Yeah. I tend to rock back and forth whenever I'm worshiping.
Oh yeah. No, me too. But like
things. Yeah.
Yeah, or like shaking your leg or like your foot or something like that. Yeah, it's the same.
Right. Yeah. There's this interesting passage in the Talmud of the wives of the sages lose sleep at night waiting on their husbands to come to bed because they're too busy studying the Torah. And right before my stream with David Wood, the first one, I stayed up super late reading the Talmud because I was just reading large sections of Sanhedrin. And my wife was expecting me to come to bed, which usually whenever I work late at night, she doesn't expect that, so she just goes to sleep on her own. But I came to bed at like midnight, and she usually goes to sleep at 9. So she lost 3 hours of sleep because her husband was too busy studying the Talmud. And I read in that section of the wives of the sages lose sleep waiting on their husbands to come to bed. So there was this beautiful irony in me studying the Talmud about the rabbis studying the Torah and having the same experience 2,000 years later, or like 1,500 years later.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's fun. I didn't actually form it as live debate myself.
I definitely put come debate in the thing on accident.
Right.
That was not on purpose. That was I normally we do the streams like that with Adam and yeah. So I just didn't even think about it, put it in there. Apologize. It isn't a live debate thing.
Right. Yeah, it was not meant to be. I was just going to read through the demonology stuff. Some of it is related to Islam, so it's going to be like a comparison between how Muhammad got the jinn stuff, and a lot of it I just find really entertaining. So I thought people would enjoy reading some of this content because it's funny.
Yes.
This is called prophecy. You see, Muhammad was right. This is the proof.
The proof.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm not even trying to debate Jews on any of this. Like, no. I know that this isn't how the Jews study the Talmud. I know this is not how they interpret these passages. I know that they're not taking this literally. I just think it's really funny.
Yes.
I think,
and the fact that Muhammad literally is also very funny.
Yes, that's very funny. The fact that someone read this literally and incorporated a new false religion based on this is very funny to me.
Yes.
So,
yeah,
going through it is a treat. Yeah.
Yeah, that encompasses like 1.8 billion people on the face of this planet.
Right.
It's crazy.
Like more than 2 billion throughout history. Yeah. Yeah. Is there anything else that I wanted to point out specifically in this section? Because we've been going for 5 hours now. I might call it here. Because I think it's going to talk about demons less and less and less as we keep going. I could do a quick search for demons. Oh, that's going way back into the
Way
past.
back up there.
That's where we started. Yeah, I think 112 is right whenever it starts to cut off and change topics.
Yeah.
So this might be the end here. Well, that was a long stream. So did you learn things?
Dude, you have no idea how much I learned. I learned more than I learned. Yes, Jawbone of Samson. So please, Ash Maze. So it goes Ash Maze, and then way down here is us. If you're a Jew, please don't. Yeah, like we're not yours. Please go to Ash.
Yeah,
he's got.
I mean, I've been studying rabbinic material for a number of years, but a lot of it's not the ultra orthodox or the Chabad version of it. I've only been studying Chabad and Hasidic Jews and Judaism for about a year. So it's more so just like the casual Judaism, like the Dennis Prager's of like going through his Bible commentary, going through other rabbis' Bible commentaries. They're not as strict or saw like the mystical side of it for the Peshat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so from what I gather, you appear to be a fairly Orthodox Jew. So please go watch his stuff. He came out of Orthodox Judaism and would consider himself a Christian now. And we bless the Messiah for that. Absolutely. Yes.
Right. Yeah, I know Dennis Prager's not
an Orthodox. Yeah.
Yeah. So most of my interaction with Jews have been more casual, not casual, but like non-Orthodox Jews. So I've only been engaging with Orthodox Judaism for around a year and a half now. But the vast majority of Jews I've met in my life and the Jews I've interacted with online are not Orthodox. So I've not had a need to yet until now.
Right. Also, I'm very jealous of your username. Jawbone of Samson is fantastic, and I am sad that I didn't think of that myself.
Yeah. Well,
I can't really comment on that last comment of yours, my brother. I don't know exactly how Orthodox or non-Orthodox this stuff is. I don't really look into a whole lot of rabbinic Judaism personally, but he seems like a very sincere guy, and he seems like he sincerely studied his way out of rabbinic Judaism. So that's kind of,
Yes. Good night, everyone. Laila Tov. Thank you for those who stuck out through the whole thing. You guys are crazy. I'm crazy. We're all crazy. It's a 1:30 here. So any last thoughts, Chase, before we head out?
No.
What you learned, your favorite parts?
Yeah, definitely the favorite part being well, man, now that I think about it, I don't even well, now I know not to pass between a wall and a palm tree.
Yeah, the toilet gin, you gotta rub your head during
Yes.
that. Yeah, the black cats, that's a fun one.
That is a fun one. Also, just really the idea of my wife having a winged daughter is just bothering me right
yeah.
That's really bothering me, but very enlightening. Very enlightening. I'm glad to see Ashmedai pop up in the Talmud. He's a favorite character of mine.
Yeah. He pops up a lot.
He's a favorite character of mine. Asmodeus, if you're a Greek person. But yeah. Booty gin. You're welcome for that. Dude. So long as Taco John exists, the booty gin will forever haunt me.
Man. All right. Well, thank you for coming out. Thank you for the super chats for those who donated. That's awesome. I appreciate it. Thank you for those who stuck along May the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you always.
Mm.
Goodbye. Good night. By the 12, go to sleep.